We just get to really controversial topics.
It's fine. It's fine. All right. Hello, everyone. It is Friday, April the 12th of our year 2024. And here we are. It is time. We are returning to Coast to Ghost. We have been banned. We have been struck. We have been tried to attempt to shut us down. But no. No, today we are strong and live, and we have a full panel today. We've got Geeky, we've got Winston, and we have Yellow Lantern. And the world is still on fire, as it's been on fire for the last few months, and it is continuing to burn. So, gentlemen, how are you doing? Geeky, you were here last night watching the new Fallout show with us. I'll be interested to hear your opinions, but let's delve into unimportant stuff like world news and what's going on.
Well, we can start off with what everyone's been working on and doing every stuff. I've been writing away, trying to make sense of this, clown world war we all find ourselves in.
I believe it's been referred to as World War Reddit. That's what they call the Ukraine-Russia thing. Well, basically, the reason I've heard this classification is that you don't see any footage from the front lines of Ukraine, right? I think
Not anymore.
The U.S. State Department is out there saying that this is a battle for hearts and minds, not a battle, of territory, which I guess. Obviously the sanctions aren't affecting the Russian people because the Russian people just, get European phones. The sanctions are about building a global financial network where our elites only have control over it, etc. Right? Like that's what's obviously going on with this war.
It's also to land off natural gas.
Everything's now on the.
Lincoln said earlier today that Ukraine will join NATO, and he is certain of it. I saw that on Twitter.
I mean, how can they not? Like, they don't have a choice.
Also, Switzerland is also on the verge of
like, if Ukraine doesn't join NATO, Ukraine will cease to exist as a nation. Like, that's just a fact. Like, they can't exist.
You said Switzerland is on the verge of joining NATO?
Switzerland's also on the verge of joining NATO and changing its EU immigration policies.
Wouldn't that violate their constitution of neutrality?
Actually, no, because it was elected by their direct gay democracy. So the parties voted for it.
And it's what's funny. So everyone's focusing on that, and everyone's been hyping up this imminent Iranian attack on Israel.
I mean, can you blame them? They bombed an embassy, bro.
Oh, don't give
what they did was pretty fucking egregious. Like, it's if you care about rules and international norms and just ignore, oh yeah, by the way, they bombed a fucking diplomatic mission in a foreign country. Like, it's pretty fucked up.
I mean,
Ecuador did the same thing too, and nobody cared.
Well, there was the time when.
Oh, did they? Did Ecuador bomb an embassy too?
They stormed the Mexican embassy.
Oh, Ecuador, yeah,
what's going on between Ecuador and Ghana, or Venezuela and Guyana as well? We'll have to touch on that because I know they voted on it, and now they have to make it a thing, right?
Well, there's also more twists and turns into this plot. Argentina's now beefing with Colombia.
Oh my goodness! I thought they were also. I mean, Elon is beefing with Brazil.
Yeah.
What's going on with Colombia?
So the president of Argentina called the president of Colombia a corrupt piece of shit.
I mean, he probably is. I mean, he's the leader of a South American country. I mean, like, it comes with the territory.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they're just really good Warhammer players.
So why did Mr. Malay call him a corrupt piece of shit? Is it because of blatantly obvious corruption that they're definitely guilty of?
Yeah, because Colombia is, the cocaine haven. They still haven't got rid of the cartel problem.
I've seen all of Narcos. I'm aware.
Yeah, it's spilled over into Ecuador. It's spilled over into all the neighboring countries. So, and at this point, he just accused them of getting kicked back from the cartel. And you know how Millet is. Millet is very
vocal.
Outspoken, yeah, very outspoken. Will not BS. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he started dissing more people.
Well, so if you're wondering back to earlier, what was going on between Ecuador and Mexico? Well, what has happened is apparently the former Ecuadorian president or vice president.
Oh, they arrested him, right?
Yeah, they arrested him in the embassy.
Yeah, they stormed the embassy
So
compound.
they Julian Assanged him?
Basically.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
Which obviously is a big no-no in diplomatic
Big
terms.
violation of international diplomatic norms. What do they call it? The
The Vienna
global,
Convention.
the global rules-based world order thing, right? And that might be a violation of that, right?
Yeah, but every
Yeah.
country has a treaty on that says you can't do that. So, like, they just
That-
blatantly said, "Nah, fuck this, we're going in."
That's why it took them so long to get Assange out of the embassy.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
they
and that's
made
the
an
thing,
agreement
the
with the
Ecuadorian-
government of the country he was sheltering with. Like they bribed them
Yeah,
until they could get him, basically.
The president of Ecuador at the time, Rafael Correa, who was a leftist, but I guess not as bad as our standard one, allowed him to seek asylum into the Ecuadorian embassy. And then, like, when he was defeated, and I say quote unquote defeated because there could have been some dark machinations going about to rig his election.
Winston. This is Ecuador. Look, we don't have the type of big tech corruption that the U.S. has. We just have cartel corruption. If you don't pay off the right guy, you're getting shot, or you're losing the election. So don't
Look,
go with the
I think there was some proper fortification that went on there. Obviously, nothing out of the above, nothing below board. But okay, so you're saying that there was an election, the candidate defeated,
and the new president said Assange has to be removed from the Ecuadorian embassy, and that's how he left and got arrested by the British and transferred. Who controls him now? Who's under his custody? The British or the
It's still
Americans?
under the UK because the British judge actually told the US we're not sending Julian Assange to be executed in the US.
Good on
Like
him.
you have to guarantee that. He has to guarantee his plea that will be life in prison, which is that much better.
Yeah, but they're not gonna do that. They're gonna kill him. I mean,
Trump could have pardoned him, but I guess another thing.
I have a weird feeling that and
Let's throw
Biden
that
actually
out there.
talked about it. Biden said he might drop the charges, and I feel like he might do that for political points.
Yeah, it would definitely be for political points, but
he's got to head off that RFK voter. You know, he's got to head them off at the pass by pardoning Julian Assange.
Well, he's also got to pull out of Gaza to get the Cornell West voters.
Now, who is Cornell West? Isn't that a university?
So
He is a university professor at Princeton. He's like extremely woke. He.
let me give you a
he's
heads
like.
up, Joe. Endorsed him.
What was that, Geeky?
Cesariak endorsed him.
Who endorsed him?
Captain Cesariak.
Ah, so he's got the Black Hebrew Israelites behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a professor at Princeton University for African American Studies. So,
And
Wait, his
and
name is
his
Cornell
new-
West, and he's a professor at Cornell?
No,
oh,
Princeton.
he's a Princeton.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
and
shouldn't
his
his name
VP
be
is-
Princeton West?
And the VP is the head of BLM, or one of the founders.
I think he purported for a long time that he was a certified genius and had been a member of Mensa and has yet to prove any of that.
I didn't know
He said
Mensa
it
had
in, like,
affirmative
a
action.
Washington interview.
Speaking of affirmative action, there's been other little scandals. Apparently, like the woman that they hired for the Fed, the economics one, has just now been busted for like having tons of plagiarism for her like paperwork that was filed or like her academic credentials.
Now, when you say the...
Was this?
Which person are you talking about? Are you talking about Janet Yellen, or who are you talking about?
No, there was a plagiarism, someone who was hired at the Federal Reserve. I think Biden appointed her. It's now
You
come
sure
out
it's not
she is,
Janet Yellen?
No, but
That
she
might-
had Janet Yellen had some weird comments when they're basically admitting that like the '90s trade deals that we built, were a mistake, or all these outsourcing things in the name of free trade, which I don't think ever was free trade to begin with, was all a big mistake, and now we have to deal with trying to bring back our manufacturing sectors. And like, oh, really? It took you 35 years to realize what everyone could blatantly see?
I mean, they're really just being like, hey, we can't aggress the entire world if we're fully deindustrialized. I mean, that's kind of...
Yeah, well, we can't go to war if our adversaries now can, took all our manufacturing output. And speaking of wars, yeah, the Iranian imminent attack upon Israel is gonna happen. Maybe depends on the scale, and like it has to be a response because
They bombed an embassy, I mean...
well, not just that. I mean, could you think of? I can't. I'm losing track of all these like.
But like, which...
customs laws and
In
laws.
Gaza, what's the common denomination of Muslims that are in Gaza? Are they Sunni or Shia?
They're
Sunni.
soon.
They're Sunni. Why would Iran give a fuck about Sunnis in Gaza?
Because they don't like Israel and they.
Well, yeah, I get that they don't like Israel, but it's like those are some fucking Sunnis. Who cares? Yeah, good. You're distracting my adversary.
I mean, it's not.
yeah.
Iran is not as sectarian about this as they were back in the 80s and 90s when they fought the Iran-Iraq War and only supported the Shia like militias in Lebanon, or even they only supported the Shia Mujahideen in Afghanistan. They did not support the Sunnis.
Why would they?
And there was always a rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran too that we kind of
Well, they are kind of
decide.
competing to be the regional hegemon.
Yeah, but that's kind of cooled off as well.
Well, I
But
mean,
even,
they've got
those-
Yemen and Qatar. They've got the whole Yemen thing that's been going on for the past couple decades. It's kind of consuming that, more or less.
The Houthis. It's funny is everyone was like, thinking that the United States would take them care of them. Well, now it turns out they realize it may not be a good idea to try to dislodge the Houthis, considering how many missiles they got, and it'd be better to try to like do a proxy, or try to like reach a diplomatic solution. But I mean, a lot of the blusters could be the blustering people had about, oh, the Houthis are good at FAFO. Well, they found out that we're really not as like.
Yeah, but they keep attacking Chinese and Russian ships that they negotiated peace with. Why do they keep doing that?
I haven't seen too much of that.
That's happened constantly. It's happened all the time. It keeps happening. It's like, oh, our bad, guys. I know we weren't supposed to shoot your ships because you agreed to diplomatic terms with us. But they have. They've been shooting fucking ships that they're supposedly allied with them.
They don't fucking do it again.
Because I know they've been doing that to U.S. allied ships, like.
Yeah, but they've also been
Turkey
doing
and
the ships they're
whatnot.
supposedly allied with as well. They're just causing them a little
Maybe
bit
they're
of trouble.
desperate and like need want to
Almost
go
no
and get
ship
food or
passed through
something.
there.
I don't know. Oh, by the way, in general, I posted the picture of the quote-unquote economist that plagiarized. They're a real looker. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Fuck, what was I gonna say? Pardon my language. Oh, I don't know. Could it be that they're boarding these? Are they just flat out attacking the Iranian and Russian ships, or are they like trying to just board them? To
No,
get
no, no. They're
supplies?
not. They're not boarding ships. They're shooting suicide drones and missiles at, commercial ships.
Oh,
Yeah,
so they're not.
I mean, regardless, basically almost nobody goes to the Red Sea now. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
the point. Nobody wants to risk, and especially the shipping insurance companies that like finance these voyages. They're all like they're saying like, we will not insure you if you pass through this.
Yeah, and why would they? There's some psycho shooting missiles at ships there. Like, no, of course he wouldn't.
Yeah,
Speaking
down
of
the
psychos
hall,
shooting
like-
missiles, did you guys see that controversy about like the aid workers that were
What,
in
the
Gaza?
Russians shooting a bunch of critical infrastructure in Ukraine?
No,
I
I
saw
was
that.
talking about this.
How the
Yeah.
Gaza UN workers worked for Hamas and were part of the raids.
No, there was there was an organization that was actually approved by So they were working for the Israeli as well as a way. They were sending aid as to try to undermine Hamas' legitimacy. They were given the clears. They had their.
What, a bunch of
They
people
had.
being killed and murdered and there isn't enough to
Yeah, but the worst
delegitimize an
part,
organization?
yeah, they were trying to like delegitimize, and that's why they're giving aid. But yet, in the case of Your Eternal Reward, all 7 of these aid workers were murdered, were like just drone striked by Israel, despite the fact that um, they were all given the clearance. They all had the correct markers. They were working on behalf of like Western aligned, pro-Zionist governments, and
When
yet
you say that word
they,
pro-Zionist, what do you mean by that?
I mean, they supported these.
No,
I
no,
mean,
what do you mean?
what I mean. They were like part of the organizations that were.
What organizations?
Let me find it. So this was in the news all over the. Hang on, I gotta scroll up and find the. It was called. It's just an eternal your eternal reward type of situation.
What does that mean?
Where. You get the reward you get for working for us is death.
I'm
Which,
sorry. What do you mean?
Do you just quote Aladdin?
No, this has always been. It's been a.
You said it's a
saying for
Your
while.
Eternal Reward. I've never heard of this organization.
That's not the organization. Sorry, I gotta scroll up. I gotta
Wait,
find
what's
it.
the organization?
So it was called like World Kitchen X, some kind of. This was a. Oh. So this was a. I gotta find my DMs. Sorry, I'm in one of my group chats. We send all these stories to kind of like parse through. The point is, these aid work. There were 7 aid workers.
No. I think that's important. We have to define our terms. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You say they work for a pro-Zionist organization. I just need you to define what that fucking means.
Being a
So they were-
pro-Zionist?
Yeah, what does
They
it
were
mean?
a convoy. So this was a convoy that was sponsored by Israel.
Okay.
That doesn't make you pro-Zionist, though.
Yeah.
Well, they were working for the organization that basically they're in the sense that they were sanctioned as a way to undermine Hamas's rule
How do you mean?
because they. So okay, the World Central Kitchen. This was the relief effort that was cleared by Israel. They said in their mission, we support.
Well, yeah, they
Israel's
control
right to
what
defend.
goes in and out of Gaza. I mean, they control it militarily. Like, of course they would decide what goes in and out, right?
Yeah, and they were cleared. They were, cleared. Israel said, they had the cards. They were told that they would be protected. They would not be drone striked, and yet they all were. So it wasn't even like.
So what you're saying
I think-
is that Israel sent in aid workers and then drone struck them? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically. And
Why wouldn't they just kill them at the border?
Because they were. Because it was, it's just.
It seems like a waste of time, right? Like, wouldn't you just, if you thought these were your enemies, you would kill them at
But
the
they
border.
weren't. They were like given permission, and they worked for an organization that was sanctioned by, the Israeli government as "do not attack," and yet they were just straight up drone striked. And the worst part is, it wasn't just one. First, one of their vehicles in their convoy gets hit, and then one of them was in. They went into another vehicle. That vehicle was then drone struck. And they went someone into the third vehicle, then that one was struck.
Is
So
it
they killed
possible that this is an example of siloing being an issue within governance? Because this is a common thing we
I
have
mean,
with the U.S. intelligence community in its
I mean,
ways. It undermines our government.
And yeah, they were also.
Well, like,
and
the
they were
idea
working
is
on
that,
overriding,
like, they had
security
approval from Israel, but, like, the military has approval to strike any targets that are on some list of faces that they've built with some Orwellian technology, right? And it was like, oh, hey, there's a target, and it's not like, hey, we have to go run this target versus, some database saying, oh, we can't strike this guy. They're in an approved aid convoy. Because that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like an issue of siloing, honestly.
projects. Well, it was just. The worst was, yeah, the brave workers. So one was American, one was Polish, 3 were British, and the last 2, I think one was a Palestinian, the other one was from New Zealand.
No,
Could be
when they
wrong.
say a
That's-
Palestinian, does that mean that they were just born and raised in, like, the Gaza region? Or, like...
Well,
What does that even mean?
yeah, just they could either be from the West Bank or Gaza Strip. Um, the just it just this is just I'm speechless. Just how many photographic brazen criminal behavior that is on display,
But
and
also,
even
like, how do you know it's legitimate? How do you know they're not deep fakes by gods that
no,
support the
because
cause?
well, the organization, there's photos of their destroyed vehicles, their passports, their bodies were recovered, and they even like the World Central Kitchen confirmed that their aid workers were killed.
Right, but also like, because I think the reason why they're okay with bombing them, because do you remember how they said like, oh, there were health aid employees and the Gaza stuff, like that, they weren't undercover terrorists by intel community, but also, I'm not defending the whole regime. I'm just saying like, I don't trust anything that comes out of Hamas, just like I don't trust COVID numbers from China or North Korea. Like, I feel like everything coming out of Gaza is nothing but sympathy propaganda.
Yeah, it has to be viewed through the lens of like, how does this benefit who is communicating the information and why, right?
Yeah,
Right. Yeah. Like that's why
this
I don't
was
trust
like
any
so.
And also,
Islamic
being
journalist.
that this organization sent aid into Israel or into Gaza, like they're obviously a pro-Palestinian organization, right? You wouldn't risk
They-
your
Yeah.
aid workers' lives unless you
they were
supported
they
the
were
cause.
they were anti-Hamas.
No,
but they
not
were-
necessarily. Like they
No,
explicitly were
I looked up the World
pro-Palestinian,
Central
right?
Kitchen. No, I looked into this, and this was
No, but I'm saying
they,
though, like you wouldn't send your people into harm's way if you didn't support the people you were trying to help, right?
well, right, and this
That's
is
my
the whole
point. Like I'd say they're explicitly pro-Palestinian because
Well,
they
they
risk their
weren't
lives to help
explicitly, but they
people
were-
there.
they were given they were sanctioned.
Right,
they
I
were
understand
allowed to
all
do what
that,
they
but
were.
also what you have to understand is that like, say some tragedy did happen, right? Say, oh no, they hit maybe they just hit a fucking IED. Who the fuck knows what happened? How would you best support the Palestinian cause? Well, you'd make the aggressors, the people instituting an apartheid on them, look like they did wrong. Like I could see that reasonably, right?
Yeah, well, this is why it was so like it just was so. I was just it was so bad that even like the White House and all the were forced to like denounce this reckless this.
And you don't think it's because there's a risk of Biden losing high Islamic vote, right?
Well, there's only really a couple places.
He has every
that-
incentive
that
to be
just get-
supportive of pro-Palestinian causes. I mean, money's been raised and whatever, the pro-Zionist lobby isn't going to be, they're not going to be swayed that much.
Mm-mm.
There's not enough of them to matter.
Yeah, 'cause, I don't know. I'm seeing reports that he might lose Minnesota because of this.
I really doubt that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if even Minnesota is in play because
No, I
of
think Minnesota's
the
reasonably in play because of this
Well,
explicitly.
the problem. I mean, the Twin Cities, as well as some of the remnants of like Scandinavian.
Yeah, but you're overestimating how much ballot harvesting they did in specifically Islamic communities. And yes,
Right,
there's not going to be the same energy to harvest those votes as there was before. Like
Yeah, like, you
that's
don't
that's where
realize
that's where it
how-
comes into effect. Like they're going to cheat, but the question is, do they have like the soldiers to cheat even? And I don't know.
Yeah, like, come on. Why do you think Tlaib and Omar keeps getting reelected by crazy margins?
Yeah, and I just don't. It really only is going to.
I don't know. I'd say best case is like it's like a 50-50. That's the most optimistic scenario on Minnesota.
I mean, it depends on how much, because like I said, will they still vote blue no matter what? It really, I mean, because I think, both of them are trying to say, hey, Netanyahu, wrap this up, try to dislodge if you can't. But, I really don't know what to think, because this whole endeavor has been it's been just a black swan event in terms of popularity, in terms of issues, because I think it could. I mean, what are the chances this spills over into something that's a regional wide war?
I
Is
mean,
it
being the
moderate?
fact that Israel's bombing Syria and Lebanon and Jordan, there's always a chance for, you hit a gas line with a drone strike, you burn an entire neighborhood, shit can get really serious really quickly.
And this, yeah, it's kind of the same thing with Iran too. Winston did share. So this was, and Lisa Cook was the academic, and when people looked at her, like work, and it turns out she was plagiarism. I mean,
The nice thing
honestly,
about all of these plagiarism scandals is that in 30 years, it'll be just everyone's going to write their paper with AI, and so there won't be a trouble with plagiarism anymore.
yeah, or they'll selectively enforce the rules on plagiarism against some people, but not others. I don't know. I mean, I know they're trying to like ban Chat GDP and AI from write, but a lot of people are admitting to using it to write essays, which honestly, on principle, I will never really get into that, because even for like the stuff I'm trying to write, like I'm currently doing like a fun little language revision of the English, where I bring back some lost words and make it a little bit harder via more inflections in the verbs. But
I think though the thing about like Chat GPT and all these is that it's not really gonna matter too much.
yeah, I guess it's the same with the AI art too.
Like for
Real
example,
artists
what's gonna be the first thing that's gonna be like fully AI done? Video game guides. Like video game guides, perfect example of something that like I don't need a human being to write this, okay? Like here's information, take this information, put it in presentable format.
Even like we'll see AI movies, which people have been trying to make scenes, but they still look too uncanny for me personally. Or I can tell like it's like when people use CGI way too much in the 90s.
Yeah, but I mean, there's just some things where, like, let's be fair, we don't need an actual human to do this.
Yeah.
Like, I know that sounds really dark, but, like, it's the reality. Like, look, that's nice and all, but I don't need a human to write my clickbait article. Okay, thank you. A machine can do this just fine.
So, if you want to know what my opinion is on... So why did Israel want to attack Iran, besides obviously seeing them as a threat? Well, there's a few interesting nuances that my friend brought up. Because, the big thing we've heard from Iran in a long time is they have a nuclear weapon capabilities, or they have a bomb.
I mean, do they?
They will... Well, here's the thing. Iran does have the material. They could make 3 to 6 nuclear weapons if they wanted to, but the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, has said numerously that making these weapons is un-Islamic. It's incompatible.
You
And
serious?
so,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
nice and all, but we'd like to exist as a state going forward, so...
yeah, and a lot of people are thinking that they're trying to wait until Ayatollah
Passes?
Khamenei, I think that's his name, until he either retires or passes away.
Wait, Ayatollahs
in the
retire? I
meanwhile-
thought they were like popes.
No, they're not like popes. They're not. Well, Shia Islam it has some similarities with Catholicism, even north, but it's like still Islamic. It still has a lot of, because Iran is basically it's basically like the Vatican. It is a theocratic government.
Yes,
but
it is a theocracy run by their religion.
yeah, there is. I mean, there is like a process for like selecting an Ayatollah that only has been
Don't
exercised
they just have like
once,
some white smoke or something at the end and it works out?
No, it's a lot. It's a lot different. I mean,
Okay,
so
but
they're waiting for him to either retire.
so he needs to
or pass
die,
away,
basically.
because so that the military would be able to, they could assemble these nuclear weapons, because no Ayatollah wants to be seen as the one who allowed nuclear weapons to be built under his watch. So they're trying to wait till they're trying to fit it in this loophole in between ayatollahs. So that way,
Really?
I feel that's what they're going at. And so with Israel attacking the embassy, it's kind of a weird move where it's like they're trying to bait Iran to attack them so that they can
But
get in
why?
so that they can try to get the U.S. into conflict before they could finish their nuclear weapons or something.
Okay.
I
Why
mean,
did
so
they have
that's
to rush
why-
it so quickly? I mean, the Ayatollah's in good health, right?
No, he's 83 years old, and supposedly he's had cancer for a long time that he's been getting treatment. So he's not going to be around for much longer.
Okay.
And so I think the idea of what Israel's point was is they're trying to get Iran to bait them into a war so that the U.S. can come in and finally take out their military capabilities.
So what
once
you're
and for
saying
all.
is they want to start a war that's going to kill millions of their people to prevent them from having nuclear weapons that will kill millions of their people.
Well, they're basically trying to provoke the Iranians into striking.
But I mean, they
back
will.
harder.
They will. If the
They
Iranians
will.
shoot a ton of missiles at Israel, they're going to kill
Yeah.
millions of people. There's no question about that. Millions of people will die.
I don't know if millions,
Oh
depending
yeah,
on
millions
how
of people will die. Are you kidding me?
viable-
The Iron Dome can't handle that much. It doesn't have that range or that capacity. It doesn't fucking matter. They will get wasted.
Yeah, and also
Depends.
they might accidentally nuke Jerusalem if they hit a nuclear bomb there.
I'm
That's not
pretty
how.
sure the
That's not
nuclear,
how the detonation devices work on nuclear weapons. Fortunately,
not
but
how-
but you're saying that they need a war that's going to kill millions of Israelis to prevent nuclear weapons from killing millions of Israelis. That's their genius plan.
Well, I think Iran's response is it's kind of like the Fort Sumter situation where they want a limited strike so that just an aggressive enough response that provokes retaliation, but not enough to paint them as
And you think there's political will to start a war with Iran? You think that
Unfortunately,
the
it's
current
still
administration can afford that?
You mean Nikki?
Well-
I mean, Nikki Haley wants it.
Oh yeah, I know
I
they
mean,
want it,
there's
but
still a
you
lot of
understand, right?
leftover.
Do you think that they have the capacity to do that?
I mean, that's the gamble. It's
But these aren't idiots, right? These are, I mean, hopefully not. These people know the political situation in America. They know where America is, right? They know hey, this isn't no one here is under the illusion this will be Desert Storm 3 or 2, right? They understand that, right?
Yeah, and the idea is because if Iran was able to get a nuclear weapons, they basically they could keep the United States away from ever attacking them.
Mm-hmm. But
And Israel is
here's
trying
the
to,
thing, right? The opposition to the draft that we saw in Vietnam and Korea, right? That was actually contested by everyday Americans. That force would not be there again. They would not have the anti-draft force enabled to get people to actually go overseas, right? The political situation and realities of the world would not allow any standing force to be capable of doing anything.
The sad part is we're not Ghost. We're not dealing with the most rational of actors in this situation,
Mhm.
unfortunately.
Yeah, we're dealing with a bunch of psychos who, if they could, would start the war right now.
Yeah, and I don't know. It depends on the scale of Iran's attack. What if
How much do you think it would need to be to make normal everyday Americans send their sons to die?
Well, they would, total. I mean, I think what they'll do is one of the targets. It's they'll strike the air base in the north, the Yamat, where a lot of their drones and aircraft have been conducting airstrikes, kind of as a way to thumb and taking them. And we could also see.
No, but what amount of retaliation do you think they would need to make your average American care? So your average
well,
American who's
they would
got
have to be
20%
called upon-
inflation has seen no job growth. Like what? How much? What do you think? What's the minimum to get those people to care enough? And
I don't know. It would probably be a full-scale invasion of Hezbollah from the north.
wait, but that's not
Like,
Iran.
all the-
That's Hezbollah.
Yeah, but Hezbollah is a proxy for Iran.
I know, but
But
enough people
for
can
Iran
disconnect
proper,
them
it
from
would
each
have to
other.
be
I mean,
high enough.
Yeah, they're probably just gonna want to go straight to Iran. They want to go hit the source.
It's like I said. I mean, like you probably know me. I have no investment in this. I have no interest in serving.
oh yeah, I'm
current
just trying to
American.
understand the rationality of it all because, like, like yes, these are evil, corrupt people, but like they're not insane. Probably. Yeah, like like these are they may be evil, but they're tactical at least, right? They understand like the mechanics of starting a conflict and like what you have to like. There has to be a will to do it, and there's no will and there's no enforcement mechanism to make it happen in America.
At this point, but never underestimate the power of propaganda.
Okay, but it's they've had tons of propaganda, and Israel has never been less popular. There's a ridiculous amount of pro-Israel propaganda out there. Israel has never seen their popularity dip to this level. So the propaganda is not
Yeah,
working.
I mean,
right? Am I
I
wrong?
mean, to the point where they're pulling out funding of the universities now because of the anti-Jewish sentiment. Like,
Wait, Ghost, can you repeat what you just asked?
I said Israel has never been less popular in spite of all the propaganda.
True. Yes.
Yeah, they definitely lost.
It's true, right? They've lost an
Even if-
insane amount of popularity, and there's an insane amount of propaganda and advertising effort in promoting them. So you say, like, propaganda is powerful, and I've just illustrated you that propaganda isn't even working.
How is their favorability doing in like places like Europe, which are traditionally like having?
Yeah,
youth
Europe,
as
they're
the
insanely
right-
unpopular in Europe.
oh yeah,
Even
they,
among the youth.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they
among,
wanted-
like the left-wing
And it's not just
governments.
because of their new arrivals, either. It's the existing population that doesn't even find them popular.
they celebrated Israel not qualifying for the Euros like to an extreme
Oh, for
when
God's
that
sakes,
happened.
that's soccer. No one gives a fuck about soccer.
In Europe, though, we're celebrating that they don't have to see them in Germany. Like,
It's kind of funny how like Germany has become so. I mean, if there's one state that has like taken L after L in geopolitics terms, it's this one because their
So
economy
what
is,
politics again?
in terms of world politics, like in
Well.
this conflict.
I mean, they've lost 2 world wars.
Well, no, I mean just not only like their economy is like dried up, like production.
Well, their
is going
entire
down.
economy is based on natural gas, and natural gas is controlled by Russia and various other powers. I mean, can't exactly take an anti-Russia
that
position if
they-
your entire economy is based on natural gas and
And they also
unsustainable
shut down the
solar
nuclear power
panels.
plants too.
and also
Like-
their cars aren't that great anymore. The Japanese have won the car wars.
It's it's so like this is the Green Party in Germany is like almost like their platform resembles the Morgan Powell plan in a way.
If this war makes your Big Mac go up $1 more, you're willing to sacrifice everyone's child in this war? Well, see, that's the problem, Chubbly, is people are willing to sacrifice other people's children, but there's not enough people willing to sacrifice their own children to make it matter.
Look, man, all I know is when people start getting those $20 Taco Bell orders, they're done. People are fed up.
$20 for a Taco Bell order? What happened? But yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I guess the point I'm getting at is the propaganda isn't working, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't imagine it
Kushner
getting
goes-
better, you know? Like, it...
No, it'll get better when Jared Kushner goes back to
But
office.
here's the thing, like, AI, right? AI, like, functions off, positive feedback and responses to, like, things like that's how it works, right? It goes, produces a result, and the more positive the feedback to it, the more likely it is to return those results. So the longer and more often that AI returns, statements that aren't reflected by propaganda, the more likely AI is going to be shaped by that view. So AI is not even going to be an effective tool for producing better propaganda. AI is just going to be a self-reinforcing like machine. That's how it functions.
If anything, it'll be a great anti-propagandist.
Yeah,
We'll
exactly.
switch to the wrong side.
That's exactly the point. So, like, I just don't see the propaganda getting stronger. And, like, me as an American, like, I know, like, you know, if they instituted a draft tomorrow, like, I would be completely anti-draft. I would use everything in my power to help people dodge and avoid the draft. I would use my financial and economic resources to make that happen. And I know there's lots of other Americans that go, no, there's no reasonable conflict overseas that someone else should send their kids to die for.
So, are you telling us to escape to Mexico?
I mean, look, listen, everyone has an exit strategy. But what I'm saying is $20 just to shit my soul, not over $15, I say. But yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know if that. I don't think that's what they're doing with the embassy strike. Like I get like the logic behind that. You know, we want to start World War III to drag our protector into it so that they cause all they destroy our enemy because whatever, they're gonna get nuclear weapons for some weird loophole and their Ayatollah politics. I don't know. I don't really see that as what's going on. Maybe I'm naive, but that's I don't know. Seems like a lot of a stretch,
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I did want to get your take on something, Yellow Lantern. Winston was elucidating this view to me the other day. That he thinks that copyright should expire in 3 years.
Why?
To 7, 3 to 7. We had this big freaking discussion, and I said because it creates a monopoly on entertainment media.
Interesting. I mean, I think current law being like 70 years is too long. I think wasn't it like 10 years
Creator
when it first started?
Yeah, it was like 7 years back in like the 90s.
Well, like, okay. I think a lot of reasonable people could make arguments that maybe it shouldn't be life plus X. There's reasonable arguments you make about that. But in general, like, let's just talk about, like, what's the basic principle of a copyright, right? Like, what is the idea of a copyright, right? That you have exclusive rights and ownership to an idea, right? Isn't that kind of what it is,
That's
Yellow Lantern?
me?
Well, it's also you own the rights to the character, like, like people can't like pass off your content and like as their own. That would
Right,
be,
but that's kind of the principle, right, behind copyright, right? That you have ownership of your ideas and the things you create, right?
Yeah.
So at what point does the state have the right to seize that from you?
I would say it's not really a. It's kind of. It depends on like the.
But I mean, that's
like,
what's
what
happening, right? If your thing is being forced into the public domain, it's the state seizing it and giving it so everyone can use it, right? Because if no one owns something, if everyone owns something, you don't own it anymore, right? It's antithetical to the concept of ownership.
Ownership. I mean, that's kind of the idea of like some have argued. No, there's no such thing as like IP ownership. Your ideas are not owned by you.
Well, it's interesting. That's interesting too, because if you look at board games, right? Board games have a very interesting history of how like copyrights work there. What's kind of been the conclusion in the board game industry is that you can own a specific game, but you can't own like game mechanics itself, right?
Yeah.
So like, hey, I made Dominion. I own Dominion, but that doesn't mean other people can't make a deck builder, even though that's the primary, mechanic of Dominion is deck building. But like, I don't exclusively own like the way deck building works. If someone else builds a game with a different arrangement of deck building and other things, that's fine. The fact that other people can like resynthesize like the components of your idea, they can't just steal your idea, right? Because you own it.
Yeah. It is. It's. I've seen both arguments for like there should be no such thing as even copyright if there's if ideas can be trademarked. So
Well, I also just think it's like what happened. Like, let's say you have a 3-year copyright, right? Like, is that reasonable?
that seems a bit short,
Isn't
but-
it? Like, I mean, like you can't even get something to a shelf if it's a product.
Yeah, and that's a problem too. Like, it can't just be like characters or like worlds you create, or like, I mean, obviously trying to trademark or copyright like words is silly.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. I feel like that the original. Here's the thing about like original words, regardless of your view on copyright. Like, hey, those patents expired. Those copyrights expired years ago.
Right.
You know,
And think
honestly,
there
I
is
would
the
almost say like
extreme,
every iteration of every word, existed the second that the concept of the alphabet, right, was finalized, right?
yeah, people either keep inventing new words or like reforming older ones. I have a little essay about.
Yeah, but I'm saying like as soon
Working
as
on-
like the concept of the alphabet was finalized, like every word combination possible existed at that moment, right?
Well, no, of course, you have to also consider that alphabets can add or remove letters, even occasionally.
Yes.
For example, I think we used to have the Thrawn letter with the th sound. That was actually it's in Icelandic. Iceland's alphabet still has it, but we used to have it too, and then we got rid of it because we're like, well, we don't really this doesn't seem much use outside of like th, which we can just.
Is that the letter that looks like it's an E that's like on its back with a line through it?
Kind of, yeah. It makes it's like a half theta. It's like, but it makes the sound.
Yeah, I've seen what that is.
Yeah.
See,
I
it'd
mean,
been
there's a
old,
few others.
old English.
Which, oh, speaking of you, that's actually my next essay that's gonna come out next week about that. But it's making a case to reintroduce a word that I think would be useful in terms of addressing people of familiar. You guys have heard of the word "thou," right?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Well, you
before
know
we
what
before we get into this article, though, I'm just curious. So, where do you stand on copyrights? Like, what would you say?
I'm kind of ambivalent. I see the arguments for IP ownership and copyright, and I see the ones against, because they point to like, how can someone make money off of it if suddenly it's public domain and now everyone's using your idea? And I also see the case of there is like kind of a de facto monopoly on certain companies because of their lobbying for strict or like long copyright. I feel like there should be like different tiers and different categories of copyright.
You're saying that the powerful and wealthy should decide where those are.
I would agree with Yellow Lantern. There should be different categories and tiers for copyright.
I think
Yes.
I think my main issue with it all is I see where the impetus to like end copyrights and trademarks is, and it's to obviously, attack the concept of ownership because, hey man, you're not using that copyright for 30 years. Why the fuck should you still have it? Hey man, that beach house you have, you don't live in it, you should have to give that up. You shouldn't have ownership. That's not an unreasonable stretch to make based on that, right?
I think it is an unreasonable stretch.
I don't
Really?
think it's like, I don't know if IP ownership is comparable to like owning real world property.
I would say it is.
I think that's it's like, are ideas the same as physical property? Like, and we see,
Ideas
for
can
example,
concern physical things, yes, but
I think it's because there's for example, Superman. He's going to be a public domain hero at some point. Like, he's no longer going to be owned by DC. The Siegel and Schuster family is no longer going to like renew their contract with DC at some point. He'll be but people are saying, is it going to be like this Winnie the Pooh films that are like
Yes.
dark and gritty and violent?
yes.
We're going to see that
Mhm.
come in, and
Nice.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There is some like, I like I would, I wouldn't mind seeing more. There would probably be if copyright laws were loosened a little bit to allow certain interpretations and takes. It would be one thing, but like you always have to be aware that there are companies that do abuse it. I mean, like we saw Nintendo like take one of the biggest Switch emulator like.
It's a bit more of a complicated case because they were actually profiting off the endeavor. I mean, like.
I think it's we're like this.
There's a lot more gray
I would say
than it
that's-
should have been.
That should be. It's the fair. I think fair use law should be more clarified about this, because they're not going to care if you like say, "Here's this game or this." By the way, I don't own the character, all rights to Nintendo, and I'm not going to try to make money off of them.
Yeah, I mean, this
I
is
think that's
one of the things, like Japan specifically, they have a huge doujin industry, which, usually involves pornography and shit about characters and whatnot, but most creators in Japan are just like, yeah, whatever, that's fair use, We don't endorse or any of the activities going on in these, but, like, whatever, we're not going to tell you not to draw this shit. But I think that's kind of what we should move more towards. And American copyright law does not allow for that.
I don't know if there's a correct answer to this because of the different levels of like IP ownership, what's being copyrighted, what's fair use. I don't think it's been resolved yet.
I think what needs to be changed, if I had to make changes about it, I would be more ironclad about, hey, just because someone allows someone to fair use their characters or create a derivative work with their characters doesn't mean they're giving up all rights to the copyright itself. Stuff like that. Little stuff that would go a long way. Because that's where a lot of the friction comes.
I'll let you use these characters with some strings attached.
Well, yeah, or just like, hey, man, your character was a huge influence for me. Can I have them make a cameo? Yeah, sure, why not? That's...
Yeah.
That should not be like, oh, wait, they let this person do this. That means they're not enforcing their copyright. And that's as it currently is, right?
Yeah.
Is that some other lawyer comes along and says, hey, they let this character be used in this, in this commercial endeavor, which means they're not protecting their copyright 100%, which means they're foregoing their copyright. And that shit like that's fucking dumb.
There should be, obviously, these edge cases should be addressed, but you don't want to make too many unprincipled exceptions, or we either get no copyright or even stricter copyright as a result.
I mean, that's not even like an edge case. I mean, that's quite common, and there are lawyers that make entire careers off those copyright cases.
Right. I think it should be less. Like I said, it is a question that I feel like has no one simple answer because of the various agreements or like different levels of IP ownership.
And the problem is that like the largest IP owners and governments are the two people that are deciding the rules on it. And let's be honest, a lot of those people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, and have every incentive to make it so.
I think so. I would say 10 years is a more reasonable limit for copyright.
So you think Ridley Scott should have made no money off like later iterations of Blade Runner? George Lucas shouldn't be making money off the original trilogy anymore, and 1990s.
It should scale to the maybe. I feel.
What
like
do you mean it should scale?
Like how popular is the IP itself?
So what you're saying is that smaller creators on smaller margins should be destroyed even more, while bigger creators are protected for longer?
I would try to, you would try to favor the smaller ones. I feel like you should try to...
So that you would punish bigger creators for making things that are popular at that point?
We would have to have a system that, like...
Yeah, you gotta remember, Blade Runner was, had a renaissance. It wasn't considered a popular movie when it first came out.
Yeah, that's the point I was getting at, is that, it had no it barely, scratched, the cultural significance and had a renaissance many years later. But, if you say 10 years,
Song was like that, too.
I think I would say maybe it could go with what the creator, and I think it's like the creators should have the power about what can be used their characters and likeness and what can't.
Yeah, I think that's currently how it works with fair use. But the problem is, where, copyright law goes in is that people go, oh, well, we don't think that's what they mean, and it's like, well, yeah,
I think there should be less ambiguity.
Yeah, I agree with that. Less ambiguity. I guess my point though is that's like, it's so arbitrary to pick a number of years, right?
Yeah, I would say it should be. It should be infinite until like indefinitely until like if the creator says I have no use for this anymore, I'll give it to the public, and you guys can do whatever you want with it. That'd be one thing, but like yeah.
I think you can make a very interesting case to say that the original creator can like veto future decisions concerning the product,
Yeah.
Like you can make an interesting case of like saying that, hey, like obviously existing properties, of course, we can't just invalidate all these contracts like that. So, your existing things will be under old rules, but any future things, just know, you're buying an IP, but they have the veto power to put out what they are like responsibly created for. Now, obviously, you would argue that, oh, well, then the studios are going to make themselves be labeled the copyright creator at that point. So you still run into the same issue, but shit like that.
Yeah, it like I said, I don't know if it's gonna be solved in.
It's a complicated
anytime
mess,
soon.
is the answer.
Yeah, it's a complicated mess.
But yeah, I guess like on principle, like I'm not really for having the state seize people's property just because I think it would benefit the public good. I think that's a dark road to go down, Especially because, you think of who is deciding the public good, and maybe you agree with the current government, but what does the next government think, right?
Yeah. Anyone who tries to frame things as like common good immediately start getting your alarm bell should be raised up because people will pounce on that and abuse such notions for non-public good stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, so this is the article I've been working, or a little fun essay. This is actually a history and a grammar guide that I've been wanting to present. And it's about returning to an older style of English that reintroduces the second person pronoun thou and its forms, as well as the verb conjugations we used to have as a language.
Okay.
Yes, so I think people on the panel here have read Shakespearean works or other Middle American English.
Wait, you cut out on me. What did you say?
What did you miss?
Like when you ended the subject about copyright, you began going into a different subject.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it was
about
quiet all of a
article.
sudden, and
This is my next essay. I'm going to
okay, that's
make
what cut
a
out. Okay.
I'm going to make a case to not only return the words, the second person informal pronoun thou back into the English language, but also it's in various forms. And as a side thing, our verb conjugations or inflections would become a bit more complicated to write. But the good news is this would make understanding other languages easier, as well as it would make ours a bit harder to learn, even relearn because of the new inflections. But I think it would benefit us greatly and would help do away with certain language barriers. So Ghost, do you know what I mean by thou? Or what is it? I think Geeky, if Geeky comes back in, he can mention because. So whenever you've learned a language, other than English, you will know that when it comes to addressing people in the second person, there is an informal way and a formal way of addressing them.
Mm-hmm.
So in Spanish you have tú and usted, and in European you have vosotros and ustedes for the second person plural, and just other way like tu, vous in
In
French.
Japanese,
tu,
there's anata and
vi.
omae, which are two very,
Yeah.
very, very different words.
Oh yes, Japanese has like several ways of saying, addressing someone in the second person, which
Yep.
like various levels of formality for each one as well.
But yeah, there's keigo, there's just, traditional speak, there's formal speak, all manner of that, yeah.
Yeah, and Slavic languages have variations like tli, mli, vli, and like it's saying like Belarusian, Ukrainian, Russian, Serbian, Slavonic. There's a lot of them. But English, we don't have this. We have just you as a way to address someone in the second person. You, and we don't have a way of distinguishing between an informal way and a formal way.
It's
But we used to have
tone,
it in-
inflection, and there's other clues to it as well,
Yeah.
but I know what you mean.
But we used to, that was the word thou. That was the informal second person. And so for us friends, I could say, how art thou doing? Or thou knowest what I'm talking about? This was a way of addressing people and doing, and you probably noticed that I didn't say the verbs like how we speak them, like with I said thou knowest, or thou walkest, or that thou canst, thou shalt. That's because those were the verb conjugations and the inflections we used to have in middle medieval English. And you following along, Ghost?
Yeah.
So my case is, I think, as a way to elevate our language and to make it better sounding, we return to that older system by not only reintroducing thou as a second person informal pronoun, but we also conjugate our verbs more based on older forms of the language to make it more consistent and logical.
But how will thou not sound like a condescending asshole while saying it? That's what I need to know.
Well, that's kind of the funny. So
I know, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that
the
the
big thing
challenge?
yeah, the big thing people know is that thou was used for expressing familiarity with people, but single with someone you like or someone intimate. But it could also represent someone you want to like talk down to, or like say you're clear social standing. Like for example, parents would use thou for their kids, but the kids would use you to show formal. And this is true in languages. You have to learn that like when you meet new people, it's best you don't want to use the informal second person pronoun. It would cause a faux pas or even offense. You learn that pretty. Now, some people will be cool.
So are you
and let it
arguing
slide.
for creating more confusion in modern communication?
Not more clarity, and it would help. It would line up the English language closer to others, so that
You don't need to mix it with Zoomer speak, like thou dost rizzed up that woman.
Oh, God. Well, that would be thou resist. Thou resist that fair lady over there, or something like
You
that.
say thou rizzeth thou fair maiden?
No, thou resist thy fair maiden. So yeah, there's the other forms of thou. When it's pronouns will be only cases where we have like cases like nominative, genitive, accusative, dative, locative, instrumental. If you study languages outside of grammar, you will know that like the spelling changes depending on the case of whether like it's the subject, direct object, indirect object, the notion of possession, is it instrumental, is it local? For thou, the objective case, or the nominative, or the accusative and dative, you would use thee with the plus an e, thee. Like, I give thee a hard time, or I give to thee this weapon. That's how you would use. and thy or thine would be the possessive case. We're like, does this artwork belong to thy, or is this is mine and this is thine? You know, thine is used when it's like when the thing you're talking about it starts with a vowel, and thine is when it's a consonant. In case you didn't know, and it even has its own reflexive case where like it's relax, heal thyself, or thyself. And when you put this in, now keep in mind, this is the informal. You would use this with people you're familiar with, like your friends, your family, or people on the same social level. You would never want to use this for like people who are like your boss or people of higher social rank and other sorts of people you look, because it comes off as like, oh, you're being a little you're being, you know, too formal, or like I don't know you that well. It's just keep, and that's kind of like why we started to lose that word, because in the 17th century, when people started moving to cities and urban areas, there was a big thing not to like offend people that were like not your social rank or your social status. So like low status people just had to basically keep using you, or even the nominative form ye. That was actually, ye was the nominative form of the second person formal pronoun.
Well, you
And
can't
you,
use ye anymore because people are just gonna think of yay.
yeah, ye.
Shout out to the
Well,
homie Kanye.
no, yeah, that's kind of, that's fun. But yeah, Geeky, you speak Spanish, right? You know about this distinction between informal and formal ways to address someone in the second person.
Yeah, um, yeah, it's but I get a pass because I'm technically not born in Mexico.
Right. But, you know,
Yeah,
you
I know the congregations and all that. It's funny because I feel like speaking it is more natural than writing it. I just like I hated writing in Spanish because of the congregation. I'm like, it's so much easier.
yeah, it's sort of too. I mean, you know, you would have, you know, for my case, you would relearn the verb conjugation. So this is the rule. So to kind of keep it, so this is what I would change. Let's take the verb to know. This is how it would. I know, thou knowest, he, she, it knoweth, ye or you
No
know.
Canesco.
The issue though that you run into is that you're gonna have to reteach a lot of people how to speak, and they're already having issues doing that with
I know.
normal
Well,
English.
maybe this is the perfect time to like, you know, if people can, I mean, if people don't know how to, if people are like losing a sense, like when you bring this in, you can like get
No, I
them
mean
in.
like pronunciation as well. Like I know I have friends who are speech therapists, and they said the hardest like thing to get these kids to learn are the WH, TH, like SH sounds for some of these people trying to like, and these are kids born here.
Yeah, I would say you would have to expose. They would probably have to hear it first and see
Mhm.
it written to get it in. So, and now, of course, the plural nouns, I'm actually getting thing where they take a en. This is the German. This is actually closer. You may notice people are saying your verb conjugation endings sound very similar to what German has. Like, yeah, that's kind of like where English kind of evolved to be more
Yeah,
dramatic.
English is technically more dramatic than it is Latin. Most people don't know that.
Yeah. And it used to also, I mean, English used to have cases more prominently, and so did the articles. You know, German, the big thing you have to use, do I use der, die, das, des, die, der? You know, the articles change depending on the case too, but that's another topic. I don't know if I'm not going to make English that more difficult to learn, even though like it would change. I mean, it would make English more similar to other Indo-European languages, but it would be a little too complicated to like put on. But so I made it closer to the verb conjugations of German.
500 years at least of changing.
hmm But it's like a little project to kind of like, the reason this is beneficial is because this would reintroduce less ambiguity as well. It would allow a proper way of speaking, and like you can clearly tell if someone is trying to be nice or is being kind of a jerk to you. I mean, it's kind of fun. So there are words for like,
Sarcasm and like stuff
yeah.
like this, though. You're not really.
Yeah, it would be a little. And the funny thing is, there are verbs that are made like specifically for like addressing someone in second person informal, like thouing, like he's thouing me, or I'm youing you. Like there is actually words in like other languages that like revolve around addressing someone with either the informal or formal second person pronouns. Like in Russian they call it tizak or duzen or zizen in German as oh, he's thouing
Like,
me.
I don't want to see
Definitely.
this in Instagram and Twitter bios, though. Like,
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the
Christian
funny,
too.
people, if people get like stuff, oh, did you just assume my gender? Or like, that's kind of like, the people would react to alleged like mispronunciation of like, you didn't refer them as the proper. That would be like, that used to be what people said if you used the wrong second person address to them. If you refer to them as thou instead of you, if they were much higher, they would get offended, or they would like
Okay,
be less.
sorry, I'm back. I was screaming every gamer word known to the world because I have to refile my taxes as my return was rejected.
Oh,
Fun times.
yeah. I hope you did. I hope we
Not
haven't
like your
arrived at the
expertise.
PewDiePie bridge. We have
Finance is my expertise. Losers do accounting. But no, it's
Well, I was just describing.
I was listening kind of in the background. I was
I see.
screaming into
Well,
the
I
void
just-
though. That was all.
It's kind of funny. It goes. There used to be like there was a verb like to thou
On
someone,
Monday
or
goes.
thou
Can you get
someone,
this done in 2 days?
or youing.
I mean, yes, yeah. Doing your taxes is quick.
Now, thou still exists. It only survives either in church services and poetry, or just unironically in some titles, like the movie
Shakespeare.
"Wherefore Art Thou."
Much thou
Brother.
in Shakespeare.
There's
Yeah,
a
he
Metallica
uses
song
it
called
too.
"Wherefore Art Thou."
And so the reason I'm introducing this as well is, I mean, it's a long shot because English is the lingua franca of the world in terms of trade, international language, and people learn. So, like, if you're going to re-add this on top of people, it would make learning the language harder, but it would also make it more logical.
People don't even want to learn cursive.
Yeah, I know. People don't even, or or some people don't even want to handwrite stuff anymore. They just want to type it. But that's something I've like I've just been having fun because it's like, I know other languages that do this verb conjugation and they address people either casually or formally depending on the context. So like, for example, I will use thou with you guys because we're all very familiar with each other. We're casual, we're on the same like level. But for like older people, for like my boss or like my employee, or like people of general higher social ranking, I would use you or ye, depending on the conjugation, as a way to avoid offending. So having a thou you, a thou ye, like a distinction in English and bringing back the verb conjugations would do a lot, would probably revive like social status and hierarchy in sense, but it would like be something too interesting, and other people who learn language could, and vice versa, could pick up on English faster because they could see the verb conjugations, they can see the little things. Now the trouble is, what exactly are the spelling rules and pronunciations for the verb conjugate? So for the second person, you would add the suffixes to the verb, like either just a T, an ST, or an EST. For the third person, it's ETH, sometimes just ES or S or TH, depending on the like I said, it depends on the root, which doesn't change. Plural ones, you would just add EN, like this would be a new one, like we walken or they walken. But I'm actually going to add a new one because in Spanish, there's actually a second person informal pronoun, vosotros, and a formal one with ustedes. Is that correct? I don't know if you can hear me, but for that, so I've decided to come up with a new word for this. People have used y'all, but I also want another one. What about thou?
That actually is correct. I took 5
Not
years of Spanish in school.
So
Vosotros is like y'all.
no,
And
it's only used in
ustedes-
like it's only used in like Argentina now, and maybe like some parts and like Costa Rica and El Salvador, not Mexico.
Yeah, it like I said, it's either Castilian Spanish or some of the like the Philippines, Ecuador, New Guinea, or Argentina, some parts in Latin America, but in like Mexico and Central, not really present. But so I was thinking, what if we had that in English, but instead of y'all, we had thou, thou, all, thou, as a way to kind of even like a certain level of formality. But of course, that verb conjugation would be with an es, like thou knowest. And
Y'all know
but thou know es, or thou know it, et, depending on the verb and depending on the suffix. But you know, that would still be the formal way. That would be like it is. Like older English, the e was not silent. So if you wanted to make it even more like German, the first person would be I know no e or noe, with the e no longer being silent or added on, which I wouldn't want to add that back in because the e being silent in English actually does change the pronunciation of the words. Like it doesn't like sometimes, like we know this, like silent e can sometimes cause the words or the letters in the middle of the word to change sound. So I didn't want to do that just yet. I mean, that's an innovation. I don't know if that would take off well. It could, considering there's a lot of demographic shifts of people who have languages that do pronounce like it's photogenically consistent. But that would be my case. So to review, I would argue that we should reintroduce thou into the language in English to not only, bring back a lost way to address people informally and familiar, but also as a way we would change our verb conjugations to be more consistent and
So your
added
plan
more.
is to further complicate communication to better make communication?
We're not complicating. I'm clarifying it.
I mean,
we're
adding whole new ways of. I mean, that you're adding to it, which does further complicate it, right?
sort of, but it removes ambiguity and it makes English closer to the other Indo-European languages with this TV distinction. And when I mean TV, that was in Latin, in French too. There's tu, vu, which is the informal ways of addressing someone in the second person. And it would also make learning languages with this, easier both ways in a sense.
Would it though?
I have a question. Here's my question: when did we stop using words like "thou" and whatnot? Like,
I addressed this too. I think the reason it started to fall out of favor, is that one way is because when cities became urbanized more and more, new people coming in, a lot of them were scared of like accidentally offending like nobles or the king or other higher ranks. So they didn't want to use thou as much, and it just kind of fell off, especially as we got into the colonies. Now, the Quakers, the religious community, never used you. They only used thou for both informal and formal because of their like egalitarianist teachings and religion. This of course caused them to often get run out of town because people did not want to be called thou if they didn't know them. They weren't in on the social norms that the Quakers had, which caused them to get, like, among a lot of other reasons, to be chased
Ostracized.
out of towns. But
Everyone thought they were a bunch of weirdos,
but there
basically.
so thou didn't completely go away though. In English, in some dialects, in some accents, it still it still carried on. It still was you even today. There are some dialects that still use, but they don't pronounce it like thou. They pronounce it like tha or they or tha. They don't use like the standard pronunciation now. And of course, it still is exists in poetry, in religious sermons, in other like fancier advertisements. Like who still want to use it? Like you've seen the movie title like "Brother, wherefore art thou?" or "I vow to thee my country." You will see them use these older forms of it, but in terms of popular speech, yeah, it doesn't really hear it, which is why I kind of want to like bring it back so that we can now like. And of course, the side effect of making this is that our verb conjugations would get harder, but they would also make more sense in a way. And I feel like once you just use them enough in practice, you'll be able to like say them without a second thought.
But now,
And of course,
Yo Lantern, hear me out
Yeah.
on this, right? We have an entire generation or 3 of pop culture, right? That's completely devoid of this thou distinction, right?
right.
So
And I think I will address
how would that like wouldn't that render a lot of that less more difficult for people to understand and work with? Like why is everyone being so
Depends.
informal all the time?
It could be a top down sort of thing where all of a sudden you see it being promulgated. Like if it's being used in TV shows, if you see it being more like people using it, like people will catch on and start to. I mean, it could be taught again. Shakespearean
How will you
English.
teach 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds this again?
Well, it depends. I mean, like it doesn't have to be the older ones. It could be just you give it to the younger people who are in school. You get them to learn this way. You get people practicing.
Yo, Lantern,
them.
if you said thou to your parents, how would they react to that?
Oh, they're cool with it because I'm their son. Well, they know they know the distinctions. They would always. Now, obviously,
Consider that
hundreds of
for a
years ago,
normal family, though.
well, obviously, hundreds of years ago, they would be.
It'd be very
A
normal,
little
but
taken
today, like, it's very abnormal to use it, right? Come home and like, what the hell are you saying thou for? I mean, that's the normal response to that. Like, you think an 8-year-old's gonna be able to explain to their parents, oh, no, we're bringing back the they-thou distinction so that we can better communicate? No, it's...
Yeah,
it's,
I will.
it's
I
too...
will mention this.
I guess I'm saying is, like, your solution is too top-down.
Unfortunately, we've seen in the past top-down solutions do work. The
When?
Bolsheviks. Oh, the spelling reform of the Russian alphabet was top-down. The
And what year was this?
This was 1918.
1918. The Soviet... United Soviet Socialist Republics, right?
Well, even before it was called. Well, the Soviet Union came into existence in 1922, but the Bolsheviks, the Red Army-controlled factions, they ditched the older spelling, and the White Army held on to it, even as enclaves of the emigrant communities, even up to the 1970s. But even they started using. I will say that, like I said, it would be more of a niche.
What do you mean by
hobby
these
thing.
spelling changes, though?
Oh, like they removed 4 letters from the alphabet. They changed some of the spelling of thing, and it basically was a way to break the Russian language away from Church Slavonic.
From what?
Church Slavonic was the language that many Slavic countries based their orthography off of, where it had these weird pronunciations or these weird spellings that didn't really make sense in grammatical.
Well, you're saying they simplified it.
They simplified it, but they also made it harder because they caused a lot of words that were spelled with older letters that were replaced with new ones to become less unambiguous. So in some ways they took away some stuff, or they added some more.
They took away some stuff, but they added some more.
So they introduced a new letter, the yod with the e with the umlauts. Whereas Yeah, they removed the yat letter, the decimal I, the finta, and just replaced them with the, regular yeah, the backward N, which is an I or an E in Russian, and the fita became just the F like letter, the F sound instead of the TH, because Russian didn't have the TH pronunciation.
So is
That
your
was
plan to basically make pronoun laws for this?
No, I don't know if that would work. I mean, some countries, they have an academy that like regulates the language, or like uses the official spelling rules. English, Teddy Roosevelt tried to do that in the early 19th century, in the early like 20, because he wanted to make the English language. He wanted to make the letters sound like how they were supposed to be spelled. Like
Teddy
phone
was a
going to
progressive.
be- yeah,
Oh,
like phone was going to be like
scholars tell me how to speak English again. Like, I'm not going through that again.
I mean, that's going to be
Like-
the normal response to that. It's like, no, fuck this, dude. That's how we've talked
it would
our
have
whole
to be
lives.
so to form it
Yeah.
naturally, to be grassroots.
You gotta
have to
no,
get
you gotta
dedicated
like
people.
But okay, but
you gotta.
what's the
normies
grassroots
aren't gonna
need for
be okay
this,
with
though?
this.
I would say you start incremental stuff, like you
What,
introduce
you get
it
Taylor
slowly.
Swift to start singing, to start saying "thou" and "they" and all that shit.
That would be that'd be one
It
strategy.
would
like-
probably be more effective, but
Yeah, you get popular people to start using this. You would, or I should say, thou wouldst also have the centers of knowledge and communication use these distinctions and verb inflections. And
but
the
do
more
you
you
think
use
that
it,
they would agree that it's worth the extra headaches and hassle?
Yeah, they already hate grading our English papers. Like, you
Well,
think they want to do
And
extra
also,
work?
yeah, talk
It
about
would
that with like, oh,
require-
you're a professor, you're grading a paper, and it's
Yes, and
like,
I
well, they
think this
wrote
would
it in
require,
Newspeak dialect
ultimately-
instead of Old Speak dialect. It's technically correct in Old Speak dialect, but we need it in Newspeak. Like, I don't know.
I think this would require decades of spiritual and cultural change
Hear
as
it.
well.
What does that even mean?
As then you would have to get into the mindset of like, making distinctions between different people at different statuses more
So
clear.
what you're saying is you want to recastify society, I guess?
No, not really like class and caste, like they don't go away. I feel like they don't, like there's always going to be different levels of hierarchy and social status regardless of whatever like degree of leveling impulses there will be. There will always be like people on top. I feel like, when you reintroduce these ways, you sort of you clarify and show that, it's less clear. It's now pretty clear, like where you stand as a person amongst society and what your social status is.
What's your social status, Yellow Lantern?
Me? Well, it depends.
I'm poor.
I'm not.
I was asking you, what's
I'm
your
not-
social status? I'm curious. I mean, this is such an easy thing to figure out. Just define it for me.
I would say upper middle class.
Upper middle class. Okay.
So
Are
I
you
would
better
still-
than middle class people?
Well, like I said, it's easy to. It
An
depends
easy
on
yes
the
or no
time.
question. It's a binary.
Technically speaking, yes.
Okay, you're better than them. Why are you better than them?
Well,
I don't know.
better mannerisms, more conscious of rules, and I try to avoid
Better
devolving into
mannerisms, more
vulgarity.
conscious of rules.
I feel like that's what defines like higher status people and lower status is more attuned to social norms, or like, do you
So basically,
Do
if
you
talk
respect
like you're
people's
from the hood-
pronouns?
depends
If people
on
ask you to refer to them by their pronouns, you refer to them by that. Do you acknowledge
we
that commonly accepted part of our social rules?
Well, it depends. I feel
it
the problem is
depends.
I'm
Oh,
introducing
please
new
elaborate.
Social norms. I'm introducing new social now. obviously, if people don't respect that or think that's silly, they would just thou them. They would be just, I'm not calling you is, I'm just referring to you as thou eternally, as in,
That's-
you're
So you
beneath
don't
me, or-
respect
That's
the
pretty-
modern
that's pretty rude.
rules, right? You don't follow the
Well, that's
modern
kind of the-
rules of conversation that are largely socially accepted, is what you're saying.
for now. That's the problem.
Oh, okay,
Like I
okay.
said,
So then
society
you're
is
not
based on
better
values.
than middle class people, right? Because you share that view with middle class people that no, I don't do that, right? Why are you better than them?
So this is how it works. If for people above me, for people
Above
who I
you?
respect
Who's
for
above
what
you?
they do, well, I respect
Well,
my
well,
parents.
I mean, well isn't an
my
answer.
boss.
Well is where you get water from.
Okay, Ghost, you're kind of losing the point. The point is when things come, like, for people who are like, here's how it works. Like the boss, if you're for a company, you would refer to your CEO, your managers with just respectful you.
No, you
And if
refer
you
them
wanted
as
to
your
deny-
superior.
Yeah.
Yeah, your superiors. Whereas
You call them by their.
people
You
of
call them by
your
their. Or given the name they tell you to call them by.
Yeah. And also, like, here's the other thing about that. Like, that's directly within, like, a single existing system, right? Like, you're not,
Well,
like,
it's-
assigned your hierarchy, right? You kind of, ideally, meritocratically decide your position in it, or it's decided by your parents, or, you know, whatever, your circumstances, whatever, right?
Sometimes you queue, sometimes you don't. It really depends. And I mean, if you take some theories, that class is basically biological as well.
Biological.
In some-
Oh, please, go on.
Oh, please. Oh.
So there's been, like, for example, if people were if like old aristocrats and others of, like, in Russia and China, if they were thrown into gulag but survived, they've looked at and they found that their kids, they tend to have still higher social status standing, where they do much more successful in life.
Why? Because their grandparents have character?
Well, maybe.
Like,
they're
I mean,
just,
sorry,
you
you
know,
survive horrible circumstances, you usually come out better than someone raised in an easy life, right? You're
Right.
generally, like, you
some
become a
people,
tougher
I
person,
accept
and you
that.
probably develop tougher values that are more adept for dealing with the
I-
world.
Yeah, I accept that there are probably people who are, like, naturally better and gifted in certain regards, and others would have to work much, much more difficult circumstances. But I kind of accept that, because I realize, you're never, trying to force everyone to be the same, like, class or the same equal stuff. Like, it just never works out. Like, communism will always fail, or all forms of, like, this. Eventually, like, new hierarchies get built. And sometimes, like I said, not always the best rise to the top. Sometimes, if you got a system in place that, like, disfavors people, you get these weird, like, types of hierarchies that I don't feel like are, like, as, like, justified or as, naturally flowing. And
Fine, naturally flowing.
Yeah,
as in,
that's a good
like-
place to go. Like, what makes it natural?
I would
Because,
say
like,
what
natural
it's like-
hierarchy is the guy with the biggest stick that can kill everyone, is the leader,
that's-
right?
well,
that's nature, right? You see animals, right? You see,
Yeah.
it's the biggest fucking lion that leads the pride, right? Because he's the best at killing shit.
Yeah, and it depends on
That's
like I
that's
said, it
nature.
also
That's what
depends on
nature
the-
decides. Nature decides that the most efficient killer or protector or whatever, whatever is most valued in that tribe or of animals or whatever, right? It's the biggest killer, the person that can kill the best, right?
It's someone with the big dick energy.
Well, and it also depends on, like, levels of respect. If you want it to be, like, confrontational, some people, like I said, will be jerk. Like, they will never address someone formally with you. They will always use, like, thou or whatever equivalent there is in other languages. They would always address.
But are you
That's
saying if
because
you
of-
want hierarchies to be formed naturally, you want the biggest, strongest, scariest ape to be in charge?
Not necessarily.
But that's
We're
the
not
natural
we're not-
hierarchy. That's the natural.
Well-
that's the way of nature.
Yeah.
well, we don't live in nature. We live in society.
We do live in nature. What the fuck are you talking about?
We don't
We've
live
built
in, like,
civilization in cities, but everything is within nature. Like, we're not magically outside of nature. Like, nature is there, and our nature we
I think there is
have
a
we have
between society
instincts. We
and
have
nature.
primal urges. Like we're not fucking we're not robots.
Or are we?
No, Elon, we're not robots, right? Like we exist in reality, right?
I'll wrap this up because I have to go to bed soon. But that's what I address the history of this. I make a case why we could bring it back. I show some verb conjugations to show how this system would work, and I will address the challenges of reviving this, bringing back this pronoun and the verb conjugations that we used to have. And I would address the challenge, and I would say, like, obviously this would not change overnight because of the way in which language is like used nowadays.
Seems more
'Cause,
like
you know, we
like
don't-
5,000 years to get this fixed.
Not 5,000. I don't think really that, because America, we don't have formal academies that regulate the language. We don't have stuff. Now, obviously, in society, I come around to my friend's argument that like we don't have an Overton window. We have taboos, and they always change depending on like who's in charge and what is considered like status worthy. What is high status? What is low status?
When you say there's no Overton window, how do you mean?
So the Overton window is this concept of like
I know what the
things
Overton window
being-
is, but when you say we don't have one, what do you mean?
that in reality we have in society. This is what my friend was arguing. He had made a case for this. He wrote a nice. Every society has taboos. We have certain taboos that we make of stuff we can't say or talk about, and the people who do often face legal or social consequences for breaking them. And they constantly.
I mean, I'm okay with people not talking about rape in public and like how great
yeah,
it
that's
is.
the point. There are always going to be taboos. There's never going to be a taboo-less society.
I'm
And they
sorry,
change-
go
like, for
struggle,
example,
struggle.
Like
what do you so what do you say? Is that we shouldn't have taboo, or that you should be the people deciding what the taboos are? What's the point?
Well, it depends. Like, I don't think we could ever like. That's the problem. Is taboos constantly change. I don't think we'll ever see like a strict set, or no. There have been cases where I feel like the taboos have been too strict or have been the wrong kind of taboos.
I mean, other than saying certain words like, okay, I was couple say F
yeah, I don't want people to like use. For example, I personally frown upon profanity in public. I don't want people to like, use
Or,
vulgar or crass language. I don't want them yelling or like making scenes. There are social.
It's
behaviors
unsightly.
that
I feel that, but
Yeah, or like smoking cigarettes in public was a big issue. Now it's like, all right, you don't do that. I mean, people that do are kind of like, come on, man, like, look where we're at.
Here, let me actually. I have the link for this article. I'll put it in the. Where would you want to put me? You can
put
read
in the
this.
suggest stories or the showroom. Either one of those will work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You made like this is the case now. Like, and like I said, you got to be careful with the what kind of taboos you want. Sometimes because they constantly keep.
I mean,
changing.
like the taboo against like fucking your sister. Probably there are logical reasons to not do that. Around genetics and various other reasons why it's a bad idea to breed with your siblings, right?
Obviously, yeah. And like I said, it used to be, and people used to frown upon, they frowned upon same-sex attraction. They didn't even.
Well,
call
why
that
would they do that?
identity. Well, they used to be. I mean, people associated bad behaviors or like health issues with
You
their.
say they were prejudicial, basically.
Well, everyone has to be to a degree, and it like. That's kind of the thing. Like people would like.
Well, why would that be a
Everyone
bad taboo? I
discriminated
just don't
at some
understand.
Like it used to be a taboo for like.
No, I know
people,
why it was,
like,
but I'm asking like, what's the problem? I mean,
there would be. I mean, there are disagreements with it as an identity, as a categorical thing. There have been people have been like rejecting the concept of like people who identify as this or X. Even like there's been like a thought
now,
that has
careful
said,
though,
like,
Yellow Lantern. You're threatening your high class status by disagreeing with these rules, my friend.
Yeah, that's the problem. Well, I don't know if I'm the high status because
I don't know, upper middle
American
class. I
society-
mean, there's a lot of classes below you. I'd say probably
No, no.
70 to 80% of the population's below that, at least.
Correct, but I do feel a little sense of noblesse oblige that I don't like go out of my way to always
Noblesse
act up.
oblige. It's a fancy word that people do to feel good about themselves.
Yeah, I
Like
agree
honestly,
with
if
that
you want to
one.
be honest about like all this, oh I'm a noble. Oh,
Obviously,
fuck
like,
yourself.
you know-
Like what the fuck are you people talking about? It's like the
I
most
don't,
like masturbatory word, noblesse oblige. Oh, I'm just a man of the little people.
Well, it used to be a good thing to have, as in, as a way to say,
I know, but
I'm
anyone that
obliged
refers
to
to
you.
themselves in that way, I instantly know is disingenuous. Like it's like anyone that like actually has that as like a core like moral principle or concept would never refer to themselves as having noblesse oblige. It's like I could never imagine anyone that's like genuinely thinks like that to ever even utter the word, because like why would you? That's just the normal, acceptable, great way to be. Like that's what I think someone that has that concept or believes it would actually think. But maybe I'm overestimating people. I don't know. That's just the way I see it. It's just like, oh, I'm so great. Like, okay, sure, cool, but
And it is, like I said, I think there has to be a lot of changes in society. There has to be a lot of we have to come to better understandings.
what's the plan to change society?
Well, I don't know if I don't have one. I recognize
You don't
that
have
there
it.
is
You just hope
issues.
someone else takes up the mantle and does it for you.
No, I haven't, one thing at a time. I haven't, if I want to, like, it's not like my reintroduction of thou and the verb conjugations into our language is going to suddenly make society better. I don't, little things, little moving parts have to be put in place. It's not a domino effect.
I mean, to be fair, you're not obligated to make society better. You have no obligation to it anyway.
Yeah, maybe you just let it burn like all of us scare at this point.
I mean, it's
That was
like
kind of a thing. Curtis Yarvin and Chris UFO had that debate about this of like what are I know he's like you do good work exposing like college plagiarists and campus stuff, but the country is still kind of a sinking ship. So we need to either. So I think the failure state for America is becoming more anarcho-tyranny, where everyone says South Africa is like the failure end goal, where it's complete, like the central government can never be trusted, there's massive crime, the demographics have
but
been
like
so...
the central government can never be trusted.
It used well...
No
I'd
central
say-
government can ever be trusted. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean,
Are you on the government harder daddy train now?
no. Statecraft.
Okay, let's talk about the existing Western central governments. Of them, which do you trust?
You don't need to trust any of them.
No, I'm just asking.
But there
Is
needs
there
to be-
one that you would trust to do the right thing on behalf of their citizens?
Well, you're seeing what El Salvador is doing.
Is that a Western country?
It is in the sphere of West.
Yes, but Western
is.
does not mean like the actual physical location. West is more than that, right? Like Japan is a Western country.
For example, I would say the United States government before the FDR and civil rights regimes was a lot more trustworthy than it was now. And it just grew. And now it's a caveat. So one of my friends, I have a lot of good friends who are like, they're critical of like libertarianism or they're critical of the anarchism types because
I mean, they're their own worst enemies.
well, they point out that, we're so used to being badly governed that we can't imagine a system where we actually did have a functioning society.
But you're saying, sorry, before when again?
I would say before the managerial revolutions of the 20th
No,
century.
but when was that?
Between the 1930s and 1960s, we had a lot
So
of
you think
changes.
in the 1920s we had good governance?
Oh God, no.
We had a more stuff. Like, for example, I would say most states don't qualify for Max Weber's monopoly on force definition.
No one even knows what that means.
Well, Max Weber was the guy who defined like what a state is or a government as a organization that has a monopoly that rules by having a monopoly on force.
I think where
I don't
Max Weber's
think you're
definition
right.
gets it wrong is his definite. It's not a monopoly on force. It's a monopoly on what is considered legitimate force. That's the
Yeah,
distinction
legal
that he needs. That's the main distinction that he fails to get. It has to be
That's how they-
force
and I
that
would
is
say
legitimized,
a lot
and
of
in the case of the
states
state
don't
through law and force, it legitimizes itself by saying it's legal when we do this to you. You know, if anyone else took my money like the IRS did, they would be considered a robber.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think human nature is that there's never going to be a organization that doesn't have the ability to enforce its will that can exist. You know, it's it. I feel like that's the problem too, is that we form governments because we want organizations that use force to get our service and what they mean.
I mean, governments
I
are
think that's
forced because people can do that. I mean, and they want
Yeah,
to.
it's-
Like, it's not a matter of
it's-
like, hey, everyone's like, we need a
there are
government. It's
extensions
just
of,
like,
like-
oh, yeah, no, I would like that to be. I would like to be able to, you know, kill my enemies. I would like them to defend me from my enemies. I would like them to be able to steal resources from other people and give them to myself. Like, it's just human nature. It's tribalism. It's tribalism with extra steps.
It's kind of a, it's kind of a, it's kind of a, like I said, you know, I'm more into reading the works of people like Carl Ludwig von Haler. And
It
his
sounds
Patrick
more like
Ward.
it's not okay when they do it, but it's okay when I do it.
Yeah, a lot of
Oh,
it
that's
is
the-
that. I mean,
Oh, don't get me started. So I had I might, in my next article defining words and sayings, I will get into the friend-enemy distinction that Schmidt and
okay,
like.
so
how it's-
how do you not
So
follow
it's
the friend enemy
okay.
distinction? Would you like to
Not
elaborate?
So it's okay when I do it, but not when they do it. Okay, we got it. We solved it, guys. We did it.
Pretty much is.
It's never going. Yeah, the eternal.
Everyone I don't like is a communist. Is the thing. You know, it's unfortunately a thing people fall into as well.
Yeah.
But like, the reality is,
Instead
I
of-
mean,
it's-
you
instead
follow
of
the
the
friend
word
enemy
following-
distinction, right? That's how you view the Russia-Ukraine war, right?
No, he's pro-Russian.
No, because like, you know, you're anti-West, right? You're like anti-Western
not
because
anti-
Western governments are against your religion and against your, you know, your beliefs, right? They promote things that you find abhorrent and you don't want to have supported, right?
You're putting them. The way I see it.
But
I
that,
feel like
but I'm right,
what-
right? You say it, you see them, right? As like they're anti-orthodox. They are against the tenets of your faith. They do things you consider immoral, correct?
Unfortunately, a lot of many states.
Wait, are you talking to me or?
No, I'm talking to
not
Yellow
you,
Lantern.
fool. You're next.
We'll get to you, Winston.
Wait, I don't get it. I don't get it. What are you accusing Yellow Lantern of? Like,
I'm
It's
just saying
not
that
okay-
Yellow
it's-
Lantern
no.
follows the friend-enemy distinction that he says other people do.
Yeah, it's not okay
There are-
when they
there are
do it, but it's
where it's
okay when
not
I do it.
applicable.
Yeah.
Because I am the smarter one. That's the argument we're getting.
There are cases when it's not that applicable, and I feel like it doesn't work.
Okay, but you would agree,
will-
right, that
I
you
will
also
say-
follow the
I will
friend-enemy
disagree.
distinction, right, in the way that you apprise yourself of situations, right?
Not always. There are some cases where I realize that this is not a political statement. This is not a conflict that requires. So I scale back and say, oh, this person is just, you know, this is just a strange encounter. I don't know if this person is like friendly to me or I should just be neutral, because there are cases where.
So
someone
you're saying as
doesn't-
long as it's not applied unilaterally, it doesn't really apply to you? Is that what you're saying?
It's
No.
only-
Let me actually. I gotta find my notes on what I've been taking on this, because like the friend enemy distinction gets misused a lot. This is
In what way does it get misused?
let me here is so so a lot of people, so like I said, the friend enemy distinction comes from Carl Schmitt's comments on this topic and like discussing the art of the political or crisis of parliamentary democracy. Like there are some things he's correct, but there's still some things wrong. So I mean, you guys know who Carl Schmitt was.
No,
He
no
was
idea.
No.
So he was a legal scholar from the time of the Weimar Republic to Third Reich. He was a jurist, he had critiques of libertarianism and parliamentary democracy.
I mean, considering the times,
So
it would be
yeah.
surprising that somebody wrote a book on why this all is terrible.
So the friend enemy distinction comes from the Crisis of the Political book. This is the book that he wrote during this time. He had the quote: "The political is reducible to the essential distinction between friend and enemy." But this is more of a technical term than just, it's not just talking about patronage or spoils or like how you treat your friends. Distinction, so friend enemy, this is a public phenomenon. Like, for example, if you have a personal beef with somebody, that doesn't qualify as like political hatred. It's just, I just don't like them, but they're not. But like, politics involves a kind of conflict that, two people are going to face off against each other with the possibility of war. For political to exist, you have to have people be willing to kill those who are not like them in order to preserve their way of life. It's their, if there's no way of defending them yourself, you don't have a friend-enemy distinction. You just get crushed. For example, disliking certain people like journalists, politicians, video game devs, or whoever figure, that isn't friend-enemy distinction. That is, these are, you have to think more of like the ideological difference that Schmidt conceptualized, which is a result of like, what is considered political, what is not. This is actually something he, in his technical critique of liberalism at the time, like this confusion of distinctions comes from the political pundits. They dislike the concept of like pure neutrality, or like they see they see their opponents achieving their aims while their leaders do nothing. That would be one. But you can't just, but what Schmidt's critique about, his point is that in political life, the friend enemy distinction to him eludes also, that people forget about Schmidt's other points, like what is the prior unity of a people? What is, the idea of like a sovereign dictator, or the rule of law, theological nature of politics,
the theological nature of politics. Could you explain that?
Theological.
Yeah, could you explain
Basically,
that?
everybody is a theocrat at heart. All states are theocracies to some degree because they have a certain level of mythos and sort of
Isn't that
mystical
needlessly
origin.
reductive?
The impossibility of, or like the impossibility.
I'm just saying, isn't that distinction of calling everyone they got needlessly reductive and like
not reductive,
logically worthless?
Not always.
I mean, it is. It's like, hey man, everyone eats and drinks foods. Everyone's a fooditarian. Like what?
Not necessarily. I think is that
I felt like you're just reducing like people having self-interest to like everyone is self-interested. You're just trying to say this in like a needlessly complicated way, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that kind of what it's saying?
It sounds like it.
Basically, a lot of states have a political theology applied to them. They have an origin story. Like they have like.
No, but what makes it a theology? The theology is generally a myth, right? It's like a fake thing people make up to like explain their world, right? That's what religion is. It's fake nonsense people make up to describe the state of the world in a way that they can rationalize. Right? That's what theology is. That's what religion is.
That is not what theology is.
It is absolutely that.
That's not even. It's actually, they can be based on real events. They can be based on.
Theology can be based on real events. Could you explain?
Well, like I said, certain states are born out of wars.
Okay.
They're born in.
Well, that's called history.
Yes, but you see, this is also the thing. Myth does not imply falsity.
Mm-hmm.
It implies real concepts.
Doesn't it kind of imply a falsehood?
Not always. That's
generally when we talk about myths, we're talking about like they're either romanticizing, mythologizing, like events that happened, right?
Yeah. Well, but in Greek terms, where the thing it didn't really mean like things that were like false. That's not how it. They're like it's more of like storytelling. Well, for me, one true myth is, the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Right,
This
but
did
that's false. Like, what's another true myth?
That it's not
No,
false
that
to
didn't
me.
happen. It's fake nonsense that crazy people believe. But what's a true myth?
Oh boy.
Like, what's a true myth? Like, give me a true myth.
Well,
One that normies would understand.
The
one is the
Trojan
mythical
War,
myth.
because there was a Trojan War, but it was also a Greek myth.
The Trojan War.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just pulling something up on
Isn't there
It was a
historical
Trojan War,
events
like,
about
LOL.
that happened there?
I mean, the horses.
Yeah,
The horse is fake.
well, the myth is that they hid in a giant horse.
Well,
like,
right. So what you're saying
like-
is the story of the Trojan horse is a myth, but the
No,
Trojan
no.
Wars happened, right?
In real life, in the real Trojan War, they did not. There was no like giant like.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's no horse.
Yeah, there was no horse.
There's no horse. There's
Okay.
no Achilles.
But the Trojan War happened, right?
It was a real war that happened.
Right. The Trojan War happened, but the story of the
Yeah.
Trojan horse is a myth about the Trojan Wars, right?
Yeah.
Well, there was a bunch of stuff in the myth that also like didn't happen.
Right. But I'm saying though is it doesn't mean that the Trojan Wars are a myth. It means that these specific anecdotes and stories about the Trojan Wars are a myth, right?
Right.
Like there's
Oh,
mythical
well,
stories
well, it
concerning the
depends what you
Trojan
mean.
Wars, right?
Yeah.
It depends what you mean by stories, because some stories are actual historical accounts, and some stories are just like, like myths, like that they do for literature.
Well, like for example,
Yeah, they do-
1917 is a myth, right? It's about a real world event. There's a war that's going on that did happen, but 1917 is a story that didn't actually happen, right? But
didn't
it's
see
set in a real
1917,
world
like-
event in history, right?
Okay, Inglorious Bastards. There you go.
Well, no, that's an alternative history fiction. That's not a myth.
Yeah, they like kill Hitler in 1944. That's like completely insane.
But I'm just saying, like, I'm
Oh,
just
sorry,
wondering where
okay,
there are true
um,
myths, right? Like, you could have myths about all kinds of things, but like the history still happened. But there are myths about what happened during that history. That's what I'm asking. What's a true myth?
Oh, I think what you're going for is like based on a true story, like Cinderella Man, like that.
Well,
actually
yeah,
did
yeah.
happen.
I get that, but I'm
and
just
they
saying,
made a
like, Gil Ledger's
dramatic
telling me
movie
there are
about what
true
happened.
myths, and I just want him to give me an example of a true myth. That's all.
I would say the correct is there are myths based on like true events.
Sure.
There's a little bit of storytelling
absolutely.
involved. But like for example, the siege of Stalin, the Great Patriotic War is a big mythos in Soviets and modern Russian times.
But there's a
because it was-
history there. There's actual things that happen. Like there was historically a
normies,
defense
what
of
is the Great
Stalingrad,
Patriotic
and they
War?
fought the
Yeah,
war.
but goes to what they leave out of the Great Patriotic War part is all the rapes that happened under the Soviet Union by the places they invaded, the population of.
Also,
But
what
yeah,
the
but that's
fuck
all
is the
history
Great
that happened.
Patriotic War.
Yeah, but the myth of it that it's based off of, like the Great Patriotic War, like they scrub that part and like don't mention that
Right.
and just portray the Soviets as all honorable. But
Well, yeah.
like it did happen.
They're
but,
they're
I mean, like,
mythologizing their nobility in the story, but
I
like
would
there's
say
a real
for-
world history event that
if you wanted
happened.
Ghost, if you wanted to really like break, for example, one example of theological underpinnings of like state is the current regime. We justified a lot of our current world order under never again, under the idea that like
They're saying the
atrocities-
Holocaust is a myth. Is that what you're trying to say?
Whoa,
No,
whoa.
It is not. But we
What do you mean
use
9/11?
we use the
Because
real
Russia's-
event of this as a mythological pinning of the state, where they say theologically, the state we vow to never have this happen again, and we will justify our political order on seeing this as the most evil act of all time. Where obviously, if you look at the history of stuff, it is not the most. It's a vile act. It was a vile, but is it the most evil thing ever done in human history?
So what you're saying is
Probably not.
obsessing about what the most evil thing done in history is bad, right?
Well, not just upset, but like putting this one singular event and
But
using
like,
it
couldn't
as
it
a
easily be argued that
justification.
hey, maybe we shouldn't obsess about something like this, and we should focus on reality
Yeah,
and
that's
things
what
that
I
are
would
actually
say.
happening.
Here's an example. World War II.
I mean, the
is
crucifixion's a
theological
perfect
case.
example of something people obsess about, but it's not really important.
I mean, it's. I was gonna say. I thought when you said never again, I honestly thought 9/11. I didn't think the Holocaust.
I know. Well, some people have much more spicier terms for it. Some people have said like they've taken Christianity and hollowed it out, but used the events of World War II as like a stand-in. I think Thomas 777 has basically said like anti-fascism.
But that's a
and
Twitter
logical
user. No one takes Twitter users seriously.
Oh, he's a very Thomas. He's actually a very well-spoken gentleman. You know, despite his.
But is he upper
appearance.
class? Is he above you?
I would say he's a smarter fellow than me. I would say.
But does
he
that
knows
make
he's had
him
a lot of
upper class?
experience.
Because there's a lot of dumb people in the upper classes.
Yeah.
One of the things you learn serving wealthy people,
I would say, you know,
is this: not all of them are
technically
built from the same stock as their.
It's kind of funny. He's perfectly cool, hanging out in some of the rougher parts of Chicago with Confederate imagery on his jacket, and yet you see him. He's hanging out with African Americans, Hispanics, and it's like it's the funniest thing to think like the guy has probably the smartest things, and yet he goes to these neighborhoods with such regalia on with no chill, and they're perfectly cool with him.
Why would he wear a
Clearly he's doing
Confederate
something.
flag in 2024?
And
I know
in
he has
Chicago.
a badge. He has a bandana.
But I'm just saying,
and
it's
he's
like
hanging out.
it's a dead, like it's literally a dead movement and a dead cause for a non-existent
Well,
state.
the thing is, in some ways, the battle flag, you could say it's been deterritorialized in a sense. It has become, sometimes it has no, it can be flown in ways where like it had no connection to the Confederate States or to the Southern.
I mean, either that or is he just a really big Leonard Skinner fan? And
Yeah.
he's just
Well,
hanging out with
for
us.
example, you see it in places like, you've seen, there's a funny, like one of the
Wait, why in
descendants of the
Chicago?
Tsar-
Chicago has no connection to the conflict.
Well, there was a POW camp
Yeah,
Douglas,
but like
that was-
there's no connection to the conflict. Illinois wasn't even a border state during the conflict, right?
Yeah, they didn't
right,
fight in
but
Illinois.
there was some like secessionist sympathies
Like
in
if
the southern
the
part of
only
the state.
thing that happened in Illinois is that they had troops taken from Illinois and sent to go fight there. Like it's not even like a point of interest in
That's
the
the
conflict.
point. So the reason,
I mean,
you
other
see-
than being Lincoln's hometown.
for example, like Ghost,
Or
there's
home
a
state.
photo. There is apparently one of the descendants of the Tsar, actual like one of the from the Romanov family. He's been in the Donbass fighting, and people said like his unit has a Confederate battle flag, and again it's
The who?
historical because
This
Um,
sounds like a massive hard-on for like fan fiction.
there is sort of there's a funny little it is kind of I knew it is historical because like I said the Russian Empire supported the Union cause because they saw how like the French and British were sympathetic to the Confederacy, so they wanted to be pro-Union, and the whole Crimean War was also like bad blood from that. But that's kind of the thing. Like it takes on a life of its own, and you see this type of you see kind of this weird sort of like it becomes it sort of becomes like a symbol of like another there was possibly an alternative, because you see a lot of people like they associate with like just being a rebel or just being cool or other sort of things. Like I've seen it flown in Serbia, I've seen it flown in Germany and Brazil. In Italy, for example, there's a north-south rivalry with that country. So places like Naples, Calabria, and other soccer clubs, they have Confederate flags waving because they see themselves as like the South. Or
I
even
can't confirm or deny that.
Yeah.
I've never seen that like between Northern Italians and Upper
Oh, but
Italians.
it's happened. It's you see it at
No.
like soccer clubs.
No, that's not. There's no Confederate flags flown in any soccer stadium.
Oh, I've
Like-
seen it happen. I mean, I saw there.
I
was a
mean,
video of
all
it,
right, I'm
too.
gonna be boring and say, can you post a source for that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Here's the.
I'm
here's,
gonna be
the
really
guy I was
boring
talking
and just ask. I mean, like,
No,
the guy
because
I
if
was
you're
talking about.
because if you're gonna say
Yeah.
Lazio fans, no, they're more German clubs are pretty left wing. even the right-wing German clubs won't post a Confederate flag. That's like a huge no-no.
Well, I
That's
mean,
like
some of them are.
that's like flying the flag of Italy, like the fascist Italy flag, and they punish teams for doing that. So you're like I think Ghost is right. Check a source. Like post a source.
I'll show you. Here's an example. So here's the gentleman I was talking about.
No, post the source that they're using.
I'm really curious
Confederate
if they
flags in
flew the
Europe.
flag in Italy. That's
Yeah, in Italy, of all places.
Strict, the whole point is some symbols can take on when they're no longer strictly connected.
wait, did it
No,
happen
post the
or
source.
not?
Yeah, post the source. We're
I'm just
checking,
curious.
we're
Like,
calling
if it
this one
actually
out.
happened, I'd like to see it. But like,
Or like in Croatia, for example. You
wait, but
see
did it
in,
happen or
like,
not?
Yeah, you gotta
Wait,
post
wait.
this
I,
part.
I want to. What are you looking for the source of?
Dude, just look up
Oh.
Italian soccer club Confederate
Yeah,
flag. That's all. It's
Confederate
pretty
flag
simple.
There are
flying in
some.
soccer
I saw a
games.
clip. Unfortunately, the account got suspended, but I saw a clip of like a victorious Southern.
It got
Italian.
suspended. It got suspended, so we have no source. Like we're
Here's an
going. We're.
example
I
of, like,
gotta.
it
Can
taking
you bring
on a
that up
life
for
of
me,
its own.
Winston?
Yeah, I'm looking it up for you right now.
Thank you, Winston.
Jamie, look it up, please.
You see it like
Why do Italian soccer fans and other foreigners fly the Confederate flag? This is from the Washington Post, but apparently, oh, these are on Instagram. Oh no, here we go. Oh,
Okay, thank you, Winston.
I'm gonna do it on remove paywall. I'm gonna do it on remove paywall if that's all right with you.
Oh yeah, it's
The
absolutely
Washington
fine.
Post.
You wanna,
Yeah, the Washington Post.
you wanna, do you wanna read it on the show? It seems
Yeah,
like an
read it
interesting
out for me.
article.
I'm actually curious to hear this.
Okay, here we go. Let's do remove paywall. Site I love. Why is it not doing? You gotta be kidding me.
you see it sometimes.
Hold
It's
on.
kind of the point. It's like
Here, let me go to archive.today. Archive.
Yeah, because there's only one
Okay.
team I could think of that would name it, and there's no chance that Lazio SS is going to be the one to fly the Confederate flag in an Italian soccer game.
not the only one. I mean, it's a weird sort of it's a weird
Yeah, because if the Confederate flag flew in a game, it would make international headlines on what the hell is going on in this country.
Well, I don't think everyone's really focusing on it too much given the other news. Which
I mean, what, you had the South African player die, but
Oh, okay. Here we go. This page was archived. Yeah, it took me a while. I had to get the file through. All
Thank
right,
you,
all right.
Winston.
You ready for me to read the article?
Yeah, go
yes,
ahead.
please.
Okay. Why do Italian soccer fans and other foreigners fly the Confederate flag? And here's a picture of that someone had on their Instagram. I'll share that after I'm done reading.
What year
By
was the article
Adam,
written?
2015.
2015. Okay.
Okay, and this is by Adam Taylor. Okay. And it has a picture. Sure, you expect to see it. Okay. Back in 2012, as Napoli lost 4-1 to Chelsea in the quarterfinals of soccer's Champions League quarterfinal, a number of fans noticed something unusual hanging in the Italian club's end of the stadium, a Confederate flag. Yes, a flag used by soldiers fighting for the Confederacy during the American Civil War was now being flown almost a century and a half later by a bunch of Italian soccer fans in a West London soccer stadium. Many who saw the flag were understandably perplexed. What exactly was the Italian link to the American South? As odd as it may seem, the Napoli fans of the Confederate flag isn't isolated. In fact, the flag is unsurprisingly common in southern Italy, just one of many foreign locations where the flag has been reappropriated for local purposes. I actually know what they're talking about. I'm just going to interject here. There are places in Brazil and Ecuador where, after the Civil War, Southern soldiers decided to leave the United States and headed to South America, and they're places that they settled in Brazil, Ecuador, Argentina, and they actually still carry like battle flags and have like parades and whatnot. It's not like in the main cities, but it is in like.
Well,
the
imagine my
towns.
shock. They went to South America.
Well, yeah, Sons of the South. Anyway,
They're
in
going
West
further
Wisconsin
south,
Stadium.
man.
Okay.
We had to go further south, Geeky. It was the only way.
There's also there's a
No,
funny
it's just
image-
funny
The
who else
article,
went to
the
South
article,
America.
get
the article
point.
continues though. The article continues though.
I think
As
we kind of
meaning of the
understand.
well, I think they're gonna like get more into it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
But
exactly.
as meaning of the Confederate flag is debated in the wake of the South Carolina shootings, a crime allegedly perpetrated by a young man who had himself reappropriated apartheid-era South African flag and a flag of the Republic of Rhodesia. It is worth considering instances where the flag is shown abroad and what that message is perceived to send. In southern Italy, for example, it appears some see a historical parallel at work, pointing toward their own absorption into the Kingdom of Italy in 1861 and the perceived economic and political problems since then. In Nations Divided, a 2002 book by historian Don Harrison Boyle, the author recalls the explanation given to him by an Italian colleague. What? What? Okay, never mind. An Italian colleague for the Southern Italian embrace of Confederate symbols. We too are a defeated people, an unnamed professor of American literature in Naples told Doyle. Once we were a rich and independent country, and then they came from the north and conquered us and took away our wealth and power away to Rome. A more direct how much longer is this? A more direct historical link can be found in Brazil. That's basically what I said. I'm a proud Confederate because it is a piece of history that I am directly connected to. 34-year-old João Leopoldo Padovici, an organizer of this year's event, told Reuters, "For us in Brazil, it has no political meaning at all. The flag, the lack of political context may explain why the Confederate flag often appears in unusual places. Confederate flags can be seen at Swedish car shows, for example, beloved by Regari enthusiasts who see the flag as part of their love for quiche Americana or GAA sports games in Cork, Ireland, where it was apparently chosen purely for its colors. Fans also fly the Japanese Rising Sun flag with the same justification. Sometimes the ignorance is understandable. Now they're going to get woke. In 2013,
All right, I think
school
we've
in
got
Canada
enough out of
had
it.
to
So,
ban-
all right, what was the reason
Right,
again?
okay.
Basically, they felt the divide between
There was
north
a
and
civil
south
war
or
in
something.
Italy. There was a
Yeah.
civil war in Italy, and it like around the time of I think it was shortly after the American Civil War, and like it was kind of fought along the same things, like wanting to be an
Well,
independent state.
That was actually the Italian Wars for Unification. They were actually that's really what happened during 1861 to 1870, where the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, Northern Italy, and others were unified under Garibaldi. That was I think the point is the symbol has become deterritorialized from its former southern roots, and now it's just used by anybody for whatever it means, whatever.
So then it's meaningless.
It's taken on a life of its own in a way.
But I mean, it's meaningless, right? Because if anyone could just put whatever meaning they wanted, it doesn't have its own inherent meaning, right? Because the point of the Confederate battle flag was it was a flag of a fledgling nation that did not succeed at achieving statehood, right?
Well, yeah, that's kind of the funny. So, I mean, that's kind of to go back to your copyright. Technically speaking, all Confederate symbols are technically public domain because the Confederate government doesn't exist anymore.
There's no holder
Now,
of
if
it.
Also,
there's-
why would anybody copyright strike the Confederate flag, though?
I don't know. Some people have been trying to, and that would be. I mean, it's basically public. So officially, it has no meaning.
Yeah.
I know people can use it for whatever purposes, both good, bad, indifferent, or just whatever. Symbolisms like that that's just a little sidetrack about stuff. I'm going to go to bed. The last two things I'll say is, guys, O.J. Simpson passed away.
I know, they
didn't even
finally
know he
caught
was
the
dead.
murderer. Wait, what?
Yeah.
They finally got the hit. Norm Macdonald is probably cracking up as many jokes as he is in heaven about this moment.
as he did. He's cracking as many jokes as he did when he was still alive.
I mean, those 10-minute reels on Twitter have been great.
Yeah, have you seen? Now, I have heard there is an interesting revisionist take on OJ that
Oh yeah, have you seen the praise that he's been getting? It's hilarious.
I know it's.
What was it, like 140 yards per game or something?
I only learned, like, Ghost, were you like, did you remember when the whole high speed chase or the chase?
No,
happened?
bro, I'm not that old.
Well, that's kind of like why the juice is loose, or the
I know, like I'm not that old though. Like that's the thing. Like people talk about this stuff like it was yesterday. I'm just here like, what? What are you people talking about?
Ghost,
the reason
proving that he's
iconic.
he's a millennial, confirmed.
Yeah, I'm a millennial,
Well,
confirmed.
The
That's
reason
right.
People got really invested in the broadcast is so iconic because the NBA finals were like premiering, and like almost like 100 million people around the world were watching it, and then for it to just cut to this like low speed chase between
No, they cut away from the NBA finals. That's fucking monstrous.
Yeah, that's
surprised there weren't riots.
It was also the Hakeem year too.
Oh, was it Olajuwon year? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was against Charles Barkley too. It was
Speaking of losers who've never won an NBA finals.
Oh boy. So my thing. So do you guys think there's an interesting revisionist regarding this? The OJ is innocent argument says that his son was the one who committed the double homicide, but
that's
OJ
like saying Ohtani didn't bet with his translator. Like, come on, we all know Ohtani did it, right?
That's sort of interesting. Like, is that his son was the one who committed the murders, but OJ became an accessory to it after the fact by tampering with the crime scene and covering it up, and like making him the
Wait, is General Lances arguing for saying that OJ didn't do it?
He's no. He's saying that there's currently an argument going on that people are making that OJ actually isn't guilty, but it's his son that's guilty, right? That's the argument.
Well, I mean, he's still OJ Simpson in this situation is still
he's an accessory to it,
murder.
obviously, no matter what is right, because the DNA evidence was there and shit. Like,
and the funny thing is, OJ Simpson, like, he actually did go to jail for something else.
Civil violation, basically, was,
he went to jail for robbery.
Okay, yes, he did rob. He did steal back some of his memorabilia. He's definitely guilty of that.
Yeah.
Luckily, that's not evidence of some, criminal history or.
I mean, isn't that why he wrote the book, to pay for his bail money?
They're like the "if I did it."
Yeah.
But the trial's still divided because I would say the prosecution messed up. They could have easily managed, but a lot of people have said like the reactions to the OJ Simpson like divided on race were like kind of proof that the 90s wasn't this like colorblind society.
I mean, OJ didn't claim he was black until he got arrested, though. You guys got to remember that.
Yeah, that was a lot of people saw OJ Simpson like it's kind of weird. Like a lot of people said like oh he was too white to be black before this trial, or this weird like idea that like he was so like. I mean, a lot of African Americans, they didn't really like see him as one of the, they saw him acting in these commercials.
Are you trying to say that he had to kill someone for them to consider him?
My political science professor hated O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, there was a lot of like people who didn't like until this happened, and it says a lot about what is considered like what is the political identities regarding race in America. And of course,
most people don't realize black people hate O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, a lot of people, at the time, like 75% of them thought he was innocent. But if you ask them nowadays, I think most would say, "Oh, he probably did it."
I think you ask 99 people out of 100, they'll probably maybe 90 out of 100 probably say he's innocent. I think like there's a good portion of people that say, "Yeah, he's innocent, but he should have been left out for some reason."
Well, like I said, I think. The revisionist case of this is that maybe OJ helped cover up the murder because maybe it was his son who killed both of them. But
Nah,
he,
OJ was guilty as fuck though.
I
Like
mean,
we all
he's
know
still an
this.
accessory to murder, regardless if he didn't kill. Because like I said, tampering with a crime scene makes you an accessory after the fact. So he probably would have. Let's say, like, if we saw this as the true thing, he would still go to jail. He would still go, like, I don't know what the law statute is in California for like being an accessory to murder and tampering with a crime scene.
No, but he also had really good lawyers.
Probably is no expiration on that, honestly.
But I mean, like, what would be the sentencing? Like 10 years, 15 years, maybe?
Depends.
Depends, even 20 years, maybe?
Maybe
depending
20,
on, like, because
at least.
this was a very gruesome murder. Like,
I mean,
double
I
homicide.
have a good friend that's in prison for 15 years for I think manslaughter. Well, no, he hit someone drunk driving, so.
Oh, vehicular manslaughter.
Yeah, vehicular manslaughter. He's got a 15-year sentence. Now, there's no way he serves all 15 years of that sentence, but
Because he's in California.
yeah, that's his sentence.
Mm-hmm. He would probably, like I said, I'd see OJ getting it, but like, again, a lot of the verdict, was quite divisive because this was a post-Rodney King, LA that wanted to like, and some people would say, oh, they only let him off as kind of a take that to the system.
Wait, you honestly believe that they found OJ? They would have rioted for OJ Simpson to go to jail? Nah, they would have celebrated.
They would have. I mean, it depends.
There's no
some
chance in
people
hell
would've-
they riot.
Like it's like I said, it was a complicated it's an interesting history, and of course the pop cultural elements of this episode. I mean, do you guys see they're re-releasing Shrek 2 in theaters? You guys, they actually.
Wait, why are they
yeah,
re-releasing Shrek 2? What does this have to do with this?
Because it's 20 years.
And there's a scene, you guys remember the scene where they parody the cop show Nights? They actually reference this because...
Oh yeah, they
say
referenced the
a
OJ
white
case.
Bronco.
I saw that.
Yeah, they said, wait a minute, that's an OJ Simpson reference because he was driving the white Bronco.
And there was a
in
guy
that
on a
iconic-
white Bronco.
Yeah.
Literally a white Bronco.
And he even said, yeah.
Which is funny, if you actually look, they also do stuff like, Shrek's getting pepper maced with, like, pepper, they're applying
Pepper
excessive
shakers.
force to the horse, whose voice, but he's called
And then-
police brutality.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's funny because it's
the
Eddie
funny part-
Murphy who's doing it.
Yeah. and
Oh,
you guys
Donkey.
actually
That was
see
Eddie Murphy.
When they bust Puss in Boots, there's actually
Oh.
you probably see them like planting evidence because when they pull out the catnip, the camera like goes fuzzy, and you probably see it come from his other gauntlets. So
He
they're,
literally
like,
says, that
planting
catnip's not mine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's like,
that's
it's not
not
mine, it's not mine.
There's a case to be made that they probably like were making fun of the fact that that's like they're planting evidence against Puss in Boots with that catnip.
I
Like,
mean,
it
Puss in
didn't-
Boots
it
is
didn't
probably
come-
guilty, let's be fair.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, maybe.
come on,
Knowing
we
the
know
character
that,
of
we
Puss in Boots. He's probably
know- Homie wants to party.
Yeah. That's about all I've got to say. I mean, what do you guys think about the last thing is, I mean, Brazil versus Twitter.
So that was
evidence-
interesting, right? Didn't a bunch of politicians in Brazil praise Elon for what he did? And, there's
Yeah,
something
and
like, hey, we need to be canceled, basically.
Invited, like, what the fuck is Elon doing against Brazil?
So
So,
the deal here is that there was a Twitter files expose on Brazil, and it showed high levels of government influence, like trying to
Oh
censor
yeah, it's
people.
that they rigged the Brazilian election against Bolsonaro.
Yeah,
We
and the
knew
Supreme
that
Court
from the
justice has
Twitter
been,
files
like,
in the
throwing
beginning.
people in jail. And it's basically they forced Twitter to like ban the accounts of sitting politicians, members of parliament, for basically no good reason. They had to
Has people forgotten that Lula went to jail for corruption charges, guys? Like,
yes.
Like-
Silvio de Lula, famous for being arrested for corruption charges. Now president
Yeah,
of
and
Brazil.
the same Supreme Court justice that people are scrutinizing was the one who helped get him out. Like, I actually, funny. I wonder if Glenn Greenwald is getting some remorse, like buyer's remorse, because he was reporting on the rather spurious charges that Lula got. that caused him to get arrested. And of course now, like, he's back in office and now is like doing all these like really stupid things that like are making Brazil less and less of a good place to be.
I mean, it's Brazil was already pretty bad. I mean, they when they hosted the Olympics and the World Cup, their solution to fixing what the favelas was, let's just build a giant fucking billboard and block the mountain view with it saying "Welcome to Brazil."
Yeah.
Now those billboards are coming apart, and people are seeing it going, "Oh crap! They didn't clean the favelas while we were all visiting. They just hit them. We
Yeah,
got lucky. We didn't get attacked."
that's the yeah, that's kind of the I mean, Brazilification is a term for a reason, but even then, there are some places in Brazil that are they're still very nice.
Well, I
In
mean,
fact,
everywhere.
a buddy of
Yeah, like there's places of fucking Qatar that are nice.
mine- yeah. I mean, it's not saying, but there are little
There are places
enclaves.
of Saudi Arabia that are nice,
Really
despite the
nice,
fact
yeah.
that,
I
yeah,
actually wouldn't mind. Maybe
despite the
one day I
fact that their
wouldn't go.
fans will whip
See
their
what it's
players
like.
when they lose with actual whips. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that.
I don't know.
They whipped
I
their
better,
players.
Yes, no, like quite literally. So there was the Saudi Arabian Super Cup, which is like their equivalent to like champion versus champion in soccer. So the home team lost, and they're owned by the state government. They're called, I think Al Halal, and they're owned by the Saudi family.
So they're allowed to
And
flog them when they lose.
so as they were walking down the escape tunnel, a fan somehow snuck in a whip and started whipping the players coming down.
Is that the
Um,
Fed Zeppelin himself? I hear.
I don't know. I came in here and we were talking about like alcohol.
We're talking about whipping soccer players. That's where we're at right
yeah,
now.
Oh yeah, no.
no, this literally happened like 2 days ago.
Yeah, give him the long sock, like the real like the part where you like, dip it in. Right?
No, jeez. Breaking news. Apparently, there was a mass stabbing in Sydney.
Oh,
Oh
Sydney?
my God!
the Australian
Sydney, Australia.
Yeah.
Damn.
Sydney, Australia. Breaking news.
Who?
Like,
What was
the
the?
emu
Aussie-
What?
have a worse death toll than the actual Kiwis themselves.
The Kiwis are in New Zealand.
Also, don't forget about OJ.
We just talked about him.
Yeah, we've covered OJ, but we can.
I
We can
love OJ! Oh my God, OJ! I'm clapping for OJ!
you're happy they finally caught the OJ killer?
Oh! Nothing makes me happier than OJ's non-compliance to justice and slight.
So you were Team
For
Cancer, I
competence.
suppose.
John McCain's tumor had a reassignment.
I mean,
like,
to be
you know,
fair,
when,
between
like,
John
Jason
McCain
Bourne-
and OJ, Cancer's been on kind of a W streak lately.
It's like it was like there was like John McCain's tumor. Should you choose to accept this mission, I really fucking hope that you actually kill this motherfucker. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, no.
And unfortunately,
I'm-
bad news. It appears that 10 people were killed in a series of mass stabbings by. It does look like it could be a
A knife wielder of peace.
I
possibly
mean,
multiple ones.
The long.
I mean-
Wait, there
what
were
is-
multiple
what is it called?
stabbers?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that hurts so. Okay, actually, so if you never like
Oh, 11.
correct me if I'm
11
wrong,
different stabbers.
Butters, but if you
No,
have
There's been
multiple
11.
people, wait, hold on, Butters. If you have multiple people that are doing coordinated thing before there's an association with like a plan, a task, it seems as though they're working together. It seems as though that's really bad. It's not good.
Yeah,
There's a-
no.
I
mean, didn't
do.
we-
Hey, no, I'm a fucking Catholic. I'm a religious motherfucker. I'm straight up and down that fucking thing. I'm not gonna disavow it for a second. If some other religion is about to make a giant dick cock ass retard way of themselves, I don't fucking care. That's you. I'm not a part. I don't fucking care.
No, I was
That's my stake. I don't fucking care. I want all the love in the world for you. If you can actually make a difference, if you can do good on the world, I'll pray for that and all the world and all that stuff. But if you're just like, I'm here to shank people and make a retard of myself, it's like you do that Burger King cut out of yourself. Like you can be the biggest crown Burger King retard there in that shoulder, and I don't like you, and I'm not a part of it. That's fine. That's fine. I can say it's fine.
So
I'm
it's fine that all those people were stabbed?
No, I'm
Okay.
not a part
Okay.
of that.
Okay.
That whole like religious fervor and nonsense. I mean, it's the same thing as like being like, "Hey, what are you talking about?" When you're like, "Oh, okay, well, maybe
No,
taxing
Fed-
government is
he's this-
bullshit," and then you're like, "Well, you're okay with people dying in the streets." It's the same.
I mean,
level of
whenever I hear that
culpability.
phrase, I know I can turn my brain off. I don't have to listen to the next thing about to come out of their mouth.
Welcome to the religious social culpability of actual libertarianism and Catholicism. It's actually like I look at the guy, I realize he's like an actual person carrying whatever's happening, but
Fed.
it's like
I was
can't
just
be
gonna
bothered.
say we've also had like a shooting during Ramadan too. So like at a mosque like 3 days ago.
They had a
so-
shooting during Rama. Despicable.
Yeah, I don't know.
The
what
most
you're talking
holiest
about.
day.
Yeah, no, I talked to some people and I'm like, we gotta snuff it off the. Dude, no, actually, like I.
Yeah, so like it
joke.
wouldn't be surprised if we just had a revenge mission. So
Oh no, I'll make a revenge mission for you. Fuck Jim. Fuck anybody that associates with him. That guy's a complete prick. He's a retard. He is not on top of his standards. He has no idea what he's talking about anymore. Absolute fucking.
I think Fed, we can come down on the side of we're both anti-stabbing a bunch of people, right?
yes.
I'd stab Jim.
Yeah, I consider myself anti-stabbing a
but
bunch
you're
of
right,
random
you're
people.
right. No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Contextual.
I know
Yeah,
this
also he-
may be a tough position for some people to take, but I am anti-stabbing a lot of people.
I'll make it tougher for
Mhm.
other people to take.
Alright.
Don't worry. That's my position.
All right. Well, if you're in, I'm heading out.
All right, Yellow
Wait,
Lantern, his
wait,
article
no, I
on
can
Thou
leave.
and You coming soon.
Yeah. Or just the
Wait.
restoration of thou. And what if we made English closer to its early modern form by like more inflections with the verbs? But that's the most I would change with the language if I were to oversee an orthographical.
Would you
grammatical,
say
and
goodbye to us in Thou speak?
I bid thee farewell.
I bid thee farewell and adieu.
Thou
Yeah.
havest
that-
a good night.
Thou haveth a great night.
No,
It
I used the new thou.
sucks.
word.
Thou?
Yeah. That's
Thou havest a good night.
based one, but also two, it super sucks to try and do that like anachronistic vernacular to like
Well, the
it's
term is
right there.
I think the term is archaic because it's older.
No, what I'm saying is you have a extra sensory sense of saying a thing that like you're like, oh, like you have a Snapchat thing that's like, I want to say that, and it's just biting at the thing, and then you have like a creator impulse, like all this stuff where it's like, oh, you actually are useful, and it's just like, oh, I just gotta disregard it. It sucks. It's anything where they're like, oh, it's an antediluvian sort of nature of the thing. And it's like, okay. I'm not trying to bully you. I'm literally saying like it sucks when you're talking about the thing where you're like, oh, here's this.
Really,
Dude, I got bullied up the last stream that I was. I'm trying not to. I'm Vito.
You got
I'm
bullied
really-
off a stream? I don't fucking believe you, Fed.
We never bully you off a stream.
Who
Fed.
bullied you off that stream?
They did.
How could they do this?
They culturally made themselves like. I like a lot of them, always and all that stuff, but I was like, I think. I don't watch it, but I looked at the thing. And I looked at the other thing, like I did a.
Fed.
You know what we
my finger. Yes, yeah. Fuck you.
You know what we watched the other day, Fed?
Oh, my fingers still snapping. Oh, the wind's pouring that way. Fuck Andy Wars. That guy's full of shit. That guy's a retard, and like I don't care for him. That guy's made a bullshit retard nonsense, and that's where all the jokes come from, and that's how jokes should flow. It doesn't have to make any kind of bullshit nonsense, and it's actually like.
So Fed.
Like for jokes make.
I like
sense.
Andy Worski. Why are you hating on Andy?
Just fucking.
I think he's a fair weather friend.
Okay, Fed, before you get too deep with this, I warn you, I have a strike on my channel, so please, no gamer words.
All right.
Please.
Good night.
And you have a good night. You have a good night, Yellow Lantern.
Time that I did that,
Post your
the
article
one
when
time
it's
that
about to
I-
come out.
That was a soundboard that I didn't understand fully, and I've never done that in the entire 4 times.
I understand that,
through
Fed.
that.
Fed. I understand that.
No,
I'm just
no,
saying
no,
because
no,
You're laying it out.
we have to be
No,
extra
you're-
careful. That's
you're
all.
laying it out. This is actually the thing that I.
But yeah,
No,
that's
do
all I
wanna do
say.
that.
Look,
Actually,
it's just
yeah,
when I
no.
hear people start, putting off their grievances about someone. Sometimes, things just slip out. I'm not saying you've done it before. I'm not.
No,
Oh yeah, no, I've never because that's not me.
Yeah,
But also, I'm about to make this ugly. Hey, Winston, pull up back over right here in this little pulpit that I'm on. Let's no,
He wants a
come
debate.
Yeah, no.
Actually, before you guys
we're
go
going for
Andy debating,
debate.
I'm
You-
curious where Fed sits on intellectual
No.
property.
No, I don't like any Worski. I don't give.
I understand that, but
This is
where do
not
you
a
sit
fight.
on copyrights?
This is going to be an agonizing.
They're actually useless. I don't care about nothing that is
Thank you.
unless you make something that is concrete and descript, like you make an actual physical thing that performs some form of purpose. If you make some kind of intellectual process or something, yeah, I mean, you'd have to, you would literally have to make a separate file. That's where I'm at. I don't give a fuck.
Okay. What do you think is the optimal amount of time for someone to own a copyright? I assume you'd say 0 based on that response, right?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe give them 5. How do we be nice to the guy? How do we be nice to our Copernicus? How do we be nice to our Galileo? How do we be nice to
Fed, I think 5 years is completely reasonable. You know
You're
what? I like
fucking
He's right on my
retarded and you
side.
don't understand the amount of
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
No, you're not agreeing with me. It's the amount of. I thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the amount of unknowable march forward that can supersede whatever formal concept that you're talking about. So unless that they put the contract on the formal concept of oh, here's a white star instead of a black star,
Why is he gotta be black, Fed?
it's literally the way that it.
The star of color.
What did you say? I don't know.
Black star.
Yeah, why did it have to be black? It could have been a gold star. You said black or white.
I
Could be
did.
an eclipse, solar eclipse. Because the sun is a star.
Did you watch the solar eclipse, Fed? It was in your home country, right?
It was an 80% eclipse. I had stuff to do, and I thought I'm like, yeah, fuck you. And I just stood outside for like 2 hours. I got some. Actually, I used the light balance off of the like bad storm clouds that were coming in from the west side, and I used that as the white balance. And I actually got some fucking sweet pictures. My parents went to like a specific location to get pictures, and I actually got really good ones in the middle of doing work and a bunch of other shit. I just told a whole bunch of people like, fuck with me one more time and I'm gonna fucking slap you. And it was
Damn, Fed. I'm sorry. I feel sorry for you.
I don't feel sorry for myself for a second.
So, Fed, you did not see the eclipse?
I did. I have
Oh, you did
multiple
see the
pictures
eclipse.
on my phone. I didn't literally personally see it with my eyes because they still work. But I
Was it a
did
total eclipse
use
of the
a
heart?
I mean, to be fair, the Google trend did of why do my eyes hurt did go up after the eclipse. But it was noticeably in that area.
I was over at my folks' house, and my sister was there, and she got these glasses that were sponsored by NASA to
They're
put
not.
on your
They're not.
head.
This is retarded and it's stupid. It's just.
That's probably true, but
No,
regardless,
it
we
is.
saw the
It's
eclipse,
true.
and it was really
It's
cool.
social engineering program where they're supposed to. It's literally like, hey, what if we get astrology? How you feel?
Astrology? Fed? That's
Hey, could
astronomy.
we be muggy into doing a little bit of Elden Ring and then not understand? Also, I'd fight you on that one, Ghost. I think ancient Sumerian lore about Mesopotamian creation myth is absolutely where that one sits at. But that's where nobody's talking about it because they're like, where's the side of grace? I wrote on a real arc and it's fucking dog. Sorry. I got so fucking worked up, and so many people were like, "Ugh." They're like, hey, we're cool with you. But also, what about Bible? And it's like, what about you take my entire fucking middle finger up to the knuckle?
And he's gone. Rest in peace.
Wait, no, he's still here. Whoa, 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 no.
Bed?
Fed's still alive.
Wait, oh, did it? Oh, sorry. No, I just paused because it's like, I'm so fucking annoyed with these people.
Yeah, tell us about, like, you were on a podcast and you got kicked off. What happened?
Yeah.
When I got kicked off, that's never happened.
Yeah, you just said you just
said he got
you-
bullied
you-
off, so he didn't say he got kicked off.
Ghost,
That's different.
actually, hey, Ghost, have I been
Ghost.
kicked off a podcast?
Not this one.
Okay. No, I've never been kicked off a podcast. Next question.
Well, I'm not fully
No, you
aware
said
of all
you-
your activities. I cannot confirm or deny this
No,
information.
I
That's what I'm
asked
saying.
you because you are a podcast. I asked you in the nature of being a podcast, and then that's
Well, I was answering if you had been kicked. You're asking if you've been kicked off my podcast? No, absolutely not.
yeah. No, well, I gotta. I'm a little bit handsome, but I'm a fucking kabuki ugly as fuck as you want me. Like,
What?
What?
You don't ugly truth. The
With
thing is not
this
Fed,
appears
is-
what
I
it
have
seems.
no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're fucking stupid. What do you want? Okay, what I'm telling you right now is I'm gonna tell you the brass. I'm gonna give you the brass iron truth. I'm telling you right now. I made it copacetic with other people that it worked about. You can do whatever you want. You can bring it back to me. What I'm telling you is the fucking iron law that is me and
Why
myself.
is he becoming more Italian?
That's me.
Yeah. Winston, and you said you could mash this drunk form of Fed. Like, come on.
No, he can't. He's a fucking.
I mean, Fed, how much do you have to drink?
Yeah, you're fucking pussy for starting with that. What I'm telling you right now is the brass fucking tax. I'll fucking drink you all the way under the table with everything known under the sun. It doesn't fucking matter. But the thing that I'm telling you right now, she's the thing. Belay it as you may, but then talk to some people on the way and see how
I feel like he's gonna cook me a lasagna by this point. With
It's like, come on, bro. Let him cook. Let him cook.
No, I'm so fucking tired. I'm so.
I haven't seen this amount of level of drunk since Pound and Walk, so this is great.
I'm juggling my knees. I got a real ugly Pop Tart in the bay. It's
a Pop-Tart.
You're not a Hot Pockets guy?
Is
We have-
Fed, you there?
Fed?
I'm here.
Okay.
No, I'm hearing it. I like. Yeah, no, I could
Fed, blink if you need help. Blink
No,
twice
you're
if you don't
fucking
need help.
retarded. It's literally like that's the thing where you're like, blink if you need to put in a left side battery. It was like, oh yeah, I'm talking about the thing where it's like, hey, would you want to talk about this person in this context? And then like, even within this and the way that people have been bothering them on Twitter is it like, yeah, no, I'm fucking bouncing off a dart. I don't fucking care what we do. Just do it. It's fine. Like the thing that you're over obsessing about is like it's
Fed, are you
bullshit.
Biden drunk?
No, I'm talking about the thing that we're explicitly talking about. You actually don't understand what Biden drunk is. You're closer to Nancy Pelosi drunk because you actually can't discern how somebody who should be more liquidated in their assets is than you are, and you're just like, well, what if it was they were just more drunk than I was? Well, then melt yourself, Senator.
Yes, Senator. You know what, Fed? I think that you just told Kiki off in the most sophisticated, sesquipedalian, really refined way possible.
Sesquipedalian, fucking. I'll bite you on all of your stuff and make it.
Why are you fighting?
Like,
Why do you sound Italian?
I'm Italian, you fucking retard!
I don't believe you. I've never seen you jump on a turtle.
Oh, wait for the non-rhythm champion to say, do 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 do.
I don't know why. I always thought Fed was Greek.
Greek? No, Roman.
His finances are far too good to be Greek.
No, I'm a beautiful, not necessarily young chap, but what is the actual, like, what's the quandary? Everything that you asked was like, I don't know, like, wait, Kiki, why ask the question? Like, what was bizarre?
What is a question? Let's start with that.
No, not what is the question? No. Why ask that question towards somebody with that inclination? That's more the. Why did you?
I never assumed you were Greek because of your income.
I'm not Greek.
I don't know why. I just always. I don't know why we never asked what you were.
I'm not Greek. I mean, it's not even close.
Do you
Well,
have
I
your
know why.
23andMe to prove that?
Well, you might have misspoke. Wait, hold on. You misspoke.
No,
Yeah,
I don't know
no.
why. I just never knew you were Italian for some reason.
Oh yeah, no.
You got some Latin you can bust out for us, Fed?
El Gusto Shuka my caco. No
Like I'm at a fucking embassy,
entiendo.
bro.
Oh, yeah, well. Embassy these nuts, retard.
Well, wait, can we say that on the stream or like with the strike you said? we
Yeah, I
can't?
think we can go with retard, but I prefer not to. Not to
Okay,
push
I'll
it too
pull
much.
back, sorry.
I mean, like normally retard we can let slide, but
I'll come up with very creative vernacular.
we
in the
do
way
really need to
mean the
cryptograph
fact
our
that you
slurs.
have,
We've
like,
got to. I think Dick was absolutely right about cryptographying your slurs.
Yeah.
Well, but like obviously that's the thing. It's the thing that doesn't show up on
I mean,
obvious
that's why,
polarity. Yeah?
that's why,
Oh,
like, that's why
Fed,
the
me,
tunes are
Winston, and
being
Geeky, we watched the Fallout TV series recently.
Oh yeah, we gotta hear your opinion on this.
Yeah, we watched all of
Actually,
it.
I didn't watch. I actually didn't watch it. I like that. I was like, this isn't like an
actually goes. I could actually talk about this even
I
further,
sure
like how
can.
popular
Yeah.
the show is among normies.
Is it? That's
Well,
unfortunate.
Actually,
Because I
wait,
had-
actually, wait, hold on, Geeky, if you don't mind, Ghost, I want to hear you. Ghost, you got a weird, ugly opinion, but it's your weird, ugly opinion. I've been running up against a lot of like, that's that guy's opinion. I want to know your opinion. It's not that I want to not know your Geeky, but I specifically want to see what Ghost looks at, and then after that, I want to Geeky, and then I want. I mean,
For instance.
whatever.
So wait, you want my opinion on what, Fed?
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I want your opinion on that thing specifically.
I liked it.
So you want to hear?
Fallout?
I liked it. I did.
Is that it?
I liked it.
I've
I was a
made-
long-time Fallout gamer, and someone that's played a lot of Fallout games. I was like, yeah, it's all right.
That's very cool. I don't seem like an asshole. Go on and throw your whole.
You know, I think Ella Purnell is really good as a lead. She's like a bubbly,
Oh,
optimistic,
now you're-
naive, like Spurg, and it's great.
How do we
So you are saying you don't give a shit that it was led by a female?
No, I think she was
I
fine.
don't give a shit. Yes, I'm locked.
I mean, the Vault Dweller role has always been like a self-insert, basically.
Yeah, it's depending on the dexterity of the wrist and the knife and the amount of blood.
No, I thought she did a really good job at the role. She fit the character really well. She felt like, yeah, this is a Vault Dweller. They're screwed. And Walton Goggins, excellent.
This is ugly and dumb questions that you're fucking retarded, and it just shows you made it bad. You can get confused on things, but that's the dragon that has you like enthralled with like we're looking at a thing like you don't necessarily have to be preoccupied with that, but like the amount like
No, I
is
think I
this
got a
the
good question.
only time
Yes.
that I've heard about Fallout this entire night? Oh, they're from YouTube talking about reference to talking about Fallout later tonight. It could be a good show.
I mean, it's been out for
no
2 days.
qualms-
There's not many people that have watched all of it.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of it.
Well,
I
wait,
missed-
but that has nothing to do with like, is it good?
Well, I mean, I feel like watching it all gives you a good measure of
Wait,
the overall
Do,
quality.
do you
of it.
think it's good?
Yeah, I think it's
I was
good.
actually gonna. And is it better because you played the games? I was actually gonna ask that.
I
haven't played
I
Fallout.
feel like it's kind of independent of that, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. But like, I don't think the context of the games adds a little to it, but not enough to be substantial. If that makes sense.
Do you think more people will play the game after the show?
Probably.
Oh, wait, hold. Is there something like conditional within the universe that you look at where you're like, this is so even if this series within itself doesn't intrinsically link itself and like, hey, we're a part of the universe, does the outside universe that this is taking place within where everyone's like, well, we've painstakingly
No,
thrown an asset over there, is there a reciprocal benefit?
no. Like I'm saying, like the ghosts get a better pop on some scenes because, like, oh, I recognize that from the game, or like, you know what I mean? It's like
I
me
asked-
who has played Sonic games. When I go see the Sonic movie, I get an extra pop because I'm like, oh, that's a video game reference. So
You know
I'm
what,
asking-
Ghost? I asked the same question and Kiki beat me to it. What do you feel about? What if Sonic were Sonic and Sonic was Sonic and Sonic? The Sonic.
I mean, like I
I
said,
hope you
I
didn't
don't.
get this Sonic.
I don't think you need to watch. You don't need to have played the games to appreciate the show. But I don't think the shows take too much away from the games that much. They kind of.
no, but I'm
I'm
saying
not
is
a
it
fucking retard. I understand what the plot is like ipso facto. I was
I wasn't
No, I'm
describing the
saying
plot.
is it
Glob
No, I'm just-
Shido Von Bean Retardo who just fucking lobbed himself up the wall and was like, I've got this interview, and it was like, alright, I don't have to answer for myself
No, I'm
anymore
asking-
because I got a book stuck in the mud and I'm
No, I'm
inferior white
asking-
crack.
I'm
I
asking
kneel
is it better because he played the games
A little bit.
as compared to
course.
somebody
A little bit, I would
who
say.
hasn't played the games watching it and I'm like, okay, that was good.
I would say it's a little bit.
Well, no, yeah, double, of course. It's without any. It's
And then I'm asking, are people gonna play Fallout more because they saw the show and they never played the game?
Yeah,
Like,
I think there'll be a
no,
slight
no,
uptick.
but no.
Nothing
It's,
significant.
it's so much stuff. It's way. You're talking about a cell phone, like like lean back in the chair. Yeah, no, you're not talking about somebody who's like ripping through dissonance of the way that like this frustration reacts with this other one. And this one is really the three things. Like, yeah, no, you're. It's long. Just don't worry. Just have fun. Garner whatever crowd and do whatever you can. Have fun. Oh, sorry, I forgot the mint. That's the golden meat. Just have a little bit of fun.
You continue with your review, Ghost.
What's up?
Oh yeah, Ghost. Do your wait. Hey, Geeky. Continue with your review. Wait, sorry, I forgot. I got a real bad. What's it called when you got the asthma inhaler? I got a real bad asthma inhaler inducer recall. C39 38354, and so I'm specifically only passing the race to Geeky for this bit.
He can't breathe. Someone help him.
But I can breathe. Do I sound weird?
No. He was doing an impression of like someone getting an inhaler, like because they couldn't breathe.
I'm inducing you to talk to the mic, you fucking especially enjoyable person. Just talk about all the stuff that you like because I appreciate it.
Special.
Get up on your geeky and then
He's gone.
Oh, he's
now
here.
I'm here. I'm
He's here, he's
just
here.
gritting my teeth on such a low decibel that it's not comprehensible to any audio device near me. But like 12 grit sandpaper. Not fun. Make
Okay.
a point.
So,
Wait,
alright, so you haven't seen
let
it,
this
so you know what
motherfucker
that's
make
fine.
the goddamn point.
No,
Come
I
on.
was saying, no, I
No, I'm
think,
saying
like,
Fed. Fed hasn't seen it, so no take, obviously.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I got all the takes. God,
He's got all the takes, guys. Come on.
I'll fucking fold you.
What did
Like
I
a
do?
chair.
Not even.
Okay, so tell me about this
I'll
eclipse, Fed, because I wasn't
fold
paying
this
attention.
guy. Wait, sorry, one more thing.
Tell me about this eclipse, because I wasn't paying attention when it happened.
Oh, yeah, no, it was a solar eclipse, and then actually, for fun's sake, it was across. If I remember correct, it was kind of fucked because there was like a lot of soil and whatnot, and the lenses and whatnot, but it was basically an excuse where everybody was like they're out here and they're polishing their camera lenses, and like women are like, oh, I'm up here, popped out of the well, shot at the
Fed, you on your period?
No, I was looking at the camera. Are you?
So,
not
okay, so there
doing
was an
camera
eclipse. It
projecting,
was an event.
projecting? Yeah, no, dude, I literally, like, I went to work and I was like, okay, yeah, now I want to get some slop from McDonald's. They're like, okay, here's your slop from McDonald's. Go to the next window, and then it didn't show up. And I was like, you know, this would be the dumbest and the most fucking ineffectual Y2K known to man. If he just had like, well, I couldn't log into my BK record meal, and then also I went to Hilton and I can't get any reports. And it's like, Y2K! Someone send a comment on this man's note. I had this like weird thought of like, what if everything just died of?
So much like Y2K, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, no, it was like intimating that constantly. And I was like, I mean, it could happen. And I was like, it's fine. Go back to work, the thing's done, people fine, people stop. But I mean, it's actually, I don't think most people deal with spooked horses. Like, spooked horses are terrible, especially when they're people. Fucking awful.
Okay.
You don't understand metaphor, no?
The specific metaphor?
Yeah, spooked people. People that don't want to do something.
No, that metaphor, it's a descriptor, right? Like, they're spooked, they're scared.
No, that's a metaphor. It's not intrinsically them themselves. It would be insulting to all of them. Yeah, that's what a metaphor. But also, don't be afeared. I taught somebody what a double entendre was. And this motherfucker, this one's a little fun. Hanging out, very Irish chick. I like her. She got a real Irish accent. She's not from Ireland. Fine, I didn't poach you for your accent. Whatever. drinking for this lady. Ungodly amount of time. A lot of the stuff where you're like, okay, here's like the scale and the rate. Maybe they're gonna make it like that whole like thing we have, right?
Yeah.
No one said anything.
Oh, I thought I heard. Oh, no. You know the thing where you have like you gotta like a book, get this craft state. It's kind of like that, but then sometimes when we're fucked up, we did that whole fucking thing, and then just kind of skipped out of it. That was like the immaculate thing. It was just like I have nothing to do with this. Why? And it was like, oh,
But did you give her the whole fucking show?
oh no, I didn't. I mean, I don't know. Like, she's got a glory. I heard that. And I was like, you know the thing where you can't help yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, wouldn't it be a fucking shame if you were to come over here and you would instantly take the puss off these motherfuckers. Give a little bit of the thought to him. Show him who's got some form of knees. Mostly some shin bone. Like, it's not the best raz in the world, but it was like, I just skated between two people. I'm very glad we have. Wait, where's this fucking Winston retard? Hey, get this guy back in here.
Winston, Fed is
Right
calling
here,
you
what
out.
do you
I don't know
need?
on what, but he's calling you out.
Yeah, what do you need, Fred?
I don't need anything. Well, no, I mean, I can fuck off and go do other things, but you were the one who summoned me over in here. You don't have any insights or inquiries?
Yeah, like what the heck, Winston?
Wait, you did this, Winston?
I didn't do anything.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so I looked at it. It said rubber band and a glue. I don't know the word for it, but I feel like there would be a really good, I'm a rubber and I'm glue from Italian.
I'm blue, da you saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, they do this.
Well, if he was green, he would die, right?
Norabicida, like that one. But if I were green, I would die at Norabicha today. That you're in a greenhouse with a green window.
Where the heck is Winston? Winston!
What? I'm right here. I'm right here.
You've been
He's
summoned by Fed to
made of
answer
pussy.
for your crimes.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
like
speak.
What's the question?
you know how you don't like those things that are called the juice? Yeah, you're like that, and you're like
I
a
never said
golem of the
that.
juice. Yeah, no,
never-
but I like.
Wait,
I heard you
Fed,
then what you're talking about.
Fed. You can't just put words in his mouth like that.
Oh no, I didn't. I made an entire golem about everything that he thinks and he feels, and he's just made a
You're trying to say
the
column?
bad feelings for the juice. Yeah,
Did you just call him a golem?
Yes.
I
Are
believe it's
you
referred
trying
to as a
offend
Smeagol,
my
Fed.
racism by racisming?
I believe it's called a Smeagol, Fed.
Yeah, are
No.
you seriously calling him Smeagol? Is he looking for his precious? What's the precious?
No, the original constructs that God made were made of dust with and it's called a golem. That's actually Jewish scripture. Super get up my cock and go make yourselves look like retards on vines of abundance because that sounds more biblical. Also, retard, come over here and tell me what you're talking about.
No,
'Cause-
why are you asking if Winston hates the Jews? Like, where did you hear this?
Yeah.
I never said that
never
for a
said that.
second.
He said he didn't like juice.
Just
Why would he not
did.
like juice?
I like everyone.
Do you like the Jews? That's a good
Yes.
place to start. I'm gonna ask that. Oh, okay. Well, oh, okay. ESG plus 0.5. All right.
I mean, isn't he ordered by his God to love all peoples, regardless? Like,
It depends.
Yeah, but you love them in different ways. But I have no
There's-
problem with Jewish people. I don't get why you just came out here like saying that. Other than the fact that you're
I
referring
literally didn't. This is fucking stupid. I'm playing along with a bit, but I mean, if you wanna like.
are you trying
I
to
mean,
say you're
I
trying to
can
be a melting pot of
philosophically-
friendship?
I can
Look, are
like.
you saying because Winston supported Nick Fuentes, that's why he doesn't like the word? The Halsey.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. There you
No.
go. But also,
I
if
left
Winston,
before that guy went
if you
insane.
think that,
Well,
then,
I left as he was going insane. So when he went insane, I left.
Oh,
When he went
wait a
insane.
minute. You could discern what was happening with socio-political context. It was performing. It was very true.
Wait, I just
What?
wanted Winston to tell me his beloved vice presidential candidates, his beloved vice presidential candidate on his ticket right now. Please extol the virtues of this lady.
Well,
I'm just saying, Winston.
Well,
She's Jeff
Allah.
Bezos' ex-wife, a funder of tons of
Wait,
liberal.
wait.
Oh no, I know it's the other guy. It's
Ghost,
The
you're
Google
lying.
guy.
He literally said, "Well, Allah," and that was
Inshallah.
it. He was very.
I didn't say that. I said.
You
well, look,
spoke it in stone.
I'm not excited now for being.
Aren't you excited? Think of all the
I
progressive
know why
causes
he-
you'll be able to promote with her. It'll be great, Winston.
I know why he chose her. He chose her to get the more establishmentarian Democrat vote, so that way they would vote for him.
That's my favorite long but short island on Hawaii is I know why he island. It's pretty
tell
cool,
me,
alright.
what else do you know? So okay, so this isn't.
Michael
He doesn't
lives
actually
here.
believe that,
Michael
right? He's
Obama
not
lives
actually a disgusting progressive that hates you and your culture, right? And
No.
he's different, right? He's gonna. He's just
Stand up for
pretending.
your crimes.
He's just
I never
pretending,
said he
right,
was,
to
like,
win the
Messiah.
pro Gaza vote, right?
But well, no, he's actually.
Okay, wait.
pretty heavily.
Give this man a little shake. These people are fucking dude. Oh man, I don't even know what to like.
Copium.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
what
like
this
think
is
about
here.
like half the people that you're actually talking about is like actually I think part of them are like slightly burdened with it, and then like the other people are like, this is like a blast wall. This is very very hard to climb. I know. Okay, it
So-
fucked the entire baby, and it's like okay, well that's why.
No, I get it,
Alright.
Fed, but like Winston, do you think that RFK has been pretending to be a lefty his whole life and is actually secretly on your side? Like, is that
You're
the
a
game?
porn star.
You're
You're
I don't
spreading your
think he was
pussy.
really
You're
very,
just. How do you?
I don't
how
think
does
he
it
was
feel?
really
about-
very political to begin with, like in terms of
A
all
Kennedy.
politics,
Have you seen
other
A
than-
Bang
Kennedy,
Bus?
for fuck's sake!
How do you feel about
Other
Bang
than-
Bus?
other than like environmental and health causes? I don't think he
Ooh.
really like got involved in too much of the
Yeah.
Hey, Geeky, can you go bring up his
However,
campaign
We'll
policy positions?
penetrate your
Oh, I have to do
spirit
this
with-
again? Come on.
Yeah.
We have to
No, we're
continue
gonna-
Winston's humiliation ritual, Geeky.
Yeah, we're gonna penetrate your sphere with our local.
Oh, I can't
Whatever the
even
fuck
do this
it's
shit
called.
again, Ghost.
Tell me what his position on immigration is again, Geeky. Please.
Does he have a weed in his garden?
No, I
Well, take
seriously-
that. That's
I can't
fine.
believe I have to do this shit.
That's a social W. Social W weedgarden.com.
Also, he's only like what 10 years younger than Biden, by the way.
It doesn't matter. He's sundowns or sundowns.
No, you gotta do the RFK voice, Fed. No,
I have.
listen.
Wait,
Listen,
wait,
I am Budget
No,
Jordan
Ghost.
Peterson, and I'm I'm gonna tell you how
No.
Kennedy is gonna be
I
the
don't-
outsider you all need. Okay.
Ghost, please. You gotta give me
Wait,
give me his
Bird
voice
Peterson
and
is
give
for
me a
RFK?
minute, and I can try. I don't fucking care. I'm so disillusioned, and I don't give a fuck. I don't like anybody that's doing anything. I'm completely disillusioned with the system at the moment. I have no fucking faith in anybody. Like truth and reconciliation, Trump. Like, good God, fucking like take a hike. We got fucking like.
Are you just saying that you're out this year? You're like, I don't care anymore. Like, that's it. It's over.
No, I'm gonna be fucking ugly until the like literal last moment. Like, if somebody tries to steal a ticket out of my pocket, I'm gonna fucking punch the shit out of them.
So, are you gonna
Insert
vote
that
this
and
year,
then
Fed?
walk off? Yes, violently, like literally, just
In
just
Minecraft.
for the sake of myself. I might put Pat. I might put like whatever fucking. I'll put Geeky Beaner on there just to make sure he shows up on the FBI list. Just to like, he kind of squinted his back on the bike, just so he has like a fucking little infrared cancer dot. Yeah, no, I don't fucking care. I think they're all fucking useless and retarded. What are we using them for? It's ugly and stupid.
All right. So you're not voting this year.
No, I am. I'm just ugly. Or I'm voting for the non-ugliest retard stupid.
I'm looking for who endorsed him, man. That's what I'm looking for.
What did you say? Sorry.
I'm looking for who endorsed RFK. I know his family, like, is voting against
I mean, we made fun
see.
of Jeb Bush when he couldn't get his mom's endorsement, but she was just looking out for him. Okay, Barb's a nice old lady, but she's just looking out
Yeah,
for him.
no, I mean, it's the jokes
I mean, Aaron
within
Rodgers.
itself.
I mean, yeah.
Please
Aaron
clap,
Rodgers
Mom.
backing RFK. Jack
Oh my
Dorsey,
God.
like, come on, Winston.
Jack Dorsey.
Jack Dorsey's endorsing RFK. Joe Rogan's endorsing RFK with Ron DeSantis. Oh, he's
Why?
a Winston.
It looks like he's got the marijuana vote.
Rob
Jesus
Schneider.
Christ.
Rob
Okay.
Schneider's being backed
Wait.
by him.
No. Hold on. The joke is, it's something to the effect of, no, actually.
Oh, and Abby
let's all
Rockefeller is
die,
endorsing him, an
No, I had
environmentalist.
this fucking whole joke, and I was like, Jesus, y'all fucking.
So come on,
Can we-
Winston. We know this is the guy we got.
Oh, who's Winston? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me write an entire joke to make. Wait, hold on.
All right, do I gotta read the
Winston's
positions
here.
now, or did Winston just like zoom out?
Yeah,
No,
give
no,
us
get the
like
position,
two
get the
prompts,
position.
and
I
then
wanna
like
hear them.
he'll think
I
of
wanna
like
hear
a
them.
half a retarded one. I'll think of one, and then I'll think of another better one, and the time that he's gonna like think of like two.
Do we want to hear RFK's take on war today?
Yeah. Why
Oh, he's got
not?
a take
That's
on
good
war.
prompt. Wait, Winston, are you ready?
According
I don't
to
want to uninitiate.
RFK,
I don't
all right, go
want
ahead.
to molest.
Molest? Wait, what the hell? You're gonna molest Winston?
I'm making sure Winston's ready. I don't know.
Winston, are you there?
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Gird your
open that
loins.
butthole. All right, I like geeky. Rip it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good.
No,
Yeah.
we can hear the whistling in your butthole, like
All right, go ahead, Geeky.
Okay.
Read out great based anti-establishment candidates positions for me, please.
All right, here we go. Let's talk about Ukraine.
Here we go. Nice pun.
Okay, so
Oh,
RFK promised to go diplomatic. He's cutting the funding, but he wants to go negotiate.
Wait, who is? Sorry, one more time.
So we're not okay.
No, the specific guy. Like, I got everything. I was just like,
He's
oh
also
fuck, we're
saying
talking.
fuck the CIA.
Wait, but who's the guy? Like specifically?
And then let's see. I'm trying to read. Wow, there's a lot of fluff. Like, is
But
legitimately
I thought you were
no
at the
shit.
entrance. That's why I asked you. I figured like maybe
No, I
that door
moved
stop.
his war page, and it's
All
just
right,
him
fuck
saying
him.
like,
Like,
"Oh,
we'll
break
go
up
through
the
it.
military
Okay.
complex."
I will rely
Sorry,
on.
do you need a
Okay.
border?
No. Shut. Okay, now I don't. Wait. All right. Here's the challenge.
Are you okay?
No
You're having a
names.
stroke.
Give me. Are you asking me?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. No. What I'm saying now is no visual or audio descriptors. Just like plot relevant points to like whatever character. Start it over from the fucking top to see if you can make just like the bare bones snake ass. I mean, what do
Oh,
the
here
plots
we
mean for
go.
whatever?
RFK
I mean, like
wants to appoint more
straight that. Yeah.
judges to deal with immigration cases, Winston.
Also,
And
don't say their name. And then I'll drink Winston on the. I'll drink
he
whoever on the
wants to put
table.
them all through the
Fine.
court system. Do you
Yeah,
know
I
what
know.
that means, Winston?
Yeah. No, we're
Wait, I didn't
big.
hear what you said. What was it?
I said he wants to appoint more federal judges to deal with immigration cases. Do you know what this means?
Yeah, he said
It
a
means we're gonna
case
kick out all the illegal.
system. He said that you are gonna be a
No, he's not. He's not gonna kick
fourth
him out.
class citizen. You didn't hear it because he talked the same time that I did. But also, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, listen, he's not kicking him out. He's putting him in the court system. So that means
Jesus,
immigration.
that was like
That means
that was
amnesty, boy.
Jesus Cristo. No me gusta.
So continue on. So continue on. Are you okay with his immigration policies with more federal judges to look at your cases?
Actually,
doesn't-
no, not for a second, no.
That doesn't
But you
sound like
said
we're gonna kick him
federal
out.
Wait, sorry.
I said more federal judges will be appointed.
Yeah, no, you said federal immigration agents, and that's
No, he said
from
judges.
higher. Oh, okay, all the same. I don't
No.
care for them either.
Quite different.
Yeah,
Oh, and okay, well, I still have the same problem with them.
I want to
They're,
hear more
as you
court
say,
cases.
completely different, but
Like,
still.
do you know what that means, Winston?
No, shut the fuck
no, I
up,
don't. What is
Winston.
it? What?
I understand that they have different purposes, but I understand that they don't have to perform the same function. So don't you
That's-
stuff that in my fucking mouth. Because
Wait, I'm
yes,
sorry.
they
Wait.
do
You're
perform.
hold up, Fed. Hold up. You're saying that a immigration judge performs the same function as someone in the border patrol.
Ostensibly, like, how do you
Ostensibly how?
actually filter that out? Well, okay, so they're not an immaculate filter. So yes, they ostensibly end up filtering out the same thing.
They're not filtering anyone out.
You're not gonna have a perfect border. What are you talking about?
I'm not asking for a
So,
perfect
yes.
border. We're asking for an
No,
executive that
okay,
says we're
so-
sending people back.
So what's your best way of actually filtering them out? You say, I got two ugly fucking standpoints. I got them
Change
both
the
right
asylum
fucking
rules,
over here.
obviously.
Yes. Actually.
Rather than bring in judges to decide asylum cases, change the asylum rules. That way, there aren't more asylum cases because none of these
what
people
I'm
are
talking
asylum
about.
cases.
You reframed my own fucking solution to say, like, I'm a fucking retard and you know what you're talking about, but that was my solution.
I didn't say you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. No, well, I mean, I think you
Winston,
did by
I
the
was gonna
fact that you
ask,
actually said,
where-
and Geeky, you're
Winston-
trying to talk over me, but.
Ben, you've been talking over me over the
Yeah.
last fucking hour. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
No,
well, you fucking.
You've been
tried to
talking
keep
over
the same-
everyone, and you're gonna complain about people talking over you? You established
Well,
that's the way we talk is by talking over people, by talking over people.
Okay, well, then I'm just gonna do it. But also, you
I wanted
both
to
are
hear
arguing
Winston's
against me,
take.
and then this is my solution, so don't argue over it, because it's right.
No,
Yeah?
I wanted to ask Winston, where on earth does that mean we're kicking them all out? Like, that was Winston.
Look, it's a vague thing. He didn't articulate it. And, even if he did, he would just be saying it. Look, I never said he was based on immigration, but you know what?
Who are you
The Trump
talking about?
COVID
Who's
shit,
he?
the Trump, the Trump
Oh.
COVID shit.
Jesus Christ! What are you?
I
Wait,
know,
no,
he's
shut
still
the
on Trump
fuck up.
COVID.
No, shut the fuck up. You need the like. I'm literally gonna I'm gonna cleanse your soul and baptize you. You need to walk in with your own opinion. You don't have to agree. I just disagreed with everyone. That's fine. It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't have to be wrong. I was completely right. They're always wrong. But you can also just have your own fucking opinion. But that's you gotta
The friend
that-
and me,
that's-
we know.
you gotta friend me unless you're vouching you.
So you are not voting for Trump because of COVID, and you are not voting for Biden because of COVID.
Shut the fuck up. Leave the man. Let him contemplate.
He's asking him a
We'll
question.
argue
Why are you
everything
telling him to
under
shut
the
up, bro?
sun.
He's just asking him a question.
Yeah. So
Okay, come. Oh, you're just asking a
seriously.
question.
It's a question. I mean, like, it's a
Take a sip
reasonable
of water.
question.
no. So my question is, Winston, are you a single issue voter?
No.
Because it really sounds like you are a single issue voter, and the one issue.
Wait.
Yeah, I
Ghost,
can't
how-
forgive him for what he did.
Hey,
during
what's
COVID.
what's RFK's abortion stance?
Wait, but how simple was that question? How immediate was that refrain of the way that
Hey,
you were
Winston,
talking
aren't you
about
pro?
the thing?
So does that mean are you pro?
I'm a fan of freedom. I don't even fucking care about what he has to say. That's crazy. The refrain?
like I don't think anything past 5 or 8 weeks should be allowed.
Okay, well, what's
But,
RFK's position?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't we also go over
I'm
the
a
last time when
5 to 8 week
the
conservative.
reparations?
Basically, the way
not
that it
just
works,
the African Americans.
I've
He also wants to
gotta-
do it to Native
Wait,
Americans.
Ted.
I've
Go ahead,
got
BP.
this pie right here, and
I
as
said
long as this
RFK on
pie
his
cro-
website says he wants to do reparations to Native Americans.
No, he didn't.
Under a Kennedy administration, historic wrongs done to the Native Americans will be addressed and made right. The truce, the spirit as well, as a letter of treaties,
the
will be
treaties,
honored to the
they're
highest
coming
law of
from
land
the
as covered
space to
documents,
talk about the
which
Pleiades.
means
Oh,
Keystone
no,
Pipeline is off
no.
the table.
No, that's not what it means.
Wait.
Well, what is it? Well,
This is
wait.
like-
Winston can apparently read RFK's mind, and we need this insight.
God
It
damn
means
it.
that he
Ghost, figure
has
out your
African
PS4
American
works.
issues
Bloodborne
on his
before we can
mind and
figure
will
out.
help work for their
PS4 does work.
larger goals.
Winston, are you okay with
No, wait, no.
with,
This is
with reparations?
no,
Are you telling
no.
us this?
Make sure whenever you're doing the wellness check on the Fed Zeppelin, you're looking over here. You're making sure that the crustacean is like pointing a certain way with the blue eyeballs. Okay. Like, let the bout go, but it's like actually like arguing about something that means something. I don't know. I wouldn't even let that argument go.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're
Also-
saying that bringing up reparations is not an okay argument to make when a candidate states it's their position to offer reparations to a group?
Yes.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
already
say- you say
answered.
reparations
No,
are
no.
okay.
I
Okay.
Okay,
unequivocally
that's fine.
that whole thing where there was like this whole ugly like, oh, okay, what do you think about it? It's like, oh yes, I don't believe for preferential treatment.
No, I just want to hear why
whatsoever.
Winston still thinks
No.
RFK is the great candidate to save America.
I don't care. I'm talking about the actual, like, here's the thing where we're looking at the way that the people that treat
Because
each other.
look, Win-
I was like,
Winston's
oh yeah,
not
no,
tough enough
any
to speak or
instance
talk
of
yet.
actual, like, concrete, like, differentiation between people that makes them feel lesser or more, was like, actually, whoa, get that out. Oh, oh, that would be great. It's gone. Do I think it's gonna work? That's fine. But if you're gonna hair trigger ass me, absolutely. Boom! Fuck them. Remove race prejudice. Absolutely. But that's how I view it. Also, because I have a positive way of viewing it. Because we're 90s children. I don't give a fuck about the opposite.
Man, I wish Tony was here to hear this.
Yeah, fucking slap him right in his little curvy cheek. So fucking.
I am here. What are you talking about?
You're too fucking. You got the slosh in you, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I've been advocating for, like, progressive liberal values, and you're like, I don't know. But it's like, it's because it's also, like, 90s kids era's like, oh, yeah, no, this is actually. I don't know. It sucks. Like, I sit in the middle all the time. It's like, I was just arguing with a bunch of friends where they're like, yeah, we like you, but we don't know how this person felt on this. I just started slapping them all around. And I was like, well, I guess you are there.
Are you still on the DeSantis train as well, Winston?
You
would have
don't get to
voted
get-
for him if he were still in the primary. Because I can, in my state, you have to be registered with the party in order to vote in the primary, and I'm
it sounds
So
like
are
you
you
gotta
saying you primaried for Ron DeSantis?
you gotta add an extra.
Also,
N
what's
or
up, Fed?
something
What's
and
up,
an
Facts
A.
and Logic? We've got Fed here.
Oh, please,
Yay.
God. Let somebody
Logic
talk to it.
You want to come in here and yell at me and Winston?
No, argue with me, please. Don't fucking, like, tell me
No,
I'm
I
wrong.
want the soundboard. That's why I want Fax here.
Yeah, Fax is the soundboard king, and he doesn't.
I'm just gonna start drinking until this fucking
And, it,
falls
and his
through.
takes on Fallout.
Perhaps.
I actually want to hear him talk about Fallout. Let's go.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear
well.
Fax talk about that, and I kind of want to hear his takes on copyright, because we got Fed's answer, which is understandable. Understandable answer.
I have industrials.
You know, I also didn't get to tell my Fallout story.
Facts.
Sounds this.
Wait. Back?
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
You have the anti-beaker filter?
Am I echoing?
No, you're fine for me.
Am I retarded? Wait, what?
So what are some of his other policy planks?
It doesn't get...
Well, okay, but I guess what we got from today is that Winston is pro reparations for Native Americans, right? As a way of healing, right?
Well, I mean, they were here first. So
Oh my! So, so you're basically a fair weather retard, is that?
yeah.
Any
Look, you
way
also
the
gotta-
wind blows doesn't really
You also
matter.
gotta forget that RFK's an
West
eco-fascist. You have to go through this again.
Virginia! Come to
He's an
mama.
eco-fascist.
Take me home.
Do you
Retard
not
hole.
know, do you not know RFK like campaigned with before he was famous?
How
Yeah,
dare
he-
you not
he was
ref-
the Hudson.
Yeah. he
Wait,
was an
wait,
entire
wait,
people,
wait,
and
wait,
he's
wait,
also
wait,
said
wait,
they are not even going enough.
wait,
Let them have a
wait.
conversation,
With
Fed. I mean, come on, there'll be a pause eventually.
They're not having a conversation. Dude,
They are having a conversation. You
he
talking over them
doesn't
doesn't make it not a
fucking know.
conversation.
It doesn't fucking know. We could just let it go. Like, we could just let it go and talk about something else, and it could be way more. Like, look at the just common destruction. Like, who else is here to talk to? Let's not
Oh,
pitter
no,
patter
we-
anyone to
we-
talk to. Let's be almost as if we're comrades. We can talk to somebody.
We
Like,
are,
actually
but-
engage with them. Give
I
them a
want to hear.
minute.
We're trying to hear Winston's voice, and you can't let us. Like they.
Yeah, okay, you can listen to him.
Let's say
Listen to
continue.
him for fucking 30 seconds and listen to mine on the same question. Yo.
Before-
What was the
All right,
question?
Winston, could you respond to this line of inquiry?
What's the line of inquiry?
That Geeky was
Like,
accusing RFK of being an eco-fascist on the basis of people he priorly associated with before he was running for president as an independent candidate.
No, I would not classify RFK as an eco-fascist.
Okay, Geeky, why would you classify him as such?
I will classify RFK as an eco-fascist because he has been saying, in order to bring down the inflation of like produce, you have to clean, quote unquote, like he's naming toxic chemicals to clean the soil and changing the whole way of like planting. I'm pretty sure he saw Interstellar and thought it was legit. So he's changing the way they're planting. Where did he say? Yeah, he's trying to like supposedly like, access more carbon. And that he won't need carbon credit scores. He just says the only way to do that is by like change the farming.
Did I get a dilly-dallying award earlier when Geeky just dilly-dallied the entire land and seeded everything?
Oh, and he also wants to bring back the Peace Corps. Like that's great. Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with the Peace Corps?
Peace Corps is it's codependent on who believes that.
I don't know. I look at the
Peace.
Peace Corps as like American missionary work at this point.
Oh yeah, you could do the single refractory lens. Who do you find peace to be? And then look in the giant's eye.
I mean,
That's
also
you.
regardless,
You
like-
fucked up. That's you.
Like, what do you know about the vice president? I'm genuinely curious. Like, what do we know about RFK's president?
Oh, she's terrible. She's terrible. I'm not a fan of her.
Wait.
Do you
what
think
did
that
you
she
say?
represents
Who's the-
RFQ's values or beliefs in any way?
Why are we talking about
No.
her like not?
So you
Kamala
don't. So you think
Harris?
he
It was a
chose a
political-
vice
it was a
president, the
political
person that's a
decision.
heartbeat away from the presidency,
It was
as someone he vehemently
Wait.
disagrees with, right?
Are,
It was
are
a
we
political decision.
are we arguing past the fact that Biden and Kamala are in power right now, and we're doing hypotheticals hardcore?
are you,
Can you?
we're asking why you should vote third party.
We're talking about the future.
In case you need to like, you got like you're like stuck on a ski lift, and you got your little gloves with they got the little finger things. You light that on fire, and then you like whittle your fingers. That might ice them out. And then after that, you're like, what could do that? And you're like, maybe I need to keep my pilot light on. And then she's too dumb to strike match. And you're like, oh, okay. We're just gonna keep the tomb of the eternal flame right there. Why would you ever need like this form of survival skills? It's like simp. I'm sorry.
Fed, I'm gonna say this in the kindest way I can imagine. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, it's that's the thing is like you got the fucking TikTok brain where I literally said explicitly what I was talking about. I explained literally what I was talking about, what I was doing, like the actual function of it, and said it. They were like, "Well, I looked over at chat, and the chat didn't say anything, so
No,
I
no,
didn't say anything."
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
I
ask the
would
entire
say that.
panel. Winston, do you know what the hell Fed was talking about?
No.
Geeky, what about
No,
you? You
I
have any
mean,
idea what the fuck
Which
he's talking
means
about?
this is a fucking dumbass.
No,
man.
I just want to ask Winston, why is the VP pick a political pick and why is it a good idea?
Wait, Geeky, was I
Because
talking?
it's
Wait,
political.
Geeky, was I just talking right now? No, I'm gonna. I mean, if we're gonna exploit this whole thing, Geeky, was I just talking right now?
Why, Fred, why are you bullying Winston?
Oh no, I'm bullying you and Ghost right now.
No, you're bullying Winston.
Honestly, you're kind of
I mean,
bullying
well,
yourself
I
right
mean-
now.
Oh no! Well, why wouldn't you just say, "Hey, no, it was just you. You're retarded. You weren't talking." Oh no! Okay. No, like you can run along with it. It's fine. Like I understand where we're at, but I just like the little no. Oh, okay. Right.
Fed, the future of this, like, is coming up pretty soon. We need to hear why we need to vote for RFK over Trump.
No, I don't believe that for a second. What I'm talking about is intimating a bit where you say like, oh shit, okay, I guess what you're looking at is you're looking at power dynamics versus one versus another. I'm not exerting myself in any stance whatsoever. I understand where everything is at. It's totally fine. I don't give a fuck. But I also don't give a fuck about RFK. I don't give a fuck about any of these other guys. I'm looking about anything that's really trying to repress my liberties. And nobody's trying to do that. So I
Okay, we get it,
actually
Fed.
couldn't.
We get it, Fed. You don't want to hear the political talk anymore.
Oh, sorry for talking about the political talk as you were talking. Why don't you hydro pump your way ass over there into your fucking nondescript retard whatever nonsense and then make fun of the fucking libertarians for actually describing what they're doing, even though everyone thinks they're retards, but they're willing to actually get I'm actually, dude, everyone who's a partisan hack is actually like non-political compass, but you're all north of anyone who's even a libertarian. That's how bad that is. When everyone's like, oh, look at this lib cup retard. It's actually everyone who's on the political compass that's willing to like stake the claim, fucking like ride or die on it. It's fucking pathetic. You've let libertarians take you over on a political compass and like they have one axis of truth on it. It's so fucking retarded. Yeah, no. Tell me about the truth, Geeky. Lay it on me. Tell me about what's happening. It will be very cool.
Why does it always go back to the Jews with you?
I didn't say anything about the Jews. But now that you talk about it, I might be interested.
Okay, well. Anything else?
No, I get fucking infuriated by this whole like dichotomy where they actually don't understand that there's like an authoritarian libertarian bent on the thing. Oh yeah, we're just gonna break it up into this little where did
I was gonna give some news update on the presidential race. Is that a certain famous LA person is now running for president? Would you like to hear?
Wait, you talking about Viragosa?
No, not Viragosa. Somebody even bigger than him.
What, Newsom?
No.
Is that a female?
No, it's Jerry. It's Dr. Jerry Buss's son is now running for president as an independent.
Wait,
I don't
Dr.
care
who?
about Jerry Buss's son.
Oh,
The former
wait.
owner of the Lakers.
Wait, what?
What's
Yes.
the thing?
That hurts my soul.
Wait, who's running for president?
The bus boy.
How does it make you feel, Gross? As a
Disgusted is how it makes me feel, Geeky. Okay. What else has gone on in the world? Is Iran gonna do something already?
Would you like to know which bus boy?
Yeah, which bus boy is it? Because it's not Jeannie, at least. She's smart enough to just,
Winston.
Wait, who's
Winston.
what bus boy? Is this like a group or something?
No.
Winston.
So the Bus family has owned the Lakers, the Los
Winston
Angeles Lakers
family.
basketball team, for a long fucking time.
They still do.
Kobe. Do you think they say that as they're like, we're about to I'm about to do despicable things that busboy's butthole, but also I can't help myself. Kobe. They're just like,
Very famous that
Rim
Jeannie
shot.
Buss had sex
do you think
with
they say
Dr.
rim
Phil.
shot as well? Rimshot. There's overtly sexual basketball terms. Lacrosse is similar, but still. Rimshot is like, unless
Okay.
you're a
Can I
comedian.
continue? Okay.
Unless you're a
Rimshot is
comedian-
definitely a lesser known transformer.
No, I said
Well,
it was
no.
Tiny
A rim shot is.
So I think
like,
he's.
No, I
Let's
know,
bring
but
it
it's definitely the name
resemblance.
of a much lesser known transformer.
Yeah. Autobots, roll out, rim shot, touch my cock.
Is he
It's
the
just
oldest
like,
or is he the second
give
oldest?
Which one
me
is it?
head.
Is it Jerry or Gary? Wait, who
No,
are
it's
you?
Johnny Bus.
Johnny Bus? I haven't even heard of Johnny Bus.
Jaundice bus?
Because
I am Jaundice bus. I have
who was
not
the one that who
complied
was
to
the idiot
COVID-19.
who said if
Dude,
they
can
didn't
you-
win a title he would quit, and then that's when Genie fired him.
I think that
Was that-
was. Oh God, what was his name?
I didn't know you like basketball, Ghost.
I
Wait,
grew up
wait.
I grew up living near Los Angeles. Of course, I'm a Lakers fan.
Yeah.
He likes egg rolls. Wait, actually, but Ghost,
Oh,
what do you think
Jim,
about?
yeah,
Jim
no,
Bus.
Yeah, so yeah, okay. So
Sorry, what are you trying to say,
he's
Fed?
the-
Oh,
he's
I
the
was
second
thinking
oldest.
about like, what do you think of like? Did you ever watch The Cube? Like,
what?
you know, out of like the alternating geography. But you had that and was like COVID-19, and it was like you had to stand in a line, but you're like you slowly got enticed to be in the line, and then it's all of a sudden you're in this like non-Euclidean geometry, like, oh fuck, we're in the fucking cube, and it slowly sucks. It just sucks you down into this nonsense. I don't know. I kind of like that thought of like
Actually, I wanted to hear Ghost's opinion on Otani though, and I have not been able to hear it.
I don't wanna
why
talk
don't you
about
care
it.
about
Okay.
my opinion on
That's my opinion on
non-Euclidean
Otani.
geometry?
I don't want to talk about it. It's such a sore spot. It sucks. It
You-
fucking sucks. I don't even know what the real story is. It just sucks
Wait.
dick.
Wait,
No, I
what,
don't
what,
care.
wait.
I don't care that he's on the Dodgers.
I
I
care.
I
But
care
yeah,
more about the
Hey, all right,
betting
wow.
scandal. Like, what do you think of the whole betting scandal thing?
I haven't heard
think he
anything
was-
about it. I see a story about Otani and I just turn my brain off because I'm like, yeah, it sucks.
So, do you know what's going on or not?
No, what happened? Actually, I'm very curious. What the fuck happened?
Okay, so Shohei Otani's translator.
Shut
that
the
he-
fuck up. He understands what's going on.
No, Ghost legitimately just said he
I
doesn't know what's
legitimately
going
have
on,
not read
Shohei.
anything about this story, and I'm actually would like Geeky to
To
explain it.
refute the thing you understand what you don't want to hear. You literally understand what you don't want to know. I mean,
No, I'm explaining something to Ghost.
Go on. What?
All right, so Shohei Otani's interpreter was arrested by federal authorities for allegedly stealing $16 million from Shohei Otani and put him in bets.
The fuck? Really?
Supposedly Shohei Otani's translator was stealing money from Shohei Otani
To bet
go gambling
on what?
on baseball games.
No way.
Wait, Geeky. I got an inside scoop for you. I've juggled.
So do you think Shohei
I don't-
Otani
I
has
don't
a
wanna get
gambling
it-
problem and just made his interpreter take the fall?
You know, that is a distinct possibility, but I
interpreter?
find it quite unlikely.
No. Fuck off. No, absolutely not. You don't believe in that either. It's a misrepresentation of actual content of like
Yeah.
what you're
And
saying.
if he's found guilty,
The
he has
form
to
and
pay,
speech of what you're saying.
$1 million. If he's found guilty of doing this, he has to pay a fine of $1 million or go 30 years in prison.
Damn.
Yeah, no. Dude, Ghost, you would
Because they're also charging
hawk-
him with bank fraud.
Ghost, I would punch you in the duodenum and you would cock up your little rice ball and you'd be like, oh, that's my presentation of speech. And be like, oh, I discerned this little rice ball and it says,
Fed,
no,
I'm
I
just asking
disagree.
for Ghost's opinion on something, like, because it's kind of relevant. As the baseball, as
I'm
our
telling
baseball
you
guy,
right-
like, do you think Shohei Otani was gambling as well?
I don't know enough
Wouldn't-
about him personally. I know culturally the Japanese aren't too big into gambling, so I find it there's a distinct possibility that he did it. I don't know enough about Shohei personally to know if he would do that or not.
Okay.
You know, like I've met
Geeky,
Mike
what I'm
Trout, I've
telling
not
you
met
is-
Shohei.
Yeah.
I would slap
But do you
him
think, like,
instantly
it's crazy
and do
that
what
a,
I just.
that a professional athlete would like to gamble, like on his own, like be also a gambler as well.
So you're
Oh,
saying
so
that
what-
you're saying the darkest possible answer, which would be he used him as an outlet to gamble against his own games.
Yeah.
That's the obvious, intonation of this story.
Well, that's what I was saying. So I said, "Oh, if you went in
Yeah,
the
that's
spirit of
this
some-
is the argument that
Oh,
everyone's going.
sorry, Geeky
because-
was talking again. My bad. I
No,
thought I
because
was.
I was asking. So the question is, do you
Oh,
think
no, I
it was
was
just the
talking and then
interpreter,
you
or do you think
started-
Shohei Ohtani also was gambling?
It's possible that he's in big shit if he is. I mean, he's such a big star that he might be bigger than the game enough for them to cover it up, kind of like with Jordan when he gambled in the
Yeah.
90s.
No. No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
so I could see
Michael
that.
Jordan has a gambling
No.
addiction too, right?
Yeah, no, Michael Jordan was definitely caught gambling on his own games, 100%. Like, that's definitely what
Yes.
fucking happened.
Yeah. No, you're correct about that, but your the perception and the capture of the game is like off.
So you're thinking they're just gonna sweep it under the rug?
I think they have every incentive to sweep it under the rug.
Yes.
It would not be good for baseball to have another fucking Pete Rose scandal and some shit like that. That would be terrible for the game.
Yeah, but like think about the market and like the
But is it
availability.
worse that it's happening to an LA
I'm
Dodger
just
of all
not
players?
talking, I guess. I don't know.
We were having a conversation, Fed.
Because they
Are
already had to
we?
deal with the
I don't
Trevor
know.
Bauer stuff. Like, could there be any more bad publicity for the Dodgers right now, or no?
I mean, the Dodgers have enough money that it doesn't really matter. The Dodgers could pay enough money to make their problems go away.
Yeah, like, does it make it worse that he's on the Dodgers? Like, could you imagine if this was like someone for the Yankees or? Well, they did for the Astros. They said supposedly, what's his face? She did right,
Oh,
Altuve, and they didn't bust him.
I mean, Altuve was part of a whole team-wide cheating scandal.
Yeah, but people were pissed that Altuve wasn't banned from baseball.
Yeah, the thing about the Astros scandal is that it was so far-reaching and so all-encompassing that it kind of worked in their favor. It's like, well, you're not going to ban a whole team. We're not going to fucking run that back again. Also, Winston, come back here. You made Fed leave.
I was eating ribs. I didn't make anyone like leave.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Ooh, I want some ribs. That sounds.
Bro, I'm sorry. Can we just I know it's not kind to like denigrate the dead or those who left, but like, come on, right? Like he was just being an asshole and talking over you guys all the time, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I
what
mean,
the
I think
fuck was he
like,
talking
trying to
about?
drop-
that's
I
what I was.
don't know.
Like,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
like,
like,
Winston,
bro,
you
like,
want-
what? Please tell me, explain to me what
That's
he
I
meant.
said earlier, Winston, you really want to go that low? Like you were trying to say, I can catch up to Fed. I'm like, no, this is when Fed gets mad. Like we have dealt with this before. We do not need to deal with this with you as you.
Yeah, basically, you've never been that drunk, Winston,
Yeah,
except when you
I've never
voted
been
for
that drunk as
RFK.
always.
you have never been that drunk on stream as much as Fed. So don't ever say I can catch up to Fed.
Yeah, it would
No,
not be good
but I
for
mean,
your
I
physical health.
can throw back my liquor quite a bit.
Yeah, but look, what we're saying though, Winston, is like I don't know, I'm still confused. So you want I guess we can get back to RFK.
Oh, now he shows up.
Oh, now
he
Fact shows up. Now that we bullied Fed off the stream.
Where's Fed?
Well, he was here and he kept talking over us, and then we ignored him slightly, and yeah, he left. What's up, Facts and/or Logic? How you doing, man?
Hey,
Do you
facts
feel-
logic.
Facts, as a Californian, how do you feel about Shohei Ohtani? Also, he's one of your people, right?
What, Facts? Facts is not a Jap. He's not a Jewish American
Filipino.
princess.
I'm a water Mexican.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, but don't like the Filipinos love the Japanese?
What? Geeky, do you
No,
love
during
El
World War II.
Salvadorans? What are your opinions on Guatemalans, Geeky?
And they like them now because they retire there, but not in the past.
You do remember Japan?
They-
Japan conquered the Philippines for a short time.
Right. but
Filipinos,
also, as
They
a
hate
California-
Koreans more.
That's fair.
Yeah, I've heard that.
What is
Oh.
a water Mexican?
Are we allowed to say Kiki's name here?
No,
Is that-
probably safe not to say it. Let's say a Gardner
a water
American.
Like a rice frijole American.
Oh, okay. No, I know what you mean.
He's a
I know
Filipino.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You fucking moron.
Oh,
We're
okay,
like
never mind. I
distant
was
cousins
wondering.
to Mexico because we're
You've both
We're
had.
also Spanish
You've both been
and native.
conquistadored on by the Spanish.
They're also
We
the
killed-
ones that are most hated.
we killed ours though.
That's true.
Geeky.
Yeah, yours is more violent. Like, what the hell?
They won.
Yeah, we killed ours with a yo-yo.
He also crucified
Wait,
them.
what with a yo-yo?
Yeah.
Wait, you have to
Ancient
explain this yo-yo
Filipinos-
story to me.
Ancient Filipinos had yo-yo like weapons when they were all tribal and shit.
I love that
And,
Kuyo used to be a professional yo-yoer that much more now. That's fucking hilarious.
And the meme is that we killed Magellan with yo-yos.
No
And
way.
then you
This
crucified
is too
him.
good. No way.
Like fucking Bridget from Guilty Gear.
But a little bit more manly clothes.
Yeah, that's actually so pretty crazy. that you
Is
guys
is it true,
They guys
Facts, that your
crucified
people
Magellan.
get circumcised at an older age?
Some do.
Okay. Because I heard about
also
that.
a
I was
Korean
like,
thing,
that's
though.
insane. Like, I was
I was actually
explaining
gonna
this
ask-
to
you know,
one.
I don't think I've ever asked Facts. Facts, what do you think of the president that you guys had that locked everybody up?
Bing Bong?
Duterte was a beast, and I wish he was back. Holy shit.
It's Bing Bong now, right?
Yeah, he's fucking up.
Bing Bong's a fuck up. You know that's the nickname for the current president of the Philippines, right? Bing Bong?
I think it's Bong Bong.
Bong
Well,
Bong,
so
right?
don't you
Bong
guys
Bong,
have
whatever,
Manny
same
Pacquiao
thing.
and don't you guys also like the Manny Pacquiao's government too?
He's a senator.
Manny
In
Pacquiao
some
will
weird
be king
province.
of the Philippines soon, right?
Nah, he's kind of like a lipshit. Like in Filipino terms.
No!
Like, wait, what is he politically? Like, he'll screw it up or he'll make it better.
He's kind of like our version, or not their version of like a leftist. He like a Hollywood like dumb shit, lip shit.
Oh, does
Ripping
that make you
pepperoni.
sad?
Philip and pepperoni, as they say, right?
And they're worse people, but he's still kind of like a.
He's basically just worshipped because he punched real good.
Well, he's rich, so
That too. That helps. So
Yeah,
basically,
if
he
Manny
like bought
Pacquiao becomes
popularity.
President of the Philippines, you will cry then.
there could be worse.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
mean, he's dumb enough to
Yes,
be,
Brandon
like-
could be your president. I mean, it could be worse. Speaking of
I missed
which,
your birthday.
facts and logic. What do you think about RFK?
Who?
What is it? RFK, the presidential candidate,
RFK Jr.
the guy who talks
This-
like Jordan Peterson.
He's still alive?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, well, good on him, I guess.
Well,
I thought he
RFK
was dead.
Jr., the presidential candidate.
No.
No, that's
Do
your
y'all
opinion
want
of him
another
is no.
candidate for president?
You don't even know who the guy is, do you?
If you fall for like any kind of leftist going, I'm the cool leftist, guys. Look, I like the gun. I like gun. I will let you have a gun.
Here, I've got this
Just vote
optic
for
on
me.
backwards.
I once touched a gun.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
My daddy used to let me touch his $3,000 billion hunting rifles once a year, if I was good. Anyway,
But I think facts. The funny part about Winston is that Winston thinks that like RFK Jr. is like secretly based.
I never said
look,
that.
You know,
You
well,
said-
I have no doubt.
that is exactly what you're intonating. Is that don't worry,
I have no
guys. Look,
doubt.
he's doing all
No,
this
we
shit to get
established
elected,
no.
but he's gonna kick out all the illegals, and he's gonna be based on all these issues.
I have no doubt that he's probably more racist than he lets on TV, but he's still like got leftist policies.
Well,
which
he's
I
a
don't like,
Kennedy.
so I don't think I could ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People forget that
RFK
JFK
doesn't
was
look
the
like
author
Bernie
of the Great Society, and LBJ just took credit for it.
Look, I mean, are the Cubans really? Have the Cubans? The Cubans the Cubans hate the Democrats because of Kennedy, right? Like,
Yeah, the missile crisis thing was
Said
a
it was
fuck up.
because they see them as like being too communist.
Because they were communists.
The Democrats are.
Yes, but they've always been.
Yeah, like legitimately, Kennedy is the reason why Florida is still Republican. Because them Cubans are never gonna change.
Good.
Okay, but
Like-
so what? Where do you sit facts on the facts of RFK Jr. being crouching tiger, hidden based man?
Nah, he's a trap.
But look, he hired this progressive lawyer that spends billions of dollars on progressive causes to be his vice president. Why? How could he not be based, bro? He chose
Okay,
Sergey's
that's
ex-wife.
not him.
I mean, or did he only put her as VP because she has enough money to pay for him being in all the ballots?
I think that's more likely the reason.
Okay, so Winston, what's your position on immigration?
My position on it?
Mhm.
Close down the border except to the first world.
What's RFK Jr.'s position on immigration?
God damn
Not great.
All right, what's your position on abortion, Winston?
5 or 8 weeks. sometime
What's
between
RFK
that.
Jr.'s position on abortion?
Or in cases of like severe
What's RFK Jr.'s position
Severe,
on abortion? I'm curious. As a Catholic,
I
as a
don't- I
practicing
don't know.
Catholic, I assume, he probably disagrees and thinks you're cringe.
Wait, Winston's a Catholic?
what is it, Ghost? I'm
No,
not
RFK
familiar.
is a
What
Catholic. He's a Kennedy, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I thought you said Winston was a Catholic.
I don't know
I
what Winston
mean-
is.
There's Catholic and then
What
there's
was that?
Cat?
Oh,
There's Cat Boylick.
Catholic. Why am I Catholic?
Oh, Catholic.
I mean, are you a Fuentosian
DSP.
Catholic or?
No, I'm not. I am Catholic, but I'm
Oh,
more far
God,
more
one of
in
the most
line with
progressive
Orthodoxy.
churches out there. The RFK support makes perfect sense.
I think I
fall
was
more in line
baptized,
with
but I don't remember.
Orthodoxy.
He also, yeah, he's.
Of course, RFK Jr. is a fucking Catholic. He's a Kennedy. Like that's guys.
He's also Irish.
Well,
Yeah, but
yes,
also
he's a
politician,
Catholic.
So he could say he's Catholic, but he'll probably show up to the fucking Moloch meeting anyway. Oh shit! Am I supposed to say that?
In the Moloch meeting. Listen,
Wait, what does that mean?
You know, when they go to the temple where the chosen people worship to worship the
Oh, I get
Great
you.
Devourer.
Mormons.
the
The
great devourer.
eternal
will-
Mormon strikes again. Okay.
Right,
So
really,
so
did you
Winston,
get it?
what do you think RFK's position on abortion is?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I would assume he wants the Roe decision made into law.
I
It was
don't
such a
know. I
bad
don't
law,
think that's
too.
true.
I mean,
It's
RFK
not a law!
That's a student. Wait, hold on. RFK, student debt relief. I can read this one pretty goodly. As president, RFK will push to make student debt dischargeable in bankruptcy and move to cancel student debt. How do you feel about that, Winston?
I mean, it's honestly not the worst thing.
Canceling student debt.
I mean,
How
it
come-
generates money for the federal government, but I mean,
That really your only
If it gets
contention
invoked, it
about
gets
student
invoked.
debt is that it generates money for the federal government?
because they take out student loans and they have to pay interest on those loans, and those loans go back to the government.
Listen, if I go out and get a mortgage tomorrow, should they forgive my mortgage and just say, "Nah, you don't know shit"?
Yes.
Okay. Who the fuck would give me a mortgage?
Crazy
A really good friend.
Who the fuck would give you a mortgage if they knew that tomorrow some moron in Congress has said, "Nah, you don't owe money on your fucking mortgage"?
Look, if I owned 500 houses and you needed one, I would give you one of those houses.
Listen, there's
You know
millions
that's-
of people that need houses before me. How the fuck do you decide who's the winners and the losers? Jeez.
Yeah,
Because you're my friend.
I
mean, we are one
appreciate
step
that.
away from that.
But the government is not my friend, Winston.
The debt government.
They're most
Yeah,
definitely
so-
not my friend, Winston. They want me to die.
So you're okay with forgiving?
Oh, you want to know something that
that
pissed me off, Fax? The fucking government rejected my fucking tax return. Do you know how much fucking work I'm gonna have to do?
How long is it gonna take you guys?
You shouldn't have put. You shouldn't have labeled all the donations to VTubers as charity.
I didn't do that! That's the crazy part! I took the fucking standard deduction!
Wait. What about these things? What?
I was making a joke about him writing off donations to VTubers on the stack.
Believe me, I wish. No, I'm not that. I'm not Dark Side Phil, okay? I'm not gonna write off my
They're
gotcha
just-
purchases
they're
as
just
business
tips.
expenses.
Why not? I mean, that's a great idea.
No, it's not a good idea at all. It's how you get fucking audited.
Ack.
Because I was about to ask Facts, like, wait, are you telling me that if I go to a strip club, I can use my donation money?
Geeky, it's
for
a
the
business expense, okay?
Were you having a meeting at the location at the strip club?
Yeah, it's a business expense, bro.
If me and you talk about business while we're face deep in tits, I mean,
Face deep in
that's a business expense, buddy.
Oh, right.
It's like golf.
Oh, golf is definitely a business expense, 100%.
Yeah.
Because no one would fucking play golf if they weren't doing business while doing it.
Dude, the amount of people that play golf in the state that I live in is fucking insane. Like, to
But
the point
okay,
where
all
I hear-
right. So Winston, you're not a fan of bringing back the Roe decision.
What?
You're not a fan of codifying the Roe decision.
No, that's retarded.
Um,
Oh shit, sorry.
Yeah, we can say
No.
retarded
No.
probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're kind of okay with that one.
Yeah,
It was a bad law based on a lie. Even if
Not
you
even
are
a law.
pro-abortion, like. No, I'm saying it was a bad decision based on like outright lies. So
Yeah, did it? Even the people who support it were like, yeah, it was
Yeah,
yeah,
chick
they,
made it
they
up.
later regretted it and became incredibly pro-life.
yeah, it was just like it was a screw job through and through, and people codified it like some sort of sacred law, even though it was only like 40 years old.
Yeah, and the honestly, my issues with the Roe decision always is that like anything that would have been important determinations from that, like none of that held up. Like, hey, the government has no right to do anything about your body. Bull fucking shit, bro. Has nothing to do with that. Like, no one derived anything from that. It's like if they had derived that, like, hell yeah, I'm all
Well,
for it. Yeah, fuck you. You
thought-
can't tell
Trump
me.
Trump thought he had control over your body when he instituted Operation Warp Speed.
He didn't initiate it. Oh my gosh.
He did,
Also,
though.
I'm sorry.
by
What
the
about
way,
that, Winston?
Did you
Were you
hear that
saying?
he's on the chopping block for the Supreme Court?
Trump thought that he had control over your body when he instituted Operation
When did he
Warp
ever advocate for a national mandate?
Speed. He allowed it to happen.
When did he ever advocate for a national mandate?
When was the mandate? Like which
when
mandate
did he,
you talking
when
about?
did he ever oppose a national mandate to happen?
He literally
He did it.
said
He's-
individuals should make their own decision about what the medical treatment they receive. He literally has been on record saying that
The
several
president
times.
is not in charge of
He
mandating.
said that
government,
people should
the
take it for the
military-
health of their family, but it should not be mandated or forced.
Yeah, he did say that.
He literally said those
Then why
exact
did he
words.
institute
Those
why
exact
did he
words are what he
institute
said.
Operation Warp Speed?
He also
He
did
literally
say-
said, "No, we should not mandate this."
Wasn't that just a kickstart to
Then why did
development
he
of
institute Operation
the
Yes.
vaccine? Yeah, the president has no ability to mandate anything like on the state level.
He also doesn't have the
In the
ability to
military?
like prevent it from being mandated.
And the military was already like ignoring him. Like all the generals were like, "Yeah, we were ignoring Trump. We been lied to him." So
Yeah, it sounds like he
I
had an
really can't blame
ironclad
him.
grip on all that shit, man. Sounds like they were all listening,
can I
and if
ask-
he had just told them the right thing, it's like,
Yeah,
hey,
he
man.
said it was going to drain the swamp. He didn't do shit.
Bro, Winston, I know you're not this retarded. Come on, really? Do you really believe that all these people in bed with the intelligence community and intel agencies are going to really let him put anyone in charge? Anyone in charge that's going to cause fundamental change in Washington?
I mean, he has the final say. He's the president.
No, he doesn't! What are you talking about? There's
I
a
think
check
it
and
was pretty
balance on his
obvious that he
power
didn't.
called "We approve your candidates for your executive positions." We have to approve of anyone you put in an executive role.
And that's
He
why
could have put side advisors or like someone that he was really listening to, in there. But
And-
instead
Yes,
he
and
just-
no one would have had to listen to them because they would have had to be side advisors. They would not have
And Winston-
authority to
I mean,
implement
he did
his
it with
will.
John Bolton. He did it with John
Winston-
Bolton. He
Because
wasn't
he's
really
approved by the
listening to
Senate. It's
John
all he could get, bro.
yeah, I'm saying we have
He-
Kushner.
No,
And
he wasn't
John
really
Bolton's
listening
purpose
to
was
John Bolton's
obvious.
advice.
John
told the North
Bolton's
Koreans.
purpose was very simple. Hey, I've got the most insane person in the room. That's exactly the purpose of John Bolton.
Told the North Koreans.
That's why he was able to meet with them. He had literally Apocalypse Now sitting with him in the room.
Well, you said it was obvious. You said it was obvious.
It was obvious.
Well, I mean, to you and
Did
guess
he
to
or
you and
did he
me,
not get
but
the
the thing
Koreans
is-
to the negotiating table? Did he not get fucking
did.
Korea reunifying closer than it has been in the past 50 years?
that's because Trump was respected in Asia because he wouldn't bend over for their like reindeer games. He would just leave and be like, "All right, fuck you. Talk to me when you're done being a bitch."
Yeah, also he never invested in Asia. Or did he invest in Asia too?
Didn't have too much there.
They tried to pull
Hey,
that
you
thing
know
on him
what?
in China, where like they didn't want to meet him at the plane, and he was just like, "Okay, I'm getting back on the plane. Fuck you guys." They're like, "Oh, hold on."
we'll go. He understands how they operate there. That's why I was like, oh, all right.
And they're like, "This Guaylo knows how to fucking rock."
This Guaylo. I love it. This Guaylo. God damn.
Unlike the last one.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm pretty
This
sure
one might
like
actually like
every-
women. Jeez. Ah, crap.
This
Yeah.
one's wife is female.
Verifiably.
I mean, yeah, there was no new wars. Like, that's great. Prices
Okay.
were
He-
down.
All right, all right.
He managed
so,
to bomb somebody and still not make a new war somehow.
Yeah, exactly, bro. He fucking threw like 30 bombs at someone and then was like, all right, we good? All right, cool.
All right, ready? All right, Vladimir, I'm gonna destroy that airfield. All right, just move all your guys out. I'll let you know right before I fire. Okay. All right.
We
okay,
good? We
yeah.
good? We don't want to start World War III over this shit because we're not morons? All right, cool. Later.
I gotta drop a few bombs. Save a little face. You know, I gotta make an appearance. Yes, Donald. We will move.
Fine.
I will see you at the McDonald's later.
And,
I will see you at
And you-
Russia McBobbins or whatever we call it now.
and they already know if he gets reelected, we're gonna have a truce. Ukraine and Russia are done.
That'd be funny. Well,
No.
since you said so, Donald.
Yeah, we already know what's gonna happen with this election. We already know whoever wins the war whoever wins the election decides if the war keeps going or not. That's the crazier part.
Pretty much. I mean, I don't see any reason the Don would care to keep the war going. It's like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's done. He's like,
I don't need a phony conflict to keep me in power, okay?
I'm hoping, since this will be like his last term, like if he does get elected, that he's just gonna start like slicing throats, like politically, like, oh, you're gonna try to block me? Well, no funding for your state. How about that?
yeah, we're gonna have petty, like.
I want him to be full petty mode. And like, here's the thing: you can already see with like the House, like all the people mysteriously retiring all of a sudden. Right? This is all directed, obviously.
I want him to be locking people up.
I mean, he made Romney retire.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Hard money. Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I'm just trying to figure out what the upside on Mr. RFK is, Winston.
In a vacuum, I'd be more open to hearing what he has to say. But like, we don't really have time for that.
Yeah, shit's getting bad.
Yeah.
Like it's been. Things were so bad like 2 years ago that we started seeing female homeless people. Latino female homeless people.
I remember the first time I saw a female homeless
Latino,
person.
sorry.
I was just like, excuse me? How?
Oh,
what?
fuck.
Like, it's bad. Like, that's what I do. Things
Why
are
is-
bad. Like,
Why is female homeless people like weird? I don't get it.
because it doesn't
No.
matter how mentally deranged or crazy you are. If you have a vagina, you can usually find a roof over your head.
You could find a dude to like.
Yeah.
You can find
Love you.
someone
No, I-
crazier than
I've
you.
seen-
Like,
I've seen female homeless people all my life.
I mean, there are always exceptions with the like toothless crack hoes, but like.
you see,
normal
like,
female
normal-looking
homeless
bitches
people.
that are homeless. It's like, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, whoa.
young female, like young hobo girls.
Well, that's a
like, yeah.
California problem.
It's spreading.
It's spreading. Like,
We're building the horde.
No, I have noticed.
For the
I was kind of
horde!
joking. I have noticed.
We'll
I have
march through
noticed
eastward.
that there are a lot of the amount of drug addiction is like in drug addled like homeless people is really rapidly rising, which is sad.
You ever notice that you never saw like homeless Mexican dudes or people until recently?
yeah.
It's new.
Because they take care of each other. And if
Yeah,
it's
no,
getting
it's-
that bad, it's getting bad.
Yeah, if, like, people are getting kicked out of their houses.
It's bad if they can't even make it into a house. That means there's no room for them.
They will stay like 100 to a house.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah. No, it's like
all family, they love each other. All
it's like
cool.
Judge Dredd in there. Okay, they before they'll kick people out. You're like Super City 7 before they start kicking people out. It's gotta be bad.
Yeah.
But like, okay, I mean, but you're saying, Winston, you realize RFK won't win any states, right?
I feel like he might steal one.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
legitimately feel
Wait,
like
you accept
I
that he
know he's
won't
not
win any
gonna win.
states?
Yes.
Okay. But
I
So-
think he should run next time, maybe.
no,
Yeah, honestly.
2028.
that'd be a really
Well,
smart
then
move.
he'll be 74.
So
Yeah,
Okay.
but no one wants to see anyone but Trump and Biden in this time.
well,
Yeah.
it's really no one wants to see anyone but Orange Man.
Trump.
But you know, they can't get rid of an incumbent. That would be insane. I mean, they can, but like if they got rid of one, it would be like a huge deal. It would absorb the entire news cycle and destroy their campaign.
I do have a question though. I am surprised we haven't heard the vice president pick for Trump yet.
I swear to fuck, if he chooses some fucking Tulsi Gabbard or Nikki Haley shit, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I feel like he's gonna choose Ben Carson.
You think
It's a
he'll
black
pick-
vote.
No, I mean just he's a smart
No,
guy.
he's got that
never
law.
really turned his back on him. He's never betrayed him. I think he's a good guy to pick.
Ben Carson's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
like
He's a
him.
genius. I mean, he's a fucking neurosurgeon. Like, I think Ben Carson would be a really good pick. I think that's who he's
You
leaning
know
towards.
when you know when he is supposed to reveal, announce? Yeah.
He should be doing it too, because if RFK and Cornel West are already making headlines for their VP picks, because we still don't have one for Joe Stein, we don't have one, because all the third parties are getting a lot more press this time too. Because
Yeah,
the
because
media
things are so bad.
yeah, the media is freaking out. They're like, we got to give everyone else a shot because they don't want to report for Trump for 4 more years. They also don't want to report on Biden for 4 more years. They're kind of sick of it.
I mean, I think their bottom line would take Trump because they actually get some views
Yeah.
for once.
Did you hear about the way he scoffed at this German Shepherd? Film at 11. My God, he dumped his rice bucket slightly wrong. Film at 11.
2 scoops.
2 scoops.
Oh my God. Who would be so narcissistic to have 2 scoops of ice cream?
My God.
Oh, his Big Mac order got leaked.
His Big Mac order.
He misspelled something on Twitter. Can you
Covfefe.
imagine?
You don't remember Covfefe?
Imagine that.
Yeah. When he was trying to spell coverage.
Listen
Look,
here.
he,
Have a
look,
nice
you know
cup
he
of
doesn't really-
Covfefe to go with your
That's how you know
global
he actually.
neoliberal horse show.
That's how you knew that he was actually tweeting like from his own phone because I fat fingered some shit like that.
Yeah. like we everyone knew. Yes, we elected a shit poster for president. We just didn't expect it to be him.
Like I don't know. I'm just confused why you would burn your vote on RFK. Like
I mean,
there are easier
I
ways.
legitimately
Like this is the
feel
thing I
like
tell
this
every goth
election's
girl,
going to be
Winston. There are
so funny
easier
because
ways to
we're-
disappoint your father.
I mean,
If
Trump
I were to-
betrayed everyone in the end.
Is your whole family voting for RFK or are they voting for Trump?
My whole family voted for
No, who are they voting for this
Hillary
time?
in 2016 and then Biden in
Ooh.
2020. Except my mom. My mom wrote in Bernie Sanders in 2016.
Well, this explains so much.
I mean, I'm not gonna shit on you for your take, but I would just, if I were to ask you, I would just say, hey, it's not gonna happen for the guy this year. I would say that you'd be wiser to vote for Trump, and maybe get a better economy out of the deal, and then vote for him next time. That would be my pitch. Because there's no way Trump's economy will be worse than anyone else's.
That's actually fair.
I don't think you're being not true to yourself or violating your principles at all.
If you don't like the guy, don't like the guy.
Yeah, but like what I'm
Mm.
saying is that give the man a chance to learn from his mistake. Because we know what the other side is, right? You've been living through, what are we, 3.5 years in this rip-roaring Bidenomics, right? Where we've had, what,
all
5
the-
million illegals flood the country. We've had unprecedented crime waves and fucking just unbelievable horror show.
You remember how silent all the Never Trump like douchebag like conservatives were the last 3 years? Who thought, oh, we're just gonna weather the storm, it's gonna be a-okay with under Biden? Well, guess what?
We're not okay.
It got worse.
It did get worse.
Economies and shit. Differently gendered people run the society, and we're at several wars worldwide
Yeah.
in 3 years.
Israel is invading itself. Russia is invading its neighbor. Ghana and Venezuela. Who knows what's going to happen there? Those guys are fighting. We didn't even know those guys had beef. Apparently, they've got beef and they're fucking going to turn it into pork. All right, we got all this. Why?
Israel didn't know about an attack.
That happened in one of the most heavily surveilled areas of the world.
And then now they have an excuse to
Blast
rip
the
and tear
desert.
their enemies. Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I have a strong feeling that a certain
Facts,
other leader would have
facts.
probably said to them, no, you don't fucking do that. You go stop that, you
Facts.
fucking moron.
It's facts. It's gotten so bad that Tim Pool is basically a MAGA guy now. That's how bad it's got.
I knew that was gonna happen because as gay and as a fence sitter as Temple is, the last like 8 years has been him digging his fingernails in while the world drags him ever rightward.
Basically, yeah. Look, I'm just saying, give the man a second chance, Winston. If things go badly again, guess what? In 2028, you'll have time to carefully, calmly, collectedly pick your next
Yeah, well, I'm
candidate,
just
who
saying,
could
just-
be someone like even RFK. Maybe RFK is a viable candidate at that point, and you're not just throwing your vote in the shredder. You know, you can come to the RFK camp then and be like, now listen, I held my nose last time and voted for Orange Man. I don't have to do that anymore. Here I am, here to sit in the grace of the great Catholic Jesus, RFK, who will now take us to
I
the
just don't
promised
see
land.
there's a way for him to actually win.
There's not, but you know, like
I feel like he will steal a state though.
it's possible. Well, I think him being there will affect some races. I just don't think he'll win any of them.
I honestly think that's why he's running, because
Yeah.
it's a spoiler, you know?
Well,
Basically.
he's playing the spoiler, and then West is playing the spoiler too. Like the progressives aren't backing Biden; they're backing Cornel West.
Well, there's an interesting thought that I've had before, where maybe his play is to be like, at the last minute, say like, hey, all right, look, Brandon, we're at the actual race. I will back out and endorse you right now, but you've got to, I don't know, make some promise on vaccines or something. I don't know, something that I politically really care about. And he'll sell out at the last minute. Like that, I could see that happening. That'd be reasonable.
You can see RFK selling, or you can see Cornel West selling out.
Yes.
If he wanted to make the cool guy sing Liberal Party with Tulsi Gabbard in 2028, then more power to him. He'd have more of a shot.
Yeah, we put Tulsi
Hi there.
Gabbard as
We're
VP.
Democrats that don't want to cut off your kids' genitals. Like that's my political That's my political party. Like you can make that in 2028. Maybe I'll have a chance.
We're the '90s Democrats party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Look,
I will say
lose
though,
my-
like
I'll
I
lose
mean,
my mind if Al
nothing.
Gore supports Kennedy over Biden on environmental issues. That's how you know this is gonna get hilarious.
Yeah. What I guess I'm
I'm waiting
saying,
to see who-
Winston, is like, I would say, there are two real people that can win this election. All right.
Yeah, because we already know Al Gore is running for president.
And-
Yes.
You know you don't like one of them, right? Because any qualms you have with Orange Man, right? They're way worse with. What do you think Brandon's position on lockdowns would be, Winston?
He's already calling for it with the chicken flu.
Well,
They
they
do-
already had it. He already did the lockdown.
Right.
No,
Do you
he didn't.
think that Brandon's gonna learn his lesson in 24 and be like, no, we're not locking down again. We can't afford to do that. Or you think he'd be like, oh yes, absolutely, and we're mandating again. What was the line that Brandon said? We've been waiting for you all, but our patience is wearing thin on you people rejecting the grand and glorious vaccine. You're wearing our patience
not-
thin, okay? We've been
What did he
patient.
say? What did he say? It's mass or vax or something like that. I
You
don't
do-
remember the famous-
Am I the only one
He
who
said
saw
some
that
awful
speech,
bullshit.
Winston?
I remember that speech. He
What
said
was
he.
it? Where he said,
Dark- Dark
is that the
Brandon.
one where it was the backdrop and it was like all red? It looked like the V for Vendetta movie.
He's made like 3 of
No.
those speeches, but no, the one where he talked about, you know,
Dark
the
Brandon.
vaccines and how you're all damn well gonna vaccine whether you like it or not, okay? Because we've all been suffering the consequences of you guys not vaxing. It's time for you all to give in and submit and get your vaccine. You don't remember that speech, Winston?
And then he was trying to do it with the booster, but then
yeah, I do.
Okay.
And then by the time
Do you
the
think
booster
his
happened,
opinion has
everybody
changed
didn't
on that
care
at all,
anymore.
Winston? And here's the other thing about the Biden aspect of that. He's had even more time to absorb the information on the vaccine and the dangers and the harms of it, right?
Right.
Like, there's
Yeah, they
been
stopped promoting
years
the
of
booster finally.
consequences and bad shit that's happened. And that his position is still, you know, you better get it or we're going to arrest you, basically.
Yeah.
So,
Well, do you think if he wins in this next election, he'll have innate nothing to lose to just wreak havoc on everyone, even worse
Yes.
than he already is?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
He's gonna set up Kamala to become president.
I don't know if he's that stupid.
Oh, what
set her up.
if he? The plan for the Democrats is to win with Biden and then have him retire and have Kamala take over.
Oh,
Ah.
no.
The
no,
3-term
Kamala's so
Kamala
unpopular.
conspiracy?
It's the 4-term Kamala conspiracy. Get it right.
No, I mean like, dude's falling apart. He's unpopular even with his own party. He's falling apart.
Yeah, it's getting to that Obama's like campaigning for him already.
Back in 2020, he wasn't even campaigning. It was being hidden away, and it's only been 4 years.
Yeah, like I think Obama didn't go rally for Biden until the very end, right? Because he didn't pick a candidate during the whole primaries.
Wait, what was that, Kiki? You cut out for me.
I said Obama didn't even pick a primary candidate until after Biden won the primaries. So we're saying now Obama's campaigning for Biden, and technically around now, primary season, which should have been.
Well, wait a minute. That's typically how it is. After you win the primary, you announce your VP. The only one who hasn't done that in recent history was Ted Cruz, who announced Carly Fiorina as his VP before he won the primary.
No, I'm saying this. Notice that Obama never endorsed Biden until after the primary happens.
Yeah, because Hunter Biden probably like fucked Malia or Sasha or whatever the hell the kid's name is.
And now
Yeah, but that's
Biden's
just
coming out.
personal. That's not political. It's not as important.
Yeah, now Biden's campaign. Now Obama is already on the campaign trail for Biden, and this is early. Like that's how bad it's gotten. That I'm like, come on, guys, we got to do it again.
Rally the troops.
He's already taken the pub. They've already caught him in Europe too.
Wait, what was that?
You
were like whispering.
I said Obama visited Europe already.
To tell them to vote for Joe Biden or for what?
Basically, okay, this is what you need to tell Joe, and he'll get reelected.
Well, why would it? What did Europe tell Joe that would get him reelected?
I don't know. They talked to Obama. They're saying everyone's asking why is Obama in Europe and campaigning for Biden at the same time.
I don't know to mash. I don't know what's the answer. I don't
I
understand.
know. It's just everyone's like, this is how bad it's gotten. That Obama is campaigning for Biden already. Like that's why we know the plan's falling apart.
Oh, now I see what you're saying.
I guess, and like Winston, what we're saying is, man, we know how bad it is now, but remember, it will get so much worse. Like all this phony, like, I'm going to sign an executive order on immigration stuff. I'm going to do something about it. That all goes away after re-election, 100%. Any impetus to deal with the border or hop on issues or anything you care about, it goes away if he wins. 100%, full stop. Do you have any? Do you disagree with that take at all?
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if he pulls out the hipster normie takes again, like going, "All right, we're finally going to legalize weed. We're gonna go after big pharma." Like, come on, guys.
California only legalized weed so they could tax it.
Yeah.
Facts. Do you know any pot smoker that buys their weed legally?
I used to know dudes who owned dispensaries, and he was like, I miss it when it was illegal. Yeah. I pay so much in fucking taxes; it's ridiculous. And I was like,
bro, you wanna know some fun facts about the
for
legal marijuana business?
Yeah.
So okay, the way the legalization law is set up, basically, if you're running a marijuana business, your business is not legal federally. You know what that means?
They're not paying federal taxes.
No, you are paying federal taxes. But if you have an employee and you're a dispensary, your business is not federally legal. Therefore, everything is taxable. Because that's not an employee expense. That's just extra fucking money that you have there. So you're paying double taxes on your employees and everything. It's ridiculous, dude. You pay so much in taxes. This is why no dispensary has employees. Only a dumb dispensary would have employees. They wouldn't stay in business. They are all voluntary. They're all voluntary cooperatives or partnerships. It's so ridiculous.
Basically, they only make money on tips, right?
No, they do. They make their money. They're just paying a shit ton in taxes on it. You know, it's fucking awful.
You're not a armed guard. You are a guy who lures outside who happens to have a gun.
Yep. Who we may or may not pay in some other manner. You know, we buy them drinks once in a while.
I donate you out of the goodness of my heart once a month.
Yeah, it's just a local live streamer we donate to that sits in front of here.
It's high show speed, you know, just wolfing at people to go away.
But yeah, no, I mean, like, you see how bad it's gotten, right, Winston?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, Winston. It has gotten so bad that we are watching pro wrestling to cope with this. This is how bad it's gotten. We are back in the
watching
90s.
pro wrestling. I don't watch pro wrestling.
I hope you don't feel like they're trying to gang up on you.
Oh no, I am. Sorry, what?
Like,
no, I'm saying this is how bad.
saying,
Like this is how bad it's got. Like we are back. In
Facts, you're being fair. Why are you being so fair?
That's because Winston's my homie.
Fair. He's actually being the most reasonable.
Winston's my brother.
Oh, thank you.
My brother from another mother. You know what I'm saying?
No, Winston. You're in DC, right?
No, he's Maryland or some shit, right?
Or that's your area, right? The DC suburbs.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Don't dox yourself. Don't
Yeah,
give.
I'm not gonna dox myself.
No, I'm saying that's your region, though, right?
What? Oh, are you saying that I have DC values?
Yeah,
Yes.
You're an East Coast guy. Yeah.
Why, yeah, asking Fed.
Oh, I know. I know where you're.
Oy vey.
No, because I'm asking because I am asking because DC is getting new cherry trees, and I was wondering, are you going to go to that like replanting ceremony, or whatever? Because I know DC is famous for having cherry trees.
You can look at them from behind the barbed wire.
I'm not going to the DC cherry tree thing, but that would be like a few hours drive from me.
Okay. See, now you have an event to go to. You can go take a picture of our nation's capital with cherry trees and view that is the closest you and your party will ever get to the presidency.
Oh, come on, Geeky. Look. Basically, all we're getting to Winston is.
Not in a party. He's an independent.
Yeah, he is. He's a Democrat. Okay, but look, listen. You know, just like Kristen Cinema, bro. Like, oh, I'm an independent now.
And she's retiring.
She's a fucking piece of work.
Oh, I know. But like, guys, I'm an independent. It's like, bro, you've been a card-carrying Democrat your entire life. I'm an independent because I want to try to win in Arizona.
No, it gets even better. It has gotten so bad that California might elect a Republican senator. This is how bad.
Steve Garvey, let's go! I mean, I don't believe that, but
we almost kicked Newsom's ass out, but he did some
yeah, he did
fortification.
Bro did some literal like black magic to stay in office.
I mean, it was Larry Elder. That's the sad part. I think if it was anybody else, it would have been better.
Larry Elder's one like the coolest of the conservative. Like,
oh yeah, Larry Elder is cool. He's like the coolest normie con out there.
And then him trying to run for president, I was like, damn, man, that failed hard.
Yeah, no.
He just doesn't have the normie appeal, though, to be honest.
No, he's Too cool.
I was more surprised debate got so popular.
Yeah, I mean he'll serve well in the White House 7-Eleven someday, I'm sure. But look, what I'm saying is, Winston, don't throw your vote away. Give Orange a chance.
Back in 2016, I had a really, I think it was the same guy who owned the dispensaries and weed shops and smoke shops. He was like a Middle Eastern dude, of course, and he was super scared of Trump being. And I said, "Hey, you're a business owner. If nothing else, it's going to be 4 years of a good economy. Sell your bongs and buy some bullets, and it's 4 years for a better time." And he said, "I was right." He was like, "Hey, man, you're right."
Of course I was right.
I'm always right.
Yeah.
So
So
did you
Winston,
buy
sell
another
your
bong then?
bongs, buy your bullets. Orange Man 2024.
Yes,
Sell your
Winston,
bongs, buy your bullets. Joe
And
Biden
then-
2024.
stack
Said Orange Man.
Stack
fool.
up on your supplies.
Because 2028 is going to be a bloodbath, and if we're still
Because-
doing this in 2028, man, we're
Because
going to have so much fun watching the debates.
If things go really wrong, Winston,
I thought the debates were canceled. Are they back on?
No,
The
debates aren't gonna
well,
happen
the
until
primary debates are off. Wait, are they hiding?
Yeah, the primary debates are done.
No, I thought the general debates, like the debate, and RFK actually made it to be a member of the debate stage. That's one thing last I followed him on. That's what it said. But then I heard that the debates for the presidential debate are going to be canceled because Biden didn't want to do it.
I have not heard
Obviously,
that
because
yet.
he's senile and incognizant.
I haven't heard that yet, but I have heard that we don't get the debate schedule till after the primary conventions are done. So they probably just haven't been announced yet. This is why, if RFK wants to make it to the debate stage and Cornel West does as well, they better start throwing all the money they can at the wall to get some good publicity.
But do you agree with me, Winston,
Um,
that RFK running in 2028 can do so much more than in 2024?
Yeah, because
Because no matter what
is-
happens in
well-
24, there will not be an incumbent in 28.
yeah,
Because Biden will be a corpse by then.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
So, I mean, like,
2028 is
even
just-
if
it's just
you
more about-
support him on the single issue, then it's fine. Wait for the next election where he can actually make an impact.
I mean, ultimately, it's up to you, man. It's your
Yeah, it
choice.
is
You
your
should-
vote,
you should
honestly.
feel
yeah,
bad for it.
yeah. I mean, honestly, I still think DeSantis should have waited 4 more years. as
Yeah,
well.
DeSantis was a moron. Oh my gosh, dude.
He should have not hired
Yeah,
like
that was a
the
stupid
fucking neocons. To run
Bro,
the
he
shit.
hired like every neocon. He hired Lady Ukraine as like his fucking social media advisor. And she's like, I'm gonna go get Dave Rubin and I'm gonna go get fucking Buck Sexton, all these people, and we're gonna make Ron DeSantis so popular. God. Unbelievable.
Wait,
It's like,
so
hey
who's-
guys,
who's
everyone that
Lady
already
Ukraine?
likes you, let me find all the influencers you already agree with. This is a genius idea. God.
Who's Lady Ukraine?
A drag queen.
Oh, wait, you didn't know about Ron DeSantis's like campaign manager or political advisor?
No.
So the lady in charge of
Who was she?
oh god, I can't remember her name, but she was like in charge of like DeSantis's like social media campaign. She's like, I was so proud when I was at Zelensky's coronation ceremony for the presidency, like that. Yeah, that was the broad that was in charge of DeSantis's campaign. She's like the most pro-Ukraine shill out there. Oh
Yeah,
man.
like didn't DeSantis and Nikki Haley both agree on Ukraine? Like, because Nikki Haley wants to keep funding it too.
Nikki Haley is just Hillary Clinton with an R in front of her name.
Christina Pasha. That's her name. Let me send you an image, Winston.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we got to talk about this. This is actually pretty funny. Have you heard what's going on with the Avatar? With the Avatar: The Last Airbender controversy that just happened? Facts.
Let's see what this is.
I saw they changed Toss's voice to like some random blind chick.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
and,
Because
and people are pissed.
I mean, I mean I understand because the OG Avatar still holds up. Like, still really good.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
'cause they're doing
confused.
the-
So this is some old cartoon, right? Avatar or whatever?
Yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Did you see it, Ghost?
No.
No, I'll bet you money goes to not see.
No, I don't watch. I was not a Nickelodeon kid. My family had means. I came
So it was
from
a
a
really good
family
show.
of means.
And they're gonna be doing some like movie.
They're doing sequel
Continuation?
movies. Yeah, they're sequel
Yeah.
to comic books.
Was it like
There was one character who was a blind tomboy who could like move earth like stone and shit with her powers. And
why?
she was very
Why are they
popular.
blind?
She's funny. She was born blind. There was this whole
Yeah.
metaphor about how she could use the vibration to the ground to see.
It was
So she's
basically
like
a mole.
Daredevil or something.
pretty much,
Yeah,
Okay.
but only in the ground, not in the air.
Oh. So basically, as long as you could fly, you could kick her ass.
Yeah, but you couldn't
Yeah.
land. She'd fucking see you and fuck you up.
no, if you're flying, if you're flying, you can beat her.
She's really strong. She's really popular because she was funny. And
But was she cute? At all?
she's very cute. Yeah.
Okay.
Loki.
She in the sequel movies, because modern day, instead of having the same voice actress, which everyone loved, they decided to have a stunt casting of some random blind chick.
And now everyone would say, "Damn, we all should have realized after Apu this was gonna go too far."
And after Apu, after that fucking Pro ZD guy,
Yeah, and now people are mad. Like, man, this is all the people who had a problem with Apu people's fault.
yeah,
Okay. So they change. This is just like when they cast Nagatoro as some unattractive black woman because, oh my god, there's a woman with a tan. Well, we all know
Yeah.
what this is,
Pretty
right,
much.
guys?
yeah, we all know
Well,
what that means.
they're also redoing Romeo and Juliet, and they're making Juliet black. So
Oh
that's
yeah,
awesome.
I saw that. What's up with that? Who's that dude?
They're making Juliet black and male too.
What? Who's Romeo?
Tom
Spider-Man.
It's not enough to force him to watch his girlfriend get railed by two dudes now.
He was already in a movie where he gets raped. He gets raped by a man. In a
Snuggle
fucking bathroom.
struggled. Oh my god.
Yeah, so did Jenna Ortega, and I'm pretty.
So while
disappointed.
Hollywood violates him, he has to watch his mid-girlfriend get railed by multiple people. You know,
Maybe
maybe
because
Hollywood is
Juliet-
unironically based for tormenting him like that.
Man, I know how you feel, Romeo. I'd sure die for this Juliet. You know what I'm
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
saying? Can I be recast with a blind actor? Please?
Oh my gosh, that's fucking hilarious. All right, facts. Fallout series, scale 1 to 10. What do you give it?
A non-binary out of 10.
So what? 41%?
Yeah.
Oh wait, did she actually end up banging the idiot?
Blessedly, no. He does not. He does not rub her peach fuzz on his face. But you know, Fred Armisen gets to watch him mech with Lady Naive Vault Dweller.
Dude, that was one of the funniest things I've seen. The one where the meme that Batsu posted that you deleted.
I listen.
What was
I
it?
don't disagree. It wasn't funny, but he posted Fred
Post it
Armisen.
again.
No.
Send it in DMs.
It's
did I-
basically the thing. It's the face of Fred Armisen looking out the window, saying "me" when I see a mixed drink couple.
Miscegenated?
You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was funny, and it was like him looking out the window, looking like shocked. It was funny.
They had him look. They had him look out the window like the fucking woodland creatures in a Disney movie when
You're right. Oh my god, it's exactly that. Oh my
like
god,
fucking Sebastian the Crab.
it was. Kiss big gun.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm fucking dead. That's hilarious. Oh, Fax, let me send you the... Who's Snake Charming over here? Oh, this was the image I sent to Winston about Mr. DeSantis' campaign manager.
Yeah.
DeSantis really burned all his fucking goodwill
Yeah.
just by allowing like neocon infiltrators to fucking run his shit. What a shame.
Like, not gonna lie, it was pretty funny to see Laura Loomer go full jihad mode on DeSantis.
He should have just waited till 2028 when everything was
Yeah,
open.
should've. Hey, can I have what's left after that? Yeah, no, he would have
You think he
definitely been smarter to wait.
Yeah, if he hadn't
Unless-
if he had made Florida a better place than it already was, then he would have won for sure.
And he has his detractors in Florida, even among conservatives, because I guess
He
he
would-
did not provide that much help with like the insurance shit going on the land.
So his other thing was, if you remember the Tea Party movement, like he undid a lot of the protections the Tea Party movement put in place simply just to help his campaign.
Oof.
Yeah. It basically like sold them out
Wait,
for
can you
like
repeat that about the party?
about
Can you
DeSantis.
repeat
Yeah,
that one?
there were a bunch of like anti like big government things that were put in place, like about like reporting requirements, so that you as like you couldn't just like fucking like hide all the shit, all the shady ass shit you were doing as a candidate, and they got rid of all those to help his presidential run. He basically manipulated his place in Florida politics to like basically be more corrupt. And because the Florida Republican Party's entire purpose is to suck his dick, they all did it without question.
Yeah, so people are like, all right, if you're gonna do it, clean up Florida as much as you can, and then go do. Instead, he sold out. So now, you don't know who's gonna be the next candidate in 2028.
But yeah, he horribly miscalculated, because he's been running for this office since he was running for the office since 2018, basically.
I think if he triples down on being based.
Yeah, but
doing
this is
shit
the
like,
problem, Facts. Everyone originally everyone was just like, oh cool, he's the new shiny thing. Let's follow a new shiny thing.
I think low key everybody knew. I think he secretly knew Trump wasn't gonna get reelected, so he figured, oh, I can steal the spotlight because Trump lost, and I can just write off that. Little did he realize how bad that was gonna backfire.
The people who really like DeSantis were like, he's like Trump, but like an adult and a grown-up.
But without the baggage, bro.
Has decorum, and I was like,
but I don't want my politicians to have decorum. That's the last thing. I'm sick and tired of these people talking out of both sides of their mouth.
Also, people were just like, also, he left Florida a mess. What are you worried about there?
Yeah, he needed 4 more years to percolate because up until Trump's presidency, he was kind of like a weird lefty, neocon kind of dude.
Yeah, nobody cared until he went against the COVID stuff. And then Because remember, Trump said, "Let the states deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. Like, we got other things to worry about."
You know, I heard a really interesting take though on that. Basically, that like any like attempt to do something federally is just going to get struck down the court by the court. Oh my gosh! Why is that guy shooting me? It established itself as kind of like it'll establish a precedent to like shut down a whole bunch of other laws. You know?
Yeah.
Like you'd basically be like doing their work for them. But if it's at the state level, you can actually do more good on the issue of life if you so care about that issue. You do way more good on it than you can if you just try to hopelessly go after some sort of federal ban or federal curtailment.
Yeah, he was always let the states deal with it. And then I think if DeSantis had stayed for 4 more years, they didn't run for president, he would have got 2028.
I honestly think he was sabotaged by the people he chose to run his shit.
Yeah.
I actually
sincerely,
completely
believe
disagree with that.
No, don't get me wrong. He boomered it up too, but like
No, I think that's who he is. Like, he obviously associated with all these people because, like, oh, this is who I'm supposed to associate with. This is who I don't think he's, like, secretly based and that he magically associated with all these people that are completely antithetical to his pretend values.
I'm saying that's true, but I'm saying, like, someone was like, let's take advantage of this idiot.
Yeah, do you also remember, like, people freaked out when they found out he was campaigning for Romney in college to be governor? And that's when everyone realized, oh, we're electing a Romney guy. He just changed.
Yeah, no, I was pretty much always, like, off the DeSantis trade pretty immediately. I was just like, okay, who the fuck are you? And then, you know, for me, it was his response to, like, the whole Mar-a-Lago thing. I'm like, oh, okay, so you're just completely fake. Like, this is such...
He was okay with it, right?
Well, no, he just didn't say anything for, like, 5 days. And then 5 days later, it's like, I have this lawyer-written response. And it's like, bro, it's not that fucking hard, okay? A sovereign resident of your state has fucking liberties and rights fucking violated and shredded. And all you could do is put out a fucking press statement 5 days later. Bullshit. All you had to do was go, this is fucking wrong. This is abuse and overreach by the federal government. They shouldn't do that. And people are like, oh, but what if he was wrong? Yeah, so what? He still said the right thing in the moment. And
yeah,
like,
also
he
went
completely failed.
I wish people would start treating the federal government like they're supposed to, have like servants, like slaves.
Or we should treat them
Not
worse
this weird
than that.
worship.
Yeah, like, he should have, like, called out, like, hey, why'd you do this in Florida of all places? Come on.
Yeah, and that's a Florida resident.
been
What did
like-
he do for a Florida resident? Absolutely nothing. He just stood by, cowered in his boots, and was like, I shouldn't say anything. Why? Because it'd be good for my political career if bad things happen to my opposition. Like, that's when I knew he had no character.
Yeah, the fake
It's kind of like, I'm like, oh, I'm looking at someone that is soulless and not principled at all.
Yeah, and then...
Ron DeSantis?
Yes.
'Cause
It
you
was that
remember
moment
after
that I
this-
knew he was not principled at all. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I can just ignore this guy.
And remember, after that, his campaign took a really bad nosedive.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's when Vivek started taking over as second place.
Well, because
Right.
Vivek was smart enough to go, like,
Hey, fuck
Hey,
that.
I'm
You
just gonna
shouldn't
say
be allowed to
everything
do
fairly,
that. If they can do that to
and,
him, they'll do
you
that to
know.
anyone.
fuck that guy. Fuck these people.
You think Vivek will get 2028 now?
I think he's got a better chance than DeSantis at this point.
I don't know, honestly. 2028 is a true wild card.
Yeah. I mean, if we're all still not irradiated, maybe it'll matter.
Just think about it.
Crawl
We'll
out
get-
through the fallout, baby.
Because Republicans are going to be like scrambling unless Trump already has a successor thought of.
I mean,
Meanwhile-
if he has a good
meanwhile,
vice
Demo-
president, he might have someone to work with. I think Carrie Lake will be interesting going forward as a potential.
No, Carrie Lake's going to the Senate.
I think there's a good place for her there, but like I feel like she'd be a good successor. You know?
No,
I really
think
like
that-
Carrie Lake.
She's young,
I
she's got a
think-
vagina, you know, she's popular and an important swing state. Like I think she has potentially a future there.
No, but I think Trump really needs the Senate too. He needs to go in like with a sweeping majority. And I don't think there's anybody else in Arizona that can win it for him. So you gotta be like, all right. So it's not gonna be Carrie Lake.
No, I'm saying in 28.
Oh, you mean
I wasn't saying make her vice president. I was saying run her in 28.
in the middle of her Senate term?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know, but Arizona, do you think Arizona will reelect another Republican though? They'll just put a
It's
Democrat
possible.
in there.
It really depends.
It really depends who's governor too, because then you get
She's
So
hot.
what's her
I mean,
face?
come
Who-
on.
No, I'm saying if Carrie Lake resigns her seat, you lose a seat in the Senate because the person who beat Carrie Lake can appoint the next senator.
We're basically going to have to see how 2020 goes because
Well, the
there's
person,
potential for there to be like a really big shakeup.
well, the person who
Yeah.
beat Carrie Lake, that was in 2020, right?
No, that was 2021.
Okay, so that was 2021. It's a 6-year governorship term, right?
I think so.
So she steps down after that governor's beat. Mm-hmm.
Actually, gotta get
Oh,
going.
sorry, it's 2023.
Okay.
So
It's good talking to you, Winston.
Good talking with you, Facts and Logic. When
Oh,
can
you're
we hear
leaving?
from you next?
You're leaving,
Yeah.
Fax?
Maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Ooh.
We shall see. If you want to talk more Fallout
I wouldn't
how
mind
wonderful-
talking some
and
more
the-
Fallout.
and how we all love
We loved that kiss. It
Um,
was so romantic and emotional. We all felt something
I'm-
warm and tingly inside watching.
I'm glad my audio was not being pumped to your stream at that moment.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. It was great. It was a touching and moving moment of things that
Did you guys hear me cock my gun when that happened?
When did you get a gun, Fax?
My airsoft gun.
Oh, this guy! Hold on, let me go get my Glock.
I don't like guns actually.
No, neither do I. I lost all my
I'd never
guns in a
own one.
boating accident. But yes, Fax.
I had all mine.
Before
I
I
had all
let you
mine
go,
melted into a speed bump. Sorry.
before I let you go, what's going on in Momenko world? Everything good over there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Yeah, nothing so far.
Isn't there
Did he
like a
quit
whole bunch
streaming?
of like VTuber news and shit for him to deal with?
Nah, he's busy with school and like he's
Isn't he like
Not really
30? What
interested
is he
in talking
still
about
doing
some
in
of it.
school?
going through college.
At
Isn't he
30?
isn't he a
What?
comp sci?
They
But
got
I'm
paid
going
for
to
it.
college at 30. Are you kidding me? I had health
Well-
problems before, so I couldn't go before. So
You went
I
to
did other
college at the
stuff,
age of 30.
Like, I am 30.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
if
Going
someone pays for
currently.
it, if someone pays for it, goes why not? I guess. Yeah.
I just don't. God, I just feel so old going to college at that age, bro.
I wouldn't worry about that. I'd worry about not strangling nobody.
Well,
Personally.
I take online classes. That's
Strangling
how I-
him with
that's
my
how I do
cock,
it.
right?
But I work doing stuff that I got like certified in. But I'm going to college because my parents were like, if you want because I couldn't go before because I had like health problems and whatnot. But my
But
parents
you
were like,
couldn't
if
go
you
to
want
college
the,
because of health problems. Explain. Not specific, but
well,
like
I don't want to get into it, but like I had health problems and like it was like difficult for me to like get around and do stuff. But
Winston
I
had
did
that
get certified. in
massive penis
teaching.
disease.
The thing is, though, my parents were like, if you want like the fair share of the inheritance for when we pass, you do need a what do you call it, a bachelor's degree at least. And I was like, all right, well.
wait, really?
got my student loans. Yeah, they were like that. They were.
I guess
100%
your
serious.
parents are lefties, so that makes sense, and they think like you obviously couldn't function without a degree. You're basically like subhuman or something, right? At that point.
Right, even though I can, and like.
Yeah, no. I mean, we all know that.
I do
because-
it.
Did
Yeah.
you go for something you liked?
I'm. What do you mean? Like currently going for something I like?
Yeah, what are you getting a
you-
degree in? Is what he's asking.
Did you get to choose one subject or like just one you wanted to get?
No, I'm doing. What am I?
I think it was gender
doing
studies,
the,
right? With an understudy in race studies.
It's not gender studies. It was. I'm almost done my associates, and that's like for the base level things. And then I was going to get something in probably like I don't know, something in the political sphere. Political. Or
You go to
economic.
college for a political degree. That's a terrible idea, Winston.
Yeah.
Ever notice how all the
But
politicians
that's
are
just that.
lawyers?
Well, right.
Winston's that
But that's just
after
that.
all those
And in addition to doing school, I'm also getting my other certifications and other things so I can progress in the job market. So, like that's mostly what I'm focused on. But at the same time, like in order to get a fair share of my inheritance, I have to do my 4-year.
So your parents were actually like, look, if you want to in on the inheritance, you have to go get a college degree.
Yeah, and they were 100% serious.
What are we talking
Winston.
about inheritance? Are we talking 6-figure inheritance, 7-figure inheritance, 8-figure? Don't say specifics, just like range. What are we talking range-wise?
How much is your soul
It
worth?
would be a very
what a
It would
comforting
be a
tune.
very sizable inheritance and a very sizable amount of properties.
So you would have a home
I'll say-
paid for.
So
Ghost,
congratulations.
Oh yeah.
He's a college Republican. We all knew this.
Yep,
And
that
I'm
makes
just
perfect
confirming it.
sense. Everything makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Winston, you're a college repo. Let's go.
I don't get it. What do you mean college
He's,
Republican? I don't get it.
you're literally every college Republican.
The meme is like college Republican dudes always come from like pretty well off, and they go into politics and they become like staffers and then eventually senators and shit.
Eventually, they take it in the ass during
Well-
a video that's being filmed.
Oh,
Well,
Not
anyway,
those
I'm
kinds.
almost in my associates. I have like 2 classes to go, and then like I can complete the other
Winston,
stuff.
okay, Winston, I'm gonna be
Oh my God,
I'm gonna be
Winston.
really kind to you about this associate's degree. No one on the face of this planet Earth gives a fuck about an associate's degree.
are you part of a secret
I know.
society, Winston?
I know, but you see, the thing is, it covers your base classes, and then when you go to get your 4-year, that's what you focus on.
So you-
Winston,
So you're
how
not
about the-
you're not gonna have to do like math
He's
class
in-
during your real shit then.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct.
Nice. Okay.
So that means you went up to stats.
What?
Oh no. Oh no, Winston. He's gonna be
Wait, what do you
rattling
mean I
all.
have this stats?
You know, I've
that
heard
means
that
that the highest-
13% of statistics degrees end in 60.
No.
I was like, yes, but so your highest math level is statistics, right? You took statistics in college, right?
I did take statistics. I got names.
Fuck.
Yep.
I hate that.
Yeah, he's totally a college political science major college bro. Are you in a fraternity yet?
Oh God, yeah, that's
How would I
the
be in a
mark of the beast.
fraternity? I'm 30 years old.
Winston, are you in a secret society? You can tell me.
He's
No.
in the Skull and Crossbones Society.
Can I come to one of the parties?
Yeah, seriously, bro.
I'm not
not
in
the
a
gay
secret
one.
society.
Come on, Winston.
Although I do know quite a few insiders in my state who are a part of Republican politics.
Come on,
Nice,
Winston.
nice.
Are you fun college political side bitches?
Are you after
He's
those
like-
chicks? Those really severe mean chicks with like the nice shoes and the glasses?
Bro, Winston has profusely gone on about how much he likes waterworks and girls in sneakers.
I
To be
Winston,
fair,
are you
in defense of
Winston-
Winston, he has gone on at
Pretty
length
base,
about
pretty
babes
base.
and sneakers and waterworks.
So Winston, your type of girls, the Lauren Chens, the Lauren Sutterns, the
Oh, bro, come
Ooh.
on. No, you're not gonna sit here and say that not everyone on this panel wouldn't bang Lauren Chen. Come on.
Both of them. Both
Yes.
of them.
He's married.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't care.
Tommy
Nah,
Lauren's a college
you know what,
Republican.
Winston? Nah, I'd win.
Not hypothetically, not literally.
Yeah, like hypothetically, that means that Winston's going
No,
after
no
Tommy
facts, not
Lawrence.
would. Will.
Come on, Winston. How is the
Winston-
political science major future looking for you? Like, you're gonna
Winston,
find a wife there?
you sly dog.
Well, the thing is, with my certifications, I could get a 4-year in something in like technology, like computer engineering and whatnot, which is honestly what I might do. But just to get the inheritance and like kind of fuck off, like I can do a poli-sci one, which would be really easy, and I could probably get it done within like a year and a half.
He's also using it to pick up chicks.
I guarantee it. Winston, you sly dog.
Winston smashes mid-girl pussy. 100%.
Fuck you.
Winston's getting those racist GFs in college.
Racist GF.
Yeah.
The ones that claim that they're not, and then when you break down the political thing, it turns out they're more racist than you are.
Yeah. The ones where you have to
I
like
make-
you think you have to hide your power level, but then they come out something psychotically way more racist than you.
Yeah.
I make them scream, then read my.
That was the least believable.
Let's
like,
go.
that was the least believable. Oh, God.
No, yeah. So our good boy Namenko is good then, right?
What?
He's just been busy in a way. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not even like fighting with people on Twitter anymore.
Mountain
No.
Walk? Or who?
No flamenco.
Oh, Mamenko? Yeah, God. Why does he fight with people on Twitter?
He doesn't anymore.
I know, but
Now
why did
Gator's
he
fighting
fight
with-
with them so much?
Wait. I have to tell you something. Okay.
Winston, I'm
So,
flattered,
I
but
have
I'm
a theory.
heterosexual.
No.
Winston,
Okay.
take 10 paces away from my butthole.
You know that thing? Do you know that thing that Wings of Redemption, Boogie 2988, and that Tommy C and Kingstar guy do, the Lolcow Live or Lolcow podcast?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I think don't tell anyone I said this. I think Flamenco is going to be a guest on the podcast. And
No.
the reason I say
No.
that, I swear to God,
What?
the reason I say that is because I was watching Wings of Redemption like stream, and I actually like Wings of Redemption. I think he's, kind of pretty much.
No, he's the guy that had like the thing inside his asshole that his grandma had to like break up for him.
Yes, that is
Okay.
what he told on.
Just making sure we're all on the
But
same
honestly,
page here. What gentlemanly scholar we're talking about?
Yeah, but he redeemed himself after.
Did he?
I really don't. Yeah, he redeemed himself. I think. To pardon the pun. Anyway, I was watching him stream Rainbow Six, and I came in his chat, and I was like, "Hey, I really enjoy the podcast because I do. I honestly, unironically, I really do like the Lolcow podcast. I think it's a fun podcast." And I was like, "Hey, I was doing like at work." I was listening to Lolcow Live, the one with you and Wendigo.
Max, are you
and
vaping over there?
Stein.
You disgusting.
Bug up my nose a lot.
Anyway, I told him I was listening to the podcast with Wendigo and Alex Stein you guys did. I thought it was great. I was laughing my ass off. And I asked him, in a different super chat, I'm like, would you ever... Oh, no, I added him in the comments. I was like, would you ever consider having a VTuber on, like Kirsha, Verstal, or Pipkin Pippa? And he said, we are planning on having a VTuber on in the podcast in like the next few weeks. And Flamenco and Keemstar used to were embroiled in that whole scandal thing that Nicholas Diorio blew up to a million degrees unnecessarily. And
No, I think Flamenco knows him because
Keemstar
of
went
that.
with that and it
Now,
took
to be
him down.
clear,
I
Nicholas
think
Diorio is
Flamenco
the
is going to
fat
be a
kid,
guest
right?
on the podcast. Yeah, that's Nick Fiorio. I do not like Nick Fiorio. I think he's an instigator.
I mean, it's a possibility, Winston, but you never know for sure. So maybe we'll see.
Yeah, I will see, but I really think that's the one they're going to have. I think they're going to have either, if it's not flamenco, then it has
Does
to be
anyone like?
another,
Okay,
like,
look, like I like Flam, but like
I like Flame too.
I do, but does anyone here really consider him like a VTuber? Like I get it, he has a
No.
model and everything, but like
I think Go should have
it's not
his.
like an anime model, but it is.
no,
a
not because
VTuber
he's not an
model, yeah.
anime model, but like
I think Go should have his second wife Kirsha on.
oh, fuck, sorry, I got killed.
Like
No,
Ghost
but also-
Politics or Ghost
Ghost
uh,
Politics.
No, but
yeah,
but
yeah,
Winston,
he does not like Kirsha.
no,
Yeah,
but
no, he
Winston,
loves Kirsha. That's his second wife.
but
No,
Winston, I don't
he
think,
likes Tenma. He does not like Kirsha, and he hates Tenma.
That's so
Winston,
funny.
Winston, are you listening?
No,
to
wait,
me?
who's Kirsha and who's Tenma? Is Tenma the
Oh,
one that
well,
gives off the
1 second.
abusive older babysitter vibe?
Yeah.
That could be a
Tenma
lot
is
of
the
them.
one. She's from Japan, and her voice modulator is like really skewed, and she has a very annoying voice. But she is very funny. She yells at her chat constantly, and she's like really intelligent. She's like from Japan. I think she's half Romanian, half Japanese, and she speaks like 7 languages and moonlights as a translator,
But Winston, I
or
don't
at least she
think,
worked as a
Winston,
translator before
Winston,
she became a VTuber.
What's
What's
up,
up?
V?
Winston, I was gonna say, I don't think Wings of Redemption is gonna put a VTuber that's been doxxed as the first VTuber guest. I'm pretty sure he wants one that doesn't have their identity revealed to make it better.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it might be flamenco.
You never know. I haven't heard anything about it.
If it's not flamenco, then it's probably going to be Kirsha.
I hope not. She seems
I
like
love
she's of a
Kirsha.
higher caliber.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get a chick before they get a guy VTuber.
Kirsha's been putting in the work, letting people know about all like the
Well-
DEI bridge shit.
Bro, this
Well,
this video I did see, this is the only content I've seen from Kirsch, and I like, yeah, I know this.
Which is the video I'm
I'll
not
send it
looking
to
at
you,
your screen.
Winston.
Okay. Well, the thing is, flamenco also appeared on streams with Low Tier God before, so
No, he's the guy in the kill yourself memes, right?
yeah, you
Yeah.
should kill yourself now.
Okay.
That's the guy. That's Low Tier God.
Okay.
And
but-
he Low Tier God is my favorite lolcow, like that I've.
now, is he
like,
the guy that
watched
actually
so
ended
far.
up killing himself?
No.
No,
Or
that
is
was
that a
Etika.
different gamer? Okay.
That was
Etika.
Etika.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was that.
Etika wasn't really a lolcow.
Aren't they the same person?
Who had bipolar disorder.
No.
What?
The low tier god, basically, imagine if the SP was a handsome black dude.
Yeah,
And that's low tier god.
all of those Yu-Gi-Oh players really love low tier god. Wait, does he play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, Moist Critical does.
Who does?
Charlie.
Yeah.
No, Moist Critical plays what is what I meant.
Oh, he plays Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, Low Tier God is a fighting
So
game.
Moist
player.
Critical, he's
know,
the
what-
he's the Walmart sticks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Styx is the Walmart Styx.
I mean,
No,
listen,
Styx is the
really-
Walmart
Winston,
Razor Fist.
you there we go. Listen, you can say whatever you want about Styx, but he's married to a babe from a Nordic country. Okay, man won.
I don't know. I don't think that's a thing no more, Ghost.
What? They got divorced?
Yeah, he moved back to America like overnight for some reason.
I don't-
a few months back.
I don't know if that's true because his wife, or if it was his former wife, she was replying to him in a Twitter thread not too long ago, and it wasn't anything like vitriolic or whatnot. So
Oh, good
I
then.
don't know.
Good.
Maybe they separated, but they got back together. So I don't know what the story is there.
Good, good. I'm happy to be wrong about that. Holy shit.
Always good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's always
I'm
good to
happy
be
for
wrong
him,
about
too. I
bad
just
things.
don't really think he's like that profound of a political commentator. I used to like his streams just to get up on the news and whatnot, but when he started being a Trump dick writer, I was like, yeah, I've had it here. And not only that, he would never listen to
You
reason.
know,
He would
I
always
used to
say,
like
"Oh, I've gone to
Winston, but he
4chan,"
became a Fuentes dick writer for a long time.
Yeah, well, I changed.
The hardest of
I-
dick writer, bro. I don't know. I don't know if I can
Dude,
I was in a
unhear
cult. I was
all
in
of the
a cult.
Fuentes conversations I had to hear.
I was in a cult.
No, Winston. You were an adult who made your own decisions. You can't just say, I was in a cult. I'm not responsible for my actions. Come on, bro.
Well, you're better now.
I was like 28.
I was 20. I am 20.
Actually,
I
no,
was 28.
27.
I didn't know any better. What the
No,
fuck?
actually, I would have been 27.
Winston, I am younger than you, and I didn't even fall for the Fuentes trap. I knew he was full of shit.
I
from
was
the
young and
start.
stupid. You're still stupid. You're just not as young anymore.
That's the thing when these guys pepper like very true statements and takes into the rhetoric, you know. Like
But the thing about, oh, go ahead, Fax. Were you continuing?
no, that was it. I was just saying like they're very good at like seeming to be like persuasive and right.
Right. No, I would agree. Especially if they use humor in their in what they're trying to get across. That's like really what drew me into Fuentes was his like really like funny
Winston,
attitude and
You found it
whatnot, at least
funny?
initially, and then like
Winston,
yeah, I
you
found him
found
and
Cookie,
I thought it was hilarious.
you thought
I thought
Cookie
Fuentes
Monster
was
was
hilarious when I first started watching him on Right Side Broadcasting, and I thought he got even funnier when he got his own show. Actually, no, Right Side Broadcasting was more of a straight show, but when he got his own show, I thought like his like clips were hilarious. I really got drawn into him, and that's how
That's
I got
the
absorbed into the cult. But to go back to Sticks, like the
The
thing
Sticks,
is, like people will tell him things like, "Oh, 4chan has a bunch of feds as mods, and they give their info to like intelligence agencies. What you post on there, no matter what board, it's been proven this, that, and the other way. Even Medicare reported on it like years ago, and he's like, no, that's not true. And he's like, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a Mossad or like
He honestly might not have been.
what is it, MI6 spy? Yeah, he refutes all this obvious stuff, and like doesn't see the way like how things
I mean,
really are.
it's
and I just
honestly
found-
possible that Jeffrey Epstein didn't work for Mossad. That's not the most unreasonable thing.
No, I know, but like the thing with like 4chan and whatnot, and I just
What's the
and
thing
his
with
Trump dick
4chan? I'm
writing,
still trying to
I just
understand.
eventually. The 4chan, what they do is
he's
when
saying the feds
Christopher
are in control of
Poole,
Fortnite.
sold it a while, like years ago, and he sold it to who did he sell it to? Nakamoto, and then Nakamoto gave it to Jim and Ron Watkins, who later created 8chan. But like they were found to be in cahoots with the intelligence agencies, and like got Nakamoto racked up in debt, and then he like was able to get rid of that debt by like siphoning off 2channel to like Japanese intelligence agencies, which if you look at the 14 or 16 eyes countries, however you want to look at it, they share data like across borders and like to spy on people. And what the new owner of 4chan does now, which is I think still Nakamoto, because Ron Watkins and Jim Watkins separated into 8chan or 8kun or whatever you call it, or 8kun, it's KUN. Anyway, so so they run that. They have a bunch of glowies in their thing. Nakamoto does on 2channel and on his one on 4chan. Now the thing is, what was I going to say? Oh, the moderators on there. It's been proven that that people who work for intelligence agencies like have posted on 4chan like
What's the proof?
things that they were talking about in internal discussions, and they got wind around by other people in their departments who are going and monitoring these spaces that, hey, why are you leaking information, or hey, why are you saying this?
Wait,
this got back
Winston,
to,
what's the proof
people on
again?
these boards.
Winston, I have a question for you. Oh wait, sorry, I'm after
What do you mean?
Well, what's the proof?
Oh, that people have like it's been reported in like media outlets like The Intercept. I think Glenn Greenwald has talked about it.
Okay, well, what's
Josh
his
Moon has
proof?
talked about it on his Maddie show. Well, I don't have it on me, but I know it's been like documented. Even Wikipedia, which isn't as establishmentarian as it
Are you
gets.
really gonna cite Wikipedia?
No, but they have even talked about it. They have talked about it, which is something
Are
that
you,
they
are you
normally
really
wouldn't
gonna
do.
cite Wikipedia?
We cited.
No, but here, I think I have here. Let
Well,
me
I
see if
mean,
can
I
find
would
the
say
article.
just bring up the article from The Intercept telling about the sinister links between 4chan and intelligence agencies, right?
Good night, good night, guys.
Good night, Fax.
Good night.
Oh,
I'm
see you,
doing
Zach.
good too. Good night, guys.
Good night, Geek.
Oh,
I mean,
good night,
it's-
Gigi.
This seems like an easy thing to do, I mean, it's been proven, so okay, cool. You said it was in The Intercept. I
Okay,
mean, just
here we
bring up
go.
The Intercept. Like,
Oh, this is Texture. Not Reddit. I think I might have slurred my words there. Texture. Kind of sounded a little bit like Reddit, at least. Here, should I post it in general or DMs?
oh, just read it for me. That's fine.
Okay, it's kind of a long article, but
I
this is
mean,
a
just
very
read
long-
the
Oh, wait, no,
relevant
it's-
information. Like, it's...
oh no, it's not that. Man leaks sensitive documents to 4chan, receives insults arrest for his troubles. This is from August 7th, 2015. If you'd like to blow the whistle on government activity, there are several options available to you. First, there are the proper channels, which come highly recommended by government officials who don't care much for whistleblowers. Then there's the media. Depending on which outlet you choose, there's probably going to be a lot of backdoor chatter with officials to negotiate the terms of document releases, which could result in a more concerted effort by the government to expose the source of the documents. There are other outlets like WikiLeaks, which provide less narrative and analysis, but generally more willing to release large sets of documents at one time, rather than trickling them out over a period of several years. Safety isn't guaranteed, but WikiLeaks is far less likely to return government agencies' calls. Then there's 4chan, a route no one has recommended for anyone ever, via Vice News. Oh, and this is the Vice News article on it. That's also what I was reading. I can read that one too. In an embarrassing security breach, a 21-year-old Department of Defense graduate allegedly managed to download a secret Defense Intelligence Organization assessment, burn it to a disk, take it home, and post it to anonymous image-sharing forum 4chan while praising Julian Assange as his hero. Why this person said 4chan was the best outlet for a top secret Five Eyes, that's what it was originally called, Five Eyes, the intelligence. Do you know that thing, the Five Eyes countries?
Yes. I think
Okay.
Australia,
Five Eyes only.
Australia, US, Israel, UK, and...
Well, now it's up to 16 or 18 times, but yeah, you get the picture. Five Eyes only document is unclear. It seems to suggest that the leaker had some familiarity with the forum and its denizens, but if so, he surely had to know his leak had about a 99% chance of getting greeted with derision at best. Michael Serka, the alleged document leaker, watched his original post, which had supposedly contained the first 2 pages of the classified document, get the usual 4chan response. He complained about it at 4chan 4 days later. The user who and this is a quote, the user who prosecutors alleged was Serka complained no one had believed the documents were real. Plus, to my dismay, I got a bunch of fake and gay remarks, and the documents went 404, website not found. About 4 comments 1 hour later, he allegedly posted. So, any other suggestions on how to be mindful by authorities? These are all like things.
No suggestions were forthcoming. Apparently, Serpico was caught by the authorities on charges of leaking sensitive information. Almost astonishing as Serpico's actions, how the leak was discovered. Court documents describe the discovery of the leak as fortuitous. Currently, when former defense employees stumbled upon the post while browsing the website, where the fuck is this? Hold on. There was a sense of. Oh, so someone, where is it? Where is it?
You having one of those
Well,
forgot the
apparently
password to
someone
your
they're
PSN
going.
account? Oh no, Tony.
No, someone. No. I'm just reading where it was. Apparently, it's more detailed on the Vice article. Um, So apparently, what happened was the Australian whistleblower leaks the spy documents to 4chan, and the Australian intelligence agencies find the leaked documents, realized who leaked them. They like tracking IP addresses on the site, so they were able to find out who leaked it and who had privy access to that information through some channel. I don't know how, but they were able to get that and also delete the thread and delete the archive of the thread, I believe. Although an archive.today or .is archive of it might exist, I don't know. But
Okay.
that kind of shows some collusion here, don't you think?
What? That they deleted the 4chan managed archive?
No, that there were feds like invested into 4chan.
I mean, you could possibly extrapolate that.
Regardless, there are other things. I was talking about Six Hexenhammer, while and describing like my frustrations with him. I used to watch him in the morning, like if I was up, just to get my like day's current of news. But like I just couldn't take it anymore, so I stopped watching him. I might catch a video every now and then, but that's about it.
Okay.
Like the one-off. But let me see if I can find on this. There's one from the Atlantic.
All right, but we
That's not.
could dwell on this for a while, but I think now would be a good time to close up the show. You know.
Since it's just you and me.
No, not because it's just you and me, because it's fucking 4 a.m.
Oh.
It's been 6 hours, bro.
It's a little bit later than 4 in the morning for me.
I understand, but for me, it's 4 a.m. We've been at this for almost 6 hours, and I have enjoyed our time here. Winston, where can they find you?
Let me make sure I have the @ right. Okay, on Twitter @ Weeb Extremist.
Weebo Extremist. Winston, you're gonna get Kirsch on my show someday, right?
What?
You're gonna get Kirsch on my show someday, right?
I'll do my best. I don't know how to.
I'm just fucking with you.
But Gator probably could, because Gator has streamed with Kirsha.
Gator probably barely remembers me, bruh.
Nah, I don't think he'd ever forget.
Gator's busy doing his
also,
podcast thing with that.
Legal mindset. Oh, and if I could plug my other thing is on the Fediverse, which I haven't used in a little while, but I still go on it relatively frequently. It's a good place to get news. And this is a meme name. I'm not actually bigoted, but the meme name is @ Racist Call of Duty Lobby @ POA.st. And that's me.
All right, go
And,
find Winston
yeah,
at that racist Call of Duty lobby while he does his weeb extremism. Thank you, Winston, for joining me. I'm going to continue to razz you about RFK until the election. I'm sorry. It's just the way of
when
the
he
world.
wins, when he inevitably wins.
I will confidently say he will not win. I would put money on that.
He's not going to.
But that's fine, Winston. We can still be friends.
We will always be friends.
We will always be internet friends, okay?
Internet friends. Oh, when is the next movie or TV night?
Thursday night, we'll be finishing season 1 of The Mandalorian, probably. Thursday night, 7 o'clock Pacific,
I haven't.
when we usually do it.
What are we doing the week after for movie or TV night?
Probably. We're still finishing up Star Wars. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're getting through this shit. It's a lot of fucking Disney slop to tread through. God.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
Oh,
what
yeah.
you mean. All right, well, maybe I'll be there for that then. And if
You're
not, maybe we
always
can do
welcome
this
to join
together,
us,
next
Winston.
Friday. All right, cool. All right, I'll see you guys. See you, chat.
All right, see you around, Winston. All right, chat. It's just me, and it's just you. So I have enjoyed this Coast to Ghost. It's good to get it back on track. We had no accidents happen. No gamer words leaked out. We had a good one. The world's not burned down. I'm going to leave you all with some wise words, and I am going to get out of here.
夜はもう遅いから良い子はゆっくり寝てくださいね。Good kids should go to sleep now. Good night, motherfucker!